Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Bullet Hell Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Human beings work in patterns. That was something Midoriya Izuku knew since he was 3 years old. Granted, he was a very smart 3-year-old child, but still a 3-year-old child. He saw how people thought in patterns, how social groups worked in patterns, even how the human body adapted to patterns, had them wired into it through muscle memory. When Midoriya Izuku turned 4, he started recognizing that even quirks, which were treated as basically bullshit magic, worked in patterns. That was also why he just knew that his quirk wasn't simply pattern recognition. When his quirk came in, his eyes changed. The irises turned into pink lotus-like flowers, and whenever he would get emotional, the petals would detach and bounce around his pale blue sclera. He knew there was more to his quirk, since it was a 5th-generation mutation of 2 emitters, one of which had secondary physical adaptations. His father could breathe fire and had a slight mucous membrane coating his throat for protection, and his mother could attract small non-living objects to herself. 1 in 10,000 children exhibited a quirk mutation, where a quirk was unrelated to the parent's quirk, which was a mistake. It was related, as he has been arguing online since his 5th birthday. Stop lying, you useless Deku. Bakugo Katsuki finally lost his patience. Izuku knew his friend well enough to know that between 1 to 2 months after Izuku's 6th birthday, Katsuki would snap at him. If his quirk was only flowery eyes, he would become one of Katsuki's prime bullying targets, especially since the blonde boy would consider Izuku's lack of a strong quirk and perceived lies about it a betrayal. Izuku knew he could dodge the first few explosive punches sent his way, but not the next. Katsuki has always been in better shape. So he just decided to take the first one head-on and fall to the ground, which should probably make Katsuki bored and leave him alone for a few more days. Scraped and bleeding on the park ground, neither of the children noticed that the flowers around Izuku started glowing a slight pale pink. Years later. Unfortunately for Izuku, knowing how to identify patterns doesn't grant him precognition, nor does it enhance his senses and make him more focused, most of the times, except when it did, something that caused Izuku no small amount of frustration, or improve his memory. Crucially, it didn't allow him to recognize patterns within himself and his own biases. Unfortunately, because Izuku knew right then and there that he forgot Bakugo, he hasn't been Katsuki for 8 years, and Kaken for 10, would probably try vandalizing his belongings today, as he always did after a teacher brought attention to Izuku. In his defense, Izuku was preoccupied with analyzing the patterns of Kamui Wood's special move, lacquered chain prison. It seemed that the angles in which his branches expanded and split followed a mathematical sequence, which was a glaring weakness since anyone with a bit of focus could notice and dodge. Izuku's entire social circle was an online forum of amateur quirk analysts, and his standard for a bit of focus was very heavily skewed. Izuku sighed as his notebook exploded in front of him, trying to stop the tears in his eyes. "Are you going to cry, Deku?" Bakugo laughed cruelly, echoed by his minions. He tried preparing himself, but he could never know how hard his former friend and primary tormentor would go, only that he would always go further in his quest to trod on Izuku. "If you want to do something, why don't you use your quirk? It's been years, you must have figured it out by now, you aren't a liar, right?" Katsuki's eyes gained a sadistic glint in them. "I know, maybe you should try Mortal Danger. A lot of quirks trigger like that. I'm sure there are plenty of rooftops you could use for your experiment." Izuku still sat silently, tears escaping his eyes. He tried to time the intervals and the speed in which they trickled. He never could figure out his own crying pattern, but the attempts usually calmed him down. After his bullies left, Izuku picked up his burnt notebook and headed to the dojo he practiced in. It started as an attempt to trigger his quirk, since it previously improved his senses and reaction times when he was running away from Bakugo and when he played dodgeball in gym class, but it stayed as a great way to keep in shape and train for UA High School's hero course. He was running late, so he took a shortcut he usually avoids, The chances of running into muggers or vandals under the bridge on the way there was slightly higher, but Izuku decided it was worth the risk, since he was already physically harassed today. Nothing is ever absolute, but there is some safety in pattern distribution. Of course, he was wrong to assume. He saw a bubbling black tendril shoot towards him and began dodging. Left, right, crouch a little, roll and jump off the wall forward, but not closer to the center of the slime, 2 solid eyeballs floating around. The tendril splashed against the wall, so no recoil, Izuku thought. No need to watch his back. But the thing about patterns is you have to learn them. Izuku didn't know that the slime could control his detached remains, but chose not to. When he grew comfortable and started planning his escape, he tread backwards into a newly formed viscous puddle that immediately tripped him and climbed up his body. Crap, Izuku thought, what a way to go. He couldn't see a way out, so he relaxed his muscles and held his breath, slowly exhaling in tiny gasps to elongate the time he had to think. His vision started to blur, and right when he passed out he saw a giant fist blow away the sludge, shining white teeth smiling a reassuring smile. Boy, can you hear me? Izuku blearily opened his eyes, and almost fainted again. His favorite hero, his greatest inspiration and source of strength, and as of 5 years ago his greatest source of anxiety, was slapping him gently in the face in an attempt to wake him up. All Might, I can't believe it, wow, you saved me. See, can I have an dash? Izuku stopped himself from asking, immediately being struck by guilt for almost wasting his hero's precious time. Of course, young man. I already signed this incredible notebook. I must say that with a mind like yours the future of heroics is bright. All Might smiled, but suddenly looked worried when Izuku's face grew horrified at his words. All Might, how could you? You're losing more time every day and you wasted it signing it. Notebook? Then, you bothered reading some stupid notes from some fan you don't know? You have maximally 3 hours, unless you dash. Yagi Tashinori, better known as All Might, was worried the young boy in front of him would become a villain. When he complimented the boy's very impressive, almost unique, analysis, the child looked like someone killed his dog. The explanation for the boy's horror was much, much worse. He knew. All Might couldn't help himself, he spurted out blood, and in a puff of smoke he deflated, a tall, emaciated man with blonde hair remaining in the dissipating cloud. Ah, said the child, stopping his words in the middle yet seeming completely unsurprised. So that's what happens when you overuse your quirk. Is it a natural effect, or the result of an injury? If it's a consequence of your quirk, that means I was right and it's a stockpiling emitter that has a limited amount of total energy that has started to run out. Close, but not quite, Yagi thought with relief. But looking at your base form and taking into account the blood earlier, it's probably an injury, around 4 years, 2 months, and between 5 to 17 days? That's when your activity patterns started to shift. Yagi had to put in more and more effort to hear the boy, as he devolved into muttering, but every word was priceless, terrifyingly accurate, as pink petals danced in his azure scara. Ever since then your villain takedowns haven't dropped, but the average time it takes per takedown rose by a few milliseconds each month. Of course your media presence is what truly changed. Stopping most public tours and replacing them with teleconferences was a completely new pattern, and people don't just. Only when he couldn't understand the child anymore, he cleared his throat. Ahem, yes young man, what you said is correct. In fact almost scarily so. All Might lifted his shirt, revealing a horrible sunken scar in his abdomen. You understand why this must remain a secret though, right? No, All Might. I'm happy I managed to find you early enough. It can't remain a secret. That might work in the short term, but it will cause irreparable harm in the long run. Yagi felt sweat accumulate on his forehead. The kid was very smart. Maybe it would be worth it to hear him out? What do you mean, young man? And while I'm in this form, please call me Yagi. What is your name, by the way? Oh my god, I'm so sorry, I can't believe I forgot to introduce myself to All Mig, Tiagson. Oh my god, I know All Might's name dash. Ahem. Oh right, sorry Yagi-san, my name is Midoriya Izuku. It is my greatest honor to meet you. He bowed from his waist, a 90-degree angle. At least the boy was a fan. Yagi skimmed through his notebook and saw that the boy could probably defeat most heroes if he was physically fit enough. seeing as he had plans on how to overcome almost every move they had. Were they all that predictable? Was he that predictable? Please, explain why it would be better to reveal the fact that I'm close to retirement? When Yagi lifted his eyes from the notebook, he saw the boy, Midoriya, collect the sludge villain into some bottles. Yagi couldn't believe he forgot. Well, he could, considering the circumstances. Crime has been dropping, Yagi-san, but around 4.5 years ago there was a really sharp drop, probably some kingpin being taken down. Looking at past crime patterns in Japan, and similar cases worldwide, it's obvious that the power vacuum hasn't been filled. That isn't good. That means there are several large groups competing among each other, and when one wins, it'll subsume the remain of the others and emerge much more powerful. Additionally, quirks are growing stronger, and while I don't think singularity will be apocalyptic, I think that Young Midoriya, please speak up, you're muttering again. Midoriya jerked up, as if he was surprised that someone was listening. Alright, the next big figures in the crime world will be stronger than most of the last, both as individuals and as organizations. If you are going to retire, then the rest of the heroes need to prepare, mentally at least, but also to up their game. You are a soul symbol in Japan and the world. If you suddenly retire, it could bring about a wave of crime Japan won't recover from. Yagi Toshinori was silent. It would take years to train a successor, and if what Midoriya was saying was correct, then a single successor wouldn't be enough. Young Midoriya, do you have anywhere to be? I want to take you to meet someone. All things considered, it is quite urgent. Midoriya looked panicked for a second. I'm late for training. I'll have to message them that I'll be missing it today, and Mom too that I'll be late. Yagi smiled, and as Midoriya was making all of the required texts and calls, he fished out his phone and sent Nezu a message to his private number, the one that meant he would get the message immediately and realize the urgency. Izawa Shota, the pro-hero Eraserhead, sat exasperated in front of Nezu, who would never admit the petty joy he took in making the man sit. Serves him right for expelling an entire class. He wasn't the one that had to handle the paperwork and the disgruntled parents, as well as the therapy and follow-ups so the kids wouldn't descend into villainy. Nezu was going over some articles his friendly internet rival wrote, until Yagi came with his urgent news. He narrowed down Lotus' identity to a Japanese expat that must have immigrated fairly recently, within the last 7 to 9 years, around the time his online activity started, and had teenage children. He was up to date on teen slang, and his Japanese was fluent, but every single quirk researcher in Japan wasn't Lotus, hence an expat. Nezu was about to continue his review to Lotus-suggested altered quirk inheritance paradigm, AQIP, when Yagi entered the room, in his true form, followed by a jittery green-haired child in a middle school Gakurin. I'm in UA. I can't believe I'm in UA. I must be dreaming. A very excited jittery young boy in a middle school Gakurin. Time to introduce himself. Am I a dog or a mouse or a bear dash? You're a principal gerbil with amalgam muridi bone structure in your skull, spine, and back limbs, probably a secondary quirk adaptation to account for increased cognition. The albinism is unrelated to your species or quirk. Never had there been such silence in Nezu's office. Never had there been such silence in all of you. The source of the silence was looking around. From his seat, not noticing, or pretending not to notice, 3 pairs of dumbfounded eyes on him. It was that same boy that broke the silence. Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. Nezu was about to calm the boy and even congratulate him for a singularly unique and correct deduction when the next words to leave the boy's mouth promptly shut him up. I can't believe the principal Nezu is wasting time with AQIP. You must think I'm so dumb. I'm sorry, that's just something I've been writing up. My friend Maze Builder should be going over it soon. He's much smarter than me, so don't bother finishing it. Wow, you really looked me up fast when Yagi-san told you he was bringing me here, but how did you link me to my online presence? I thought I scrubbed it. Nezu was grateful that the boy, apparently his many-year colleague Green Lotus, descended into a flurry of incomprehensible mutterings, both since that meant he wasn't focused on how shocked Nezu was, and as well as because Nezu wasn't sure he could handle any more of what this young boy would say. Ahem, young Midoriya, please, introduce yourself first. Yagi's sweat dropped, and Nezu was thankful for the diversion. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Again. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I was saved earlier by Yagi-san and he told me to come talk to you about something. I promise it's not AQIP. Yagi-san thinks it will be worth it to talk to you though, please don't judge me based on that." How could a boy be at once so smart and so oblivious is a mystery that no amount of intelligence could help solve, Nezu felt. "Please be at ease, Midoriya-kun, would you like tea?" The boy shook his head and Nezu continued, "Also, please don't be worried about your AQIP, since I have been reviewing it for the last week, when you sent it to me. Yagi, Aizawa, and Midoriya all did a spit take. Why, you're maze builder?" When Nezu nodded, Midoriya started sobbing uncontrollably, the fourth surprise he brought to the meeting so far, identifying his species, being Green Lotus, and apparently knowing about All Might's true form being the first three. "Midoriya-kun, please calm down, why are you crying?" "B, because now we won't be friends anymore." Midoriya sobbed a truly heart-wrenching sob. "Why, we're my best friend. I only talked to you and set in stone and my mom, and now you know I'm just a stupid K-kid and we won't be friends." That was not what Nezu expected. This would require finesse and delicacy. "Midoriya-kun, please, I assure you that I was very impressed with our correspondences these last few years." Nezu paused to let that sink in. He'd been talking to a literal grade schooler for years. "And I have no intention of letting them stop. If anything, I would hope that we can begin meeting in person now that we know each other." Aizawa raised an eyebrow at that, but Nezu sent him a look that meant he was completely serious. Yagi nudged the tired hero and shook his head, trying to convey to him not to interfere. "But maybe we should set up a time later to discuss your marvelous theory as well as some more in-depth analysis you did on those villains last week. For now, tell me, what did Yagi-san bring you to talk about?" It has to do with the secret." Midoriya tried calming down, but was still gasping and stuttering a little. Yagi placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. They already had good rapport, Nezu noted. "Are you sure it's fine if Eraserhead is here?" Izuku turned to Aizawa, missing the sadistic glint in Nezu's eye. "Finally someone else will get shocked by the boy. I mean, you're an incredible hero. My second favorite of all time. The way you took down the support gear smuggling ring was inspiring. But it's not my secret to tell. I'm sorry, Eraserhead-san. And can I please get an autograph?" Shota would never expel more than 1/4 of his class in the future. This prank had gone on far, far too long. He had to commend Nezu. The child actor he hired was impeccable, and Shota really was fooled for a long while. Having the scenario be unrelated to him was a slide of genius. Even when the kid recognized him, he was still mostly convinced it was real, but when the kid mentioned the support gear smuggling, he knew Nezu had overreached. That didn't make the news and was scrubbed from the internet, and even the remaining speculations didn't mention his involvement. He chuckled and shook his head while reaching for the proffered notebook, expecting to see a bold "TU" scribbled there. What he didn't expect was to see extremely detailed diagrams of himself in various combat poses, in-depth breakdowns of his tactics and moves, as well as a terrifying look into his weaknesses. He absently noted that on the other side of the page were a series of questions about his quirk. Does it work through mirrors? Glass? One-sided mirrors? Can it work with one eye, alternating winks? Good questions, top-quality analysis. Shota completely ignored the actor, seeing as the jug was up. "I got it, rat, no more expelling so many students. Is this where the budget went this year? What firm did this analysis? I want their contact information immediately." The actor whimpered and Shota saw the lanky blonde rub soothing circles on his upper back. He rolled his eyes, but wow, that actor was capital D dedicated. "Well, Aizawa, you can look to your left to see who did your analysis. I'm sure that an autograph would be enough payment for Midoriya-kun. Nezu, you can't seriously expect me to dash." "Enough, Aizawa. Apologize to young Midoriya immediately." The lanky blonde was engulfed in a cloud of smoke and All Might appeared in his place. Nezu seemed unfazed and the actor, the boy, started apologizing frantically. Then All Might coughed some blood and in a puff of smoke the lanky blonde returned. Shota took a seat. "Aizawa-kun, I assure you nothing here is a joke. You saw me get the message on my emergency phone, did you not? No matter how much you deserve retribution, there are lines not to be crossed, since it would break your trust, however slightly, in the emergency phone going forward. Shota nodded numbly. Additionally, you were quite rude to Midoriya-kun, who may just be your biggest fan. Please don't mind me, Eraserhead. Of course you have more important things to do. Midoriya, was it? The boy nodded, still sniffling away the remains of his tears. Nedzu and All Might are correct. Even without you having brought me this priceless analysis. Midoriya made to say something, but Shota injected a little more force into his voice. No, Midoriya, this analysis is extremely helpful. Probably more than you realize. Or, considering how well you dissected my weaknesses, as important as you realize but refuse to accept. Shota wondered how the boy could have such a low perception of himself. Midoriya, even without this, the way I dismissed you out of hand was wrong, and it would be illogical not to apologize when I made a blatant error in judgment. I am sorry for not believing you. Silence. The thin All Might raised his eyebrow and gestured towards the notebook. And of course I'll sign your notebook. Shota could swear the kid's quirk was localized weather control, since he went from intense flooding to a smile so bright it outshone the sun in record speed. Thank you, Eraserhead, and I can't believe it. All Might cleared his throat and made a gesture. Young Midoriya is correct. The secret is not his, it's mine, and Izuku should know it. Especially considering what I brought Midoriya here for. The lanky blonde lifted his shirt and started talking. All Might is running out of time. Shota was reeling. Nedzu knew, and Midoriya had figured it out on his own. Then Midoriya started explaining his thoughts. He brought out data, not from the top of his head, thankfully, but from an intensely encrypted notebook titled, Help All Might Prepare for the Worst. The kid didn't have a perfect memory, but he was organized to a fault. Numbers, trends, case files, examples, conjecture. Everything pointed to the truth of what Midoriya was saying. Two unfortunate patterns were about to coincide. All Might would run out of time, and the criminal underworld was due for an increase in activity. Nedzu looked as troubled as he did, and exchanged a meaningful glance with All Might. It seemed to take the tall hero a few seconds to understand. Are you positive, Nedzu? Midoriya looked up, sharing Shota's confusion. Positive about what? Yagi-kun, I have been in contact with Midoriya-kun for around 7 years, and during the last 4 of them we would correspond nearly daily. I assure you there is no better candidate out there. It had been a very, very long day, Izuku thought to himself. He was so embarrassed the first time his mother had called, since it was in the middle of All Might's explanation. Thankfully they were all very understanding, and Nedzu even told her to come to UA to meet with him, since they would be a while. Then when Nedzu and All Might started talking about something he didn't understand, he thought he might have drifted off to sleep. I apologize, young Midoriya, there is more to my secret, both the limit to my activity and the villain who gave me the wound that led to the limit. You see, Midoriya, I am not the first to have my quirk. I inherited it from my master, who inherited it from hers. Izuku pinched himself. Not dreaming, he mumbled. Nedzu chuckled, but not maliciously. Maybe he does want to still be friends. I assure you, Midoriya-kun, what Yagi-kun is saying is true. It goes back to the dawn of quirks. Izuku found the story of the two brothers riveting and terrifying. When All Might explained that his quirk was a stockpiling quirk, he couldn't help a small fist pump and a mumbled, knew it. It just stockpiled energy for 8 generations. He saw Eraserhead. He still couldn't believe he met his 2 favorite heroes in a single day, and his best friend as well. If he could gather the courage, he would ask for a picture later, since this would probably be the last time any of them would make time for someone like him. Now, young Midoriya, you have a brilliant mind and a heroic heart. You know that I am running out of time. I would like to offer you my quirk. He almost vibrated in his seat. No way he could get a strong quirk, be a hero. He was about to agree, or burst in tears, probably both, but suddenly stopped himself. He didn't notice the concerned look of the adults around him when they saw his excitement transform into heartbreak. You shouldn't waste such a chance on someone like me. You said that one for all, He knew All Might's quirk's name. Enhanced your master's quirk. I still don't know exactly what my quirk does beyond changing my eyes and slightly enhancing my ability to recognize mathematical, statistical, and physical patterns. Wait, you don't have an intelligence quirk? Eraserhead and All Might asked him together. No. I don't know exactly what it does, except that there are emitter elements that I haven't activated yet. Sometimes it enhances my perception and reflexes, but not consistently. And I can't analyze patterns that have to do with myself, so I'm stumped. Nedzu looked interested, while Eraserhead and All Might were gaping that he was just naturally that smart. Izuku looked up at his hero. That's why. You should offer your quirk to someone with a complementary quirk that could make the most of it. Nedzu coughed slightly and put down his cup. Izuku, may I call you Izuku if you are serious about us being friends? Izuku nodded rapidly, tears pooling once again in his eyes. What you mentioned isn't a reason to pass over someone like you. We will proceed with what you suggested, preparing the heroes slowly, starting with those we trust won't leak the information about All Might's retirement. Meanwhile, however, there is no reason we can't work on training you physically and experimenting to discover your quirk's functions. Even if you won't inherit one for all, I fully expect you to enroll in the hero course next year. Nedzu paused and looked at his screen. Oh, your mother has arrived. Perfect, I'll talk to her about withdrawing you from school since you clearly don't need it. Meanwhile, Aizawa-kun and Yagi-kun can start drawing up a training plan. Please wait outside while I talk with your mother, and be here tomorrow at 8 a.m. Izuku nodded dumbly. This was better than any dream he could have imagined. Maybe the sludge villain got him and he was dead? What do you mean sludge villain? He heard his mother's panicked shout, and realized too late he muttered his last thoughts out loud. Thankfully he wouldn't be part of her conversation with Nedzu. Izuku knew it would take his mother a long time to calm down, and he planned on making the most of it, especially since Eraserhead was sitting, awkwardly, outside of Nedzu's office with him. Izuku wanted his mother to know everything, so All Might was in there with his mother and Nedzu, going over everything the principal thought they needed to explain. Eraserhead-san dash. Izuku hesitated when Eraserhead interrupted him. I'll be training you for the next 10 months, so call me Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya. Now, what is it? Aizawa didn't add that he would probably be Aizawa-sensei for the next 3 years after that as well. Okay, Aizawa-sensei, then. My mother will probably be in there for a while. Can we? Can we try the suggestions I had for your quirk? He would need to work on the boy's confidence, Aizawa thought. Sure kid, I'll call a colleague to test it out, and tomorrow you'll do a set of examinations so next time we'll be able to do it directly with you. Aizawa took out his cell phone and texted the teacher's chat. He might as well start to introduce them to each other early, get it out of the way. He stood up and started walking towards the gym, but after reaching the first turn in the hallway he turned back. Are you coming, Midoriya? We need to be in the gym for this. The kid scrambled off his seat and hurried after him. Aizawa noticed his dejected expression morphing, passing through confusion and landing on delight. Yep, confidence training is a must for daylight heroes. Eraserhead, who's on facility and can come to the main gym? Loudmouth, I'm at home, show where you should be as well. Vamp, I'm on my way. Right now, what's it for? Principal? Changed their name to Principal. Principal. Record everything, Aizawa-kun. Loudmouth, Vlad, fix your settings that autocorrect makes you look like a boomer. Aizawa put his phone away with a sigh and hurried. Vlad King's quirk was much more straightforward than his, but he still hoped the kid would have some surprises for him. He could hear the kid muttering all the way behind him, still excited to be at UA. Sekijiro-ken was curious as to what his colleague wanted this late after hours. 6:30 p.m. is his post-lessons, pre-patrol nap time, after all. And he was almost done grading exams anyway, so he decided to break the monotony by going to the gym himself. When he arrived, he saw Eraserhead and some middle schooler talking animatedly, well, as animated as Aizawa could get, but the green-haired kid more than made up for the lack of energy. Oh my god, it's Vlad King. You're such an amazing hero. Can I have your autograph? The kid was nearly vibrating. If Ken was more observant, more on guard, he may have noticed Aizawa smirking. Midoriya, Why don't you have Vlad King sign his dedicated page on your notebooks? He could even take a peek at the notes. Would you really? I have so many questions, and ideas if you want to see. But Aizawa-sensei, where here F for you, B but if you're both. Aizawa-sensei? Didn't he expel his entire class this year? Kid, speak up. He couldn't understand anything from the muttering boy. He saw the boy nervously write something in a notebook. Where did that come from? And hand it to him. Ken did a double take, looking at a series of embarrassingly detailed diagrams and sketches of him in various combat poses, with color-coded annotations. Extremely astute observations that Ken hadn't made in the 24 years he had possessed his quirk. Blue for observations. Who knew that his blood whips made a sine wave that correlated to the amount of blood he solidified, and who would have thought of dynamically solidifying and liquefying blood to make the whips less predictable? This kid, apparently. Red for weaknesses, F-. He actually didn't know if mixing his blood with other liquids would negate his control over it, and poisoning his blood when it was out of his body? Ken shivered. The most important were the questions in orange. Ken almost forgot about the other people in the gym with him. Could he control blood outside of his line of sight? How fast did his body regenerate blood? Could he use blood bags from the blood he donated? Did his solidified blood liquefy when he slept? Would his ability to lose more blood than a regular human could fade if his quirk was erased? That last question was the one that the kid hastily scrawled before handing him the notebook. He probably came up with it since he was in the same place as Eraserhead. He raised his head as he heard a schadenfreude-laden chuckle. Why don't you sign the notebook, Ken? It was then that Ken understood that the kid must have a spread dedicated to Eraserhead, and his colleague must have undergone this very same system shock, and if he were honest with himself, blow to his self-esteem and confidence. A middle schooler had done better than him at understanding his own quirk, without having talked to him even once. Sure, of course. He signed the notebook, careful not to cover any of the annotations. He would be going over them pedantically. Now, to figure out what they were here for. Aizawa took in Ken's shock and basked in it before getting back to business. Midoriya, this is Vlad King, but you should call him Ken-sensei when you're in school. Do you have a preference on where to begin the tests? Today was the day. The combination of gathering his courage and investigating may have taken him a month, but finally, today was the day Kirishima Ijiro made a new friend. He was worried when the green-haired kid didn't show up at the dojo, since Ijiro intended to get to know him that day. Ijiro was always curious about the cute boy who would turn from jittery and shy to focused and decisive and the sparring mats. Ijiro really wanted to get to know the other boy, but he stopped coming right when Ijiro worked up the courage to approach. When the other boy continued to be a no-show the week after that, Ijiro made a plan. It took him a couple of more days to prepare, and then he braced himself and went to the kid's school, Aldra Junior High, to wait at the gate and meet him. 3 days later he still hadn't seen him, but by asking around he learned 3 things. The boy was Midoriya Izuku, though Midoriya had stopped coming to school the day after he stopped coming to the dojo, and Midoriya was heavily bullied by some asshat named Bakugu, who was apparently the king of the school. He also learned that they both wanted to be heroes. Wouldn't it be awesome if they ended up at UA together? Ijiro promised himself he wouldn't give up. He approached the faculty and explained that he was a friend of Midoriya's, a future friend. But it still counted, from the dojo they both trained at, and was worried and wanted to know his address. The uninterested secretary told him that Midoriya's mother had withdrawn him from school almost 2 weeks ago, and then gave him his address with frightening apathy. Well, luckily I don't mean him harm, Ijiro hummed to himself a few days later, after he had, again, hyped himself up to approach Midoriya. He saw Midoriya, lucky, on his way home, carrying overflowing grocery bags and looking around suspiciously. All right, it's make or break, fake it till you make it, and be confident and friendly. Hi, Midoriya-san, right? I'm Kirishima Ijiro from the dojo. Haven't seen you in a while. Midoriya jumped and almost dropped something from his bags. Rock? Was he carrying grocery bags full of rocks? Hi Kirishima-san, I remember you. Midoriya gave him a nervous smile, but his eyes started dancing around much more frantically. This is actually a bad time. Do you, want to exchange numbers and talk later? Ijiro was as thrilled as he was confused. Yeah, sure, my number is XXXXXXXXX. Also, do you want help with those bags of rocks? Midoriya started looking really panicked. My number is XXXXXXXXX, and there's nothing in the rules against getting help, B, but it's very important that the rocks don't touch the ground. Even a single one dash. It was then that Ijiro heard a weird whistle pass through the air, and saw a bizarre man with a mirrored visor jump from the roof while sending a whip towards Midoriya. Aizawa felt bad, the kid needed more friends. So he waited until they exchanged numbers before attacking. Midoriya let his surprise stop him. They could have talked while walking. Midoriya should have known better than to stop, and seeing his growing panic the longer he stood in place was more satisfying than Aizawa would ever admit. Midoriya jumped to the side, and paled when he saw a rock fall from his bag. Catch the rock, Kirishima-san. Good, he was using his surroundings and asking for help. The Kirishima boy lunged to grab the rock. Holy crap, Midoriya, is that a villain? What's happening? Should I get help? Aizawa intensified his onslaught, preventing Midoriya from answering. Kirishima started running away, disappointing Aizawa thought. He changed his mind when he heard the boy yelling for a hero and warning other civilians of a villain attack and to stay away. He saw the fear increase in Midoriya's eyes. Midoriya knew that any heroes that were on regular patrol in the area had been briefed on what to do in these situations. His smile widened when he heard Kamui Woods answer Kirishima and start running towards them. He heard the other heroes chortle through the comms and start heading towards the show. Kirishima sighed in relief as he followed Kamui Woods towards Midoriya, his fist whitening as he gripped Midoriya's rock. He turned the corner and saw Midoriya somersault over the villain's scarf, still not dropping any rocks beyond that first one. Kamui Woods was preparing to attack, and he heard a feminine voice gasp beside him, "Mount Lady." Phew, I made it, this should be good. Good, Kirishima thought. Then, Kamui Woods unleashed his branches toward Midoriya. What? Was Midoriya a villain? No way. He saw Kamui release a second branch, to Midoriya's right, and somehow Midoriya dodged both the scarf and Kamui Woods' branches. That's great, Kamui Woodson. Another branch at a 33-degree angle does help you cover the blind spots from your branching patterns. Kirishima gave up on figuring out what was happening when Midoriya's eyes glinted like those of an anime villain. Unfortunately for you, you're helping Eraserhead-san, and you forgot that I'm the one who came up with that move. With lightning speed, Midoriya let go of one of his bags, grabbed the not-villain scarf, and wrapped it around two of Kamui Woods' branches. Then he reached behind him to catch his bag of rocks. Kirishima kept thinking back to the fact that it was a bag of rocks before the scarf could grab it. His triumphant laugh was caught short when a spray of water forced him to duck and roll. Backdraft burst out of an alley. You know the rules, Midoriya. Any heroes can respond to a call as long as they're on active patrol. Midoriya caught his bags again and then slipped on a puddle of water. The bags flew in the air, and with them the rocks. It was like a scene from a movie. The rocks flew out in slow motion, and then suddenly Midoriya's eyes glowed pink and the rocks froze in the air. Izuku was desperate. If he reached the safe zone without dropping a single rock, they would start working on his quirk. That was the deal. Still, he didn't regret stopping to talk to Kirishima. Would he actually make a friend? That was worth doing this exercise again, in his opinion. That didn't mean he would give up. 3 heroes against him, but no super moves. He felt the familiar buildup of energy, but he still didn't know what to do with it. The closer an attack came to hitting him, the more the energy built up. He slipped. He managed to catch himself instinctively, but not his bags. No! Izuku froze. So did Aizawa-sensei, Kamui Woods, and Backdraft. He activated his quirk, and like so many stories of emitter quirks, he instinctively knew what to do. The rocks floated in 3 circles around him, like rings around a planet. He looked towards Backdraft. Aizawa-sensei and Kamui Woods were less of a threat, having to deal with their entangled weapons, and shot the rocks towards the fireman hero. The rock shot out from him in a pattern, how suitable, a triangle formation with secondary peaks. A mountain, Izuku realized. What they lost by its predictability they made up for in speed, and Izuku quickly started moving from side to side to make the pattern less predictable. Then suddenly it stopped. Izuku staggered in place, surprised at the sudden absence of rocks, when he felt capture cuffs around his wrists. "Cool quirk, kiddo, did you just figure it out?" Mount Lady snuck up on him. "When did she even get here?" "Why yeah, it makes sense though, small objects from my mom, and then a direct energy emitter component from dad." Patterns. That means my ability to analyze patterns was a secondary adaptation. Izuku muttered with bright eyes, finally. He didn't notice the proud glint in Aizawa's eyes, behind his new mirrored visor. "You know what this means, right, Midoriya? From tomorrow the Real training starts." Izuku knew he should have shivered in fear, but he only nodded toward his teacher, filled with determination and excitement. 8 months after the faux villain incident, as they called it, Eijiro didn't know whether to be grateful to his new friend for convincing Aizawa-sensei to let him join in on the training only 3 times a week after school, or buy a fake identity and vanish into the shadows, live off the grid. He was running with his own bags of rocks clenched tightly in his hands. He now knew exactly why Midoriya was so terrified of dropping even a single one. He dodged to the right, then left. His pursuer was Midoriya himself. At least he was using petals as his ammo this time. Those were the most simple to dodge, only shooting in a straight line. At least this would be their last exercise. Tomorrow Izuku would get All Might's quirk, and wasn't that a shock? But Eijiro agreed that there really wasn't anyone better, no matter how much Midoriya argued. Then, they would take the entrance exam to UA High, and begin their career as heroes. "You ready, Midobro?" Eijiro shoulder-tapped his newest, and admittedly closest, friend. I think so. I trained a lot for this, I got a handle on my quirk." Izuku fist pumped in the air, then seemingly deflated, "But we can't bring anything inside with us, so I won't have ammo to start with. And Nizu said that the written test I'll be given will be slightly different than the standard test, since I've matriculated out of high school A and I usually discover test patterns by the 3rd question and then unless the question are." Eijiro's sweat dropped. He didn't understand how some bullies messed up Izuku's confidence, but he felt some very unheroic emotions towards them. "Midobro. Do you feel already?" They both looked around themselves not at all suspiciously, and only when they saw that the coast was clear did Izuku lean closer to him. "Not yet, Yagi-san said it would take a few hours to digest, and even then we don't know how it'll interact with my quirk." Eijiro still didn't get, not completely getting things seemed to be a theme when it came to his understanding of Izuku, why they only transferred All Might's quirk the morning of the exam, but from what he gathered from the various explanations, it was a combination of having Izuku's body in top condition, All Might, quirks usually evolving under real-time stressful conditions, Izuku, Eraserhead being available to be on scene only today, Eraserhead and Present Mic, and dramatic effect, Nizu. Either way, Eijiro was pumped. For his friend, and for himself. He never felt more ready for anything in his life. Between tutoring with Izuku, who was a genius, and training with him under various heroes, Eijiro knew he was the best version of himself he could be. He was so busy hyping himself up, that he totally missed a spiky-haired blonde kid shoulder check Izuku roughly. The yelling snapped Eijiro back to reality. "Watch it, you useless nerd. I'll be waiting to see you cry after you fail." He only saw the back of that kid stomping away in a huff. While he turned to check on his friend, he heard Izuku sigh, "Don't worry about it, Kirishima-kun, it was bound to happen. Bakugo will get into UA, he's too talented and hardworking for the school to take him. Come on Midobro, no way they'll accept a bully. Does Nizu know?" Izuku couldn't help himself, he let out a little giggle. "Of course Nizu knows, how can he not know? Even if we weren't friends he would have access to records and security footage from all middle schools of the different AP-. As usual, Izuku got really into whatever he was saying, but different from usual, the stress from the exam, the chaotic atmosphere of thousands of applicants, and his laugh when he was explaining, caused him to lose track of his environment. Eijiro sent a small prayer that Eraserhead didn't see that. Izuku tripped, almost in slow motion, until they both heard a clapping sound and Izuku started floating? Whoa, is that dash? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to use dash. Ijiro was about to ask if that was a new part of his quirk, but a tall girl with a borderline panicked expression touched her hands together, and as she said, "Release," Izuku fell to the ground. Well, with his reflexes, he spun himself halfway and landed on his feet. "I'm so sorry." The girl bowed. "I thought it would be bad luck to trip, so I used my quirk on you. That was incredibly rude, please forgive me." Izuku went red in the face and started stammering that it was fine. The petals in his eyes were fluttering around like crazy, something the girl definitely noticed, and Ijiro stepped in to salvage the situation. "It's fine. You had good intentions and it worked out. Midobro didn't trip." The girl looked confused at the moniker. "Oh, sorry, I'm Kirishima Ijiro and he's Midoriya Izuku." Izuku managed to stammer out "Nice to meet you. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Good luck with the exam, I'm really nervous." It was like those words triggered something in Izuku, and he jumped to reassure the Uraraka, all nervousness forgotten. "Why, you have nothing to worry about, Uraraka-san. Your quirk is really cool. 5-contact gravity nullification is useful for combat, subjugation, and rescue heroics, and you can probably use it for infiltration too, since you can fly high and people don't usually check the sky or windows on high floors. Plus you think fast on your feet since you helped me the moment you saw I tripped." Yup, Izuku's priorities were definitely help people first and freak out second, tied with fanboy over heroes, which made for an amusing scene every single time they met a new hero over the last 8 months. Uraraka's face grew redder with each word, and the conversation soon devolved into them bowing and thanking each other. Ijiro knew it was time to step in again. "Well, maybe we can all exchange numbers and get together after the exam? I think we're almost out of time." With his phone already out, the other two were quick to follow his lead. Izuku didn't really understand the point of his written exam, since Nizu told him that instead of writing answers, he would be writing questions. His only directives were to write a mix of quirk analysis questions, villain encounter scenarios, and miscellaneous hypotheticals that could be relevant to hero work. Oh, and to write them in ascending order of difficulty, starting with extremely simple ones that could be solved by an average middle schooler. He didn't get the point of it, but he had fun nonetheless. It got even better when there were answers to his scenarios and he could elaborate in real time. And he had to balance several of them at the same time. It was like running a role-playing game or some collaborative improv exercise, with the addition of memory and situational positioning. He should ask Nizu to do this more often. IntelliPsycho was frustrated. She heard huffs of frustration from the other recommended exam applicants and took comfort in the fact she wasn't alone. They already did the practical portion of the exam a week ago, but Nizu said that this year the format was changing and the written portion would be done with the rest of the contestants. The upside was that they could observe the general practical exam if they wanted to. The new format had them sitting in front of a computer and answering scenarios that would update in real time depending on their answers. Was this a new AI or were there heroes and HSPC personnel doing this? This scenario is a hostage situation that takes place on international waters. A cruise ship has encountered a support gear smuggling operation that has taken them hostage. The ship has 50 passengers and 43 crew members. Among the passengers, there are 7 important personages that would have diplomatic immunity if they were in any country's territory. 8 of the passengers are teenagers, 3 are children between the ages of 4 and 6. There are 12 villains, of them 7 have close-range combat quirks that are not instantly lethal, and 3 of those are empowered in water. 2 villains have long-range quirks, one of which is limited water manipulation, limited range and volume, initially unknown. You are a hero that was on vacation on the cruise ship. Your quirk is limited flight and communication with avians. Explain your priorities and how you would go about achieving them. Intelli slapped herself on both cheeks. Priorities would be villain subjugation, mitigation of casualties, and prevention of international incidents. She would obviously choose mitigation of casualties and go along with the villains, persuading the crew and passengers to temporarily do the same. She does not have enough information about the subsequent villains' actions to make a plan, and she would like information about the crew members' quirks and how many of them are of her nationality, meaning she can authorize them to use quirks. There are 18 crew members of your nationality. Their quirks are unknown unless you ask. The villains split the hostages into 7 groups of around 12 people, a single combat-capable villain guarding each group. The ship is still moving, but you don't know if a villain is steering or the hostage crew members. You hear yelling and explosions from the next room when the wall to your right, villain's left, bursts. One of the children has either activated or awakened their quirk, laser vision. Intelli stared at the screen. She felt a single tear trickle down her cheek. She heard a scream of despair, and she didn't even know if it was hers or one of the other applicants. Izuku stared at the screen. This had to be some sort of bug. The only words on the screen were FF, this scenario of, what the F this laser eyes who the F brings their kids on a cruise what the FF this. That was already the 3rd scenario that had that kind of response. Nizu only told him not to worry, and that meant he got full marks for that specific scenario. Oh well, almost done, and then the pre-practical briefing. Yiwa. 2 voices echoed in the frankly enormous hall. His and Midobro's. But they couldn't just leave Present Mike hanging. That's the spirit, listeners. The exam has you entering a fake city and combating robots. Each robot has a point value of between 1 and 3 dash. Excuse me. Some blue-haired kid raised his hand. You said that there are 3 robots, but this pamphlet says there are 4. If this isn't overs, hey, you with the green hair, please don't interrupt when someone else is speaking. Come on, Midobro, stand up for yourself. Actually, Present Mike said that each robot had a point value, not that each T-type of robot has a point V value. And maybe there are 4 types of robots, but robots have different point values individually regardless of their type. Good answer. I see. I apologize for jumping to conclusions. The kid bowed and sat down hastily. After a few long seconds of silence, Present Mike cleared his throat. Ahem, actually each point value belongs to a single type, and there is 1 robot type that is worth 0 points. You can think of it more like an obstacle. Although the listener with the green hair had a very plausible idea, each point value corresponds to a stronger robot. Since this is an exam, we want to keep the scenario simple. Ochako found herself in the same testing zone as the scary blue-haired kid and Midoriya, who seemed like really smart and had really pretty eyes. He got her quirk in 1 activation and even stood up to blue hair. The testing zone was a huge city, and all the applicants were stretched outside of it. Hi-Uraraka, Midoriya approached her and she jumped a bit. Why, you don't have anything to be nervous about. I think your quirk is perfect for this. You can lift robots and drop them or throw them at each other, and also drop rubble on them from rooftops. This scenario is perfect for you. But he was really smart. She only thought of one of those things, and the least efficient one at that. That was both a hit and a boost to her confidence at the same time, more of a boost thankfully. She pumped her fist. Wait, we got this. We'll go to UA together and crush this exam. Start. Midoriya was off. Everyone else, including her, was still in shock, but she took after Midoriya before she heard Present Mike behind her. What are you waiting for? Real life doesn't have a countdown. She saw Midoriya run ahead, fist-sized chunks of rubble floating in rings around him, like a planet, she thought, as he zipped from side to side, shooting them out in weird waves, totally demolishing the robots in front of him. After he ran out of debris, various shards from the robots started floating around him, and he shot those forward in horizontal lines in front of him, just the width of the street, so he didn't miss a single robot. Well, time to put what he said into practice and maybe learn from him. She started touching the shrapnel left behind by him and shooting it like throwing stars, releasing her quirk right before impact. It was a lesser version of what Midoriya did, but it was very effective. When the robot started to get too close to her, she changed it up, again to one of Midoriya's strategies. Touching a 3-point robot, she lifted it like a club and started bashing everything around her. She sort of felt like a berserker queen, but she liked it. That's 60, that has to be good. Good thin too, because I'm too nauseous to float anything other than shrapnel at this point. She started running towards a cluster of 1-point robots, preparing her throwing shrapnel, when the ground started to shake, and out of nowhere a giant robot emerged. She was so shocked that she didn't notice a huge rock falling towards her from a broken building. She yelled in pain, the 0-point robot advancing in her direction. No way, this is how I go. Then suddenly she saw red sneakers in front of her eyes, and above her Midoriya stood, surrounded by green lightning. Izuku heard Uraraka's shout, and instinctively started running towards her. There was no way he could take on the 0-pointer, his bullets weren't big enough or fast enough, but he might be able to help her. Then it clicked. He saw that Uraraka was trapped under a boulder, the 0-pointer almost above her, and a pool of heat exploded from his stomach. Before he could understand what was happening, a wave of green translucent energy erupted from him and enveloped the 0-pointer. His quirk evolved, boosted by OFA. A red half-circle halo appeared above the 0-pointer, with a notch marking 2/3 of it. Izuku jumped and realized he wasn't falling. He started shooting out bullets, but he realized he had no ammo. Man, I wish I could analyze my own patterns, this is way too much. Black energy darts enveloped in a light pink radiance shot out from him, and when they hit the 0-pointer the red halo started to empty, turning gray from right to left. Boss battle, boss battle. A ghost with white hair was rolling around the phantasmal ground of the Vestige realm in OFA. Best quirk ever. Yoichi Shigaraki, the first holder of OFA, declared. Opposed to him, Daigoro Banjo looked in despair. Am I quirk? Be Blackwhip. It's pink now. A few other vestiges laughed at him, mostly those whose quirk the 9th holder didn't use yet. Most vocal was Nana Shimura, the 7th holder of OFA, whose quirk, float, Izuku was obviously using to fly. Lighten up, he's a good kid, and it's obvious our quirks are changing to suit him. An empty bar appeared hovering beneath Izuku, slowly filling up with red. An angered screech echoed in the Vestige realm. I do not consent to this use of my quirk. Nana again came to Izuku's defense. Lighten up, Bruce, he's charging energy, that's FA gene at its best. There's that energy, Izuku thought. It builds up faster the closer I get to the 0-pointer's attacks. He could feel the energy bar below him filling up with red energy, even as he was evading the robot's accelerating attacks. But what happens when it's full? And what will happen when the 0-pointer's health? Halo reaches the 2/3 notch. The silence in the observation room was deafening. Momo Yaoyorozu could sense some tension running between the teachers and a tall blonde that was sitting next to Principal Nizu. By this point the screens were all focused on the flying green-haired boy who was shooting energy at the giant robot. Certainly more interesting than our practical. One of the teachers, a scruffy man with bags under his eyes, placed a firm hand on the lanky blonde's shoulder. Is this what you expected? Tell me, did you and Nizu plan this for your so-called dramatic effect? His eyes were bloodshot. Nizu turned to him, with what Momo could swear was a smile. It was hard to read him. Now Aizawa, there are potential students here. She swore the principal winked at her. Power loader, should the 0-pointer be able to do that? Vlad King asked with a small shiver in his voice. They all turned to the screen, to see what had him rattled. The red halo above the robot reached its 2/3 notch, and the robot was glowing. And no, definitely not. Power loader yelled as the robot began to shift like some transformer. It grew 2 separate arms, and all of its hands opened up to reveal laser shooters. Nizu simply cackled. Incredible, his quirk empowers his enemies in a way that makes fighting them beneficial for him. The 0-pointer is stuck shooting in fixed patterns now, even if those shots are more powerful and faster than before. Before? It didn't have energy shots before. What the foo dash? Power loader, students here. Stage is going on. Wait! The thin blonde guy yelled, focusing all attention on him. Izuku's energy bar is almost full. Izuku? Did the teachers all know him? They all leaned forward, and then the bar underneath Izuku filled up, right as he corkscrewed between 2 laser beams. He stood in place and his shooting ceased. A pinkish glow surrounded him and the lasers that hit him simply bounced of the pink barrier. Suddenly an enormous lotus of black energy surrounded by a pink halo manifested behind him. The boy, Izuku apparently, sent both his hands out in front of him, and the petals of the lotus shot out towards the robot. And completely eviscerated it. The boy was floating in the air, above the ruined remains of the robot, that were larger than it initially was, since he somehow caused it to evolve, and then the lightning around him dissipated and he started falling. Before the teachers could jump, a camera zoomed in on some girl slapping him in midair, dragging him slowly to the ground and hurling. Izuku woke up to the sounds of yelling, cheering, and arguing. We should give him a warm welcome. It doesn't matter what you think, since it's not your quirk anymore, is it? A feminine voice Izuku didn't recognize. Yeah, lighten up. We're in an honest-to-God Danmaku. I doubt any of us could have made one for all any cooler than the ninth here. Another unrecognizable voice, masculine this time? Oh Yoichi, he's waking up. Several figured were crouched over Izuku, and when he wanted to speak he found his mouth simply wasn't there. Before he could panic, the feminine voice, belonging to a muscular woman with untamed black hair, calmed him down. Whoa there, ninth. Chill, you're safe. A few seconds of silence passed. Oh yeah, you can't talk. Sue, I guess I'll just answer the questions I'll think you have. First of all, my name is Nana Shimura, and yes, I am that pretty naturally dash. The woman, Nana, was cut off by a disgruntled silver-haired man with a tall spiked ponytail, who yanked her back by the collar. Get up, ninth. As you may have surmised, since at least you've got a good head on your shoulders, this place is one for all. We're all the previous holders of the quirk, and I'll make things quick since I've got a bone to pick with you. Izuku stood shakily under the glare of the white-haired man. The short of it is that you'll get access to our quirks incrementally, but when you activate OFA suddenly, then they'll simply integrate into your quirk in the most suitable manner. Usually we'd need to approve of you for you to be able to use our quirks, but since you have the most unreasonable birth quirk I've seen since All for One, that only stands when you use our quirks separately. I approve, by the way. Nana interjected. Mine is float and it allowed me to, float. But after I got OFA it evolved and allowed me to fly. And it seems that your base quirk doesn't really modify it much, hehe. That means that you'll probably be able to use it on its own soon. Izuku looked around and saw that he was in a completely gray realm, and most of the figures were still shadowed, probably those whose quirk he hadn't used yet, if he could understand the preliminary pattern. Whoa, kiddo, think a bit slower, not all of us are brainiacs. Nana jolted him out of his own head. Makes sense that they could hear his thoughts. This was inside his mind. Yeah, of course, an unkempt man with long white hair waved to him. I'm Yoichi Shigaraki, the first, the loud but nice one is Nana Shimura, the seventh, spiky and mad is Bruce, the third, and Muscles McBall Dash. Hey! Wadash. Nope, you wanted to sit and be miserable, you get introduced by me. Yeah, he's the fifth user. Welp, looks like you're waking up, see ya? In the infirmary, Ijiro was sitting between Uraraka and All Might, in his skinny form, with Principal Nizu on All Might's head. Eraserhead was leaning on the wall behind them, and Recovery Girl was muttering over the sleeping form of Izuku. The awkward atmosphere was almost stifling for him. After a few minutes of silence, All Might tried to force some levity. Well, at least we know how his quirk evolved. Do we, Yagi? Because I can't exactly explain what happened there. The impatience in Eraserhead's voice was palpable. Did you expect Midoriya-kun's quirk to evolve in the exam? Ijiro wanted to facepalm. Uraraka was still there, and she was definitely not in the know yet. All Might took his smartphone out and started to fiddle with it, but Ijiro saw that he was just opening and closing his messages over and over. Principal Nizu was grooming himself. Eraserhead was suddenly asleep, or pretending to be sleeping. Crud, he was the last to react. Kirishima-kun? You've known Midoriya for a while now, right? Was what he did normal for him? He almost caved under Uraraka's intense gaze. He really couldn't throw anyone else under the bus, since they would all be his teachers, so he deflected. Well, I've known Midobro for about half a year, and he was always training his quirk. I was at a different testing site than you two, so I don't know what exactly you mean. He stretched the end of his words, anything to give him more time to think, when Izuku stirred awake. Midobro, are you okay? Midoriya-kun, how are you feeling? Ijiro and Uraraka spoke simultaneously, barely giving Izuku time to open his eyes. While he was cleaning the last remnants of sleep from his face, he mumbled something about verification of one for all and dreams. What was that, young Midoriya? All Might must have caught on to something there. All Might, was your mentor's name Nana Shimura? Izuku finally opened his eyes and froze upon making eye contact with Uraraka. If the situation wasn't so tense, Ijiro would have laughed at how his face flickered between blushing, mortification, and terror at giving away a big secret. As it was, he just tried to make himself as least noticeable as possible. Any chance of them playing it off vanished when All Might choked in surprise, Eraserhead sighed, and Nizu laughed and asked, "Izuku, where did you learn that?" Izuku looked at Nizu, then at Uraraka, then at Nizu again. "We'll explain everything to her, besides she got in." At this point Nizu turned to Uraraka. "Congratulations Uraraka-san, this is your Hero Academia." Izuku deadpanned, but cleared his throat. "Well, when I was passed out, I woke up inside or something." He kept sending glances at Uraraka, who was looking more and more confused, and there were these ghosts, like of the previous holders of spooky. All Might mumbled in a small voice. "Anyway, so some of them were blurry but some spoke to me, and so OFA can integrate all of the previous holders' quirks into my base quirk, and that's what happened in the exam, but I might be getting access to each of them separately too." "Are you sure you should be telling me this?" Uraraka finally interjected. "This all sounds really top secret and weird, or like you're all playing a prank on me. Where's All Might? Why is everyone ignoring that you're just talking like he's here?" She gradually became more frantic as she kept questioning everything, when a large puff of smoke shut her up. "Hello young Uraraka, I am here." All Might buffed himself up, and immediately poofed down into his true form. A few more seconds of awkward silence passed, that seemed to be the theme in the infirmary, when Izuku suddenly leapt forward to catch Uraraka's prone body. Since she apparently fainted at the revelations. Ou panicked dash, Ochako blinked, hearing voices around her but not completely understanding them. Burr to look arrow dash, a gruff voice belonging to one of the teachers, the scraggly one with messy hair? But Aizawa-sensei, All Might spill. Olution Bifo dash, Kirishima-kun's voice. Ochako was almost completely awake now, the events leading to her fainting rushing back. Midoriya still could have made a quick cover. His only blunder was asking about All Might's mentor, which could have been brushed off as dream delirium. "You should know better than to get distracted by a girl, Midoriya." Ochako sat upright as Midoriya-san responded, "I didn't get distracted because she's a pretty girl." All Might choked at my question. Midoriya made eye contact with Ochako. A thick awkwardness filled the room faster than the gas from Midnight's quirk. The teacher, Aizawa-sensei's, eyes glinted dangerously. "Midoriya, I distinctly do not remember saying anything about a pretty girl." With his revenge seemingly being had, he got up and left. "Good morning Uraraka-san. I mean, it's not a morning but I hope you slept well. That you're okay I mean." Midoriya went redder at every word, and Ochako couldn't help but think that he was rather pretty himself, Kirishima and Principal Nizu grinning behind him. Ochako couldn't help herself from chuckling, but when she saw Midoriya's face darken in hurt she immediately clarified, No, I'm alright, it's just a lot. Thank you for worrying. And thank you for your help during the exam. You were all whoosh. Pew pew pew. And then the giant robot went yi and you had this giant flower go boom and then it all exploded like kablam. In her excitement she didn't even notice her exaggerated hand movements miming the entire narration, until Midoriya giggled and brought her out of it. Principal Nizu cleared his throat. "Izuku, this year there were 36% less examinees for the hero course, and between 38% to 41% less in the other courses. Why?" Ochako had no idea where the sudden interjection came from, and didn't have time to think before Midoriya, "Wait, the principal called him Izuku?" answered. "Well, the academic entry requirements were identical, as were the non-recommended practical and written exams, unless you gave me false guidelines when you asked me to write the written exam Write the written exam? What? No other school has had a larger than normal sum of applicants until UA sent examination acceptance or rejection letters, after which there was an influx of applicants to other schools. Negligible for each school, but adding up to nearly 35% for heroics. So, the same amount of exam hopefuls wanted to attend. There must have been some hidden requirement this year that made attending the test more difficult. You did more extensive background checks because of the shifts in heroic landscape and faculty in UA. Perfect deduction, Izuku. Now, this means Uraraka-san has been vetted, and I already let slip that she had been accepted, so feel free to fill her in. Nizu made towards leaving, but stopped for a last question. We're still on for game night tomorrow, correct? Midoriya nodded enthusiastically. She felt a calloused hand on her shoulder. I had so many questions too, I understand. Just ask away, and remember you're not going through this alone. Kirishima-san spoke with an overacted shadow on his face, but it couldn't hide his grin. Izuku was probably having the best week of his life so far. He had been meeting with Kirishima and Ochako almost daily, talking and training. Sometimes Kirishima said he couldn't come, so it was just him and Ochako. It was during one of these training sessions that he finally understood how to use float. Izuku knew he shouldn't use his height so blatantly against Uraraka, but every time he came up from ducking under one of her reaches, he couldn't help himself. By tilting his head 12 degrees forward, he could poke her in the eyes with the top of his hair. The first time he did it, he laughed so hard that Uraraka wouldn't float him down until she got a stomachache. The next thing he tried was tilting 16 degrees forward to get his hair in her mouth. While that was distracting, it was unpleasant enough for both of them that he simply didn't try again. As though those were fair game. Slowly Uraraka adapted, leaning back or aiming lower, but Izuku was almost always a step faster. Until she leaned forward. Right as Izuku was shifting himself up toward her face. Instead of his hair in her face, it was his face in her. Something else. She let out a strangled eep, and they both fell over. For the first time in his life, Izuku lost track of time. Usually his heartbeats and breath were a good indicator. Now both his heartbeat and his breathing became erratic as Uraraka above him filled his line of sight. He didn't know if she literally filled it all, since he didn't even try looking away. Worse, her own erratic heartbeats and breath intermingled with his, making everything more confusing. A few seconds or minutes or hours later, she got up and reached out a hand to help him as well. They were both as quiet as they were red, meaning more than ever before in their lives. Only when Uraraka looked down and then back into his eyes did Izuku realize he was at the same height as her, making level eye contact. A quirk-induced growth spurt? One of the unknown quirks from the previous users? The power of love? He was brought out of his embarrassing and disjointed thoughts when Uraraka touched her fingers together. Release, nothing. Release. Nothing. Oh no, Izuku, I think I got you stuck like that. Izuku? But he had more important things to do than think about that development, like stopping her from crying or feeling bad. And no, Okochako, it's probably my Q quirk, not yours, remember? It can do all sorts of things. Don't worry, Izuku, I'll hold on to you so you won't float away. Don't worry, okay? Ochako wore a determined expression on her face and grabbed onto his arm tightly. Izuku didn't know exactly why, but having her hold on to him so tightly made him float higher. Wait, if I can't analyze what's happening that well, then it must be my quirk. He looked to his worried yet determined friend. It's okay, this is definitely part of my quirk, either float or some unknown factor. I'll try to control it, but don't let go. If he could see into the vestige realm, he would have gotten the distinct impression that Nana was snickering at how his voice shifted from calm and soothing to blushing and panicked in the span of a couple of seconds. It took him a few long seconds, maybe longer than it would have if he didn't have a strong incentive to not figure out his quirk, in the form of Ochako holding on to him tightly, but eventually Izuku managed to control his movements left and right, and finally to land. Way to go, Izuku! Ochako cheered, although, did she sound a little disappointed? Do you think you know how to use it now? You're really smart, so you'll definitely get it. I don't know exactly how to activate it. Do you think you could help me, Ochako? He honestly didn't know how to activate it yet, but he also wasn't going to look for alternatives to the only method he already knew. Oh, sure. By her blush, she must have caught on to the fact that they switched to given names. What do you need me to do? It activated when you hugged me. Izuku had his eyes shut tight and his head tilted down. His blood was pumping so hard in his ears that he couldn't hear her definitely negative response. Then, Izuku felt her arms wrap around him, and suddenly he felt weightless again. It took them time and a lot of embarrassment, but eventually Izuku got the hang of using float. Apparently it allowed him to completely fly, though not with the insane speed and precision as when he activated OFA in its entirety. They had to move from full hugs to one-armed hugs, then to her holding his arm, then to holding hands. Of course, that made them realize that they never checked the opposite direction. Luckily, Izuku could also activate float by hugging her. They interspersed the quirk training with spars, and after almost 3 hours of practice, they were red in the face from exertion, definitely not blushes. I think I can control it now, Ochako. I only need to think about. Now to start float. Oh, that's great, Izuku. Amazing. Her genuine smile turned bashful. But if you need to, then just tell me and I'll help you again. Maybe it needs to stay recharged. Nana Shimura was howling with laughter. Did you hear that? Stay recharged? What does she think that even means? Oh my god, this is too funny. Please tell me that one of you has a secret memory recording and projection quirk they haven't told us about. Thanks. I couldn't have done it without you. Really, Ochako, you're such an incredible friend, Izuku told her with his blindingly bright smile. She hoped he hadn't realized how hard her heart was beating during the training, and she was self-aware enough to realize that it wasn't all adrenaline and exercise that got her there. In the few seconds of silence, Ochako realized that she and Izuku had drawn closer, like a slow-motion version of one of the tens of hugs they just shared. Tilting her head down and looking into his eyes, she realized that they both knew this hug would be different. It would be a hug just because they wanted to hug. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. I brought snacks and soda. Kirishima burst into the training room without noticing the incredibly dense tension he just shattered. Nizu held out a paw and Kayama Namuri, the pro-heroine Midnight, grumbled as she shoved a few bills into it. You could have stopped it, you know. Don't you want to get Izuku a girlfriend? Heck, with his charm and power he could get 3. Nizu calmly folded the money into his wallet. Of course I want him to get a girlfriend, but I also don't want to interfere with his life in a controlling manner. Nizu was still wrapping his head around having a genuine, no ulterior motives or working relationships, friend. He found that it was a very pleasant aspect to life. Why, he even found himself so content at times that he stopped scheming for revenge some nights. And while I do hope that Izuku will be happy whoever he ends up with, I do hope that Uraraka will be the one. He completely ignored Midnight's suggestive eyebrow wiggles at the idea of multiple partners. He thought that just wouldn't sit right with the boy, even if he still couldn't understand human mating habits. Izuku, Ochako, and Ijiro approached the tall door. They were somewhat early, but it was still surprising how silent the class was, only a few giggles and muted conversations. Together on the count of 3? Ijiro asked and both his friends nodded. 1, 2, 3-ish. The door opened before they could finish, and a tall blue-haired kid, who Izuku argued with during the exam orientation, stood before them. Excuse me, are you going to loiter outside and make noise? You are disturbing the students. If you are not part of the class, I must request that you leave. Oh, I apologize, I did not recognize you. You must be here since you got accepted, right? When the blue-haired kid recognized Midobro, he changed his tune fast. I am Ida Tenya. He bowed at a 90-degree angle and gestured for them to enter. Oh, I'm Kirishima Ijiro, and these are Uraraka Ochako. Uraraka waved her hand to the students in the class, who were by now paying attention, and Midoriya Izuku. Midobro also started to make a small wave with his hand, but the sound of a gasp made them all turn around. Realizing she had drawn all the attention to herself, a tall girl with a black spiky ponytail reddened slightly and cleared her throat. I apologize for my outburst, Midoriya-san, but I must ask how you managed the written exam? In the rankings we received, I was 3rd, with an evaluation of adequate knowledge of sciences and quirk law, but needs work on flexibility and adapting to unknown quirks and partial information. You, on the other hand, were ranked 1st and your evaluation was public. Victory? Was there some sort of technique or trick to manage the written scenarios that I missed? I must admit that I spent the last week reading case studies and materials regarding the scenarios that stumped me. Wait, what are you talking about? Midoriya Izuku is the one that got first on the written exam, but his score was simply an A, right? A smaller teenager with a purple bob cut asked, and everyone turned expectantly towards Midoriya. Ijiro hadn't noticed, but the class had filled up while they were all talking, and every single one of them was laser-focused on Midobro. Wait, why you were the one with the joint agency operation against the drag manufacturers where one of the heroes was actually an addict and tried to sabotage it? While the tall girl nodded, Ijiro felt a hand on his shoulder. Hey man, what are they talking about? We only got grades on our written, right? Oh yeah, they're talking about some other thing I think. Midobro got an A on the written exam for us since he was the one who wrote it. Ijiro turned to see who was talking to him and saw a guy around his height with blonde hair and a black stripe in it. Close. Ijiro cleared his throat. Yeah, so Midobro did some other written exam. He said it was really fun. When they turned back to Midoriya, they saw him apologizing to the tall girl. I'm sorry, Yaoyorozu-san. I didn't know the scenarios were for other examinees. Nizu only told me to evaluate each participant after they were all done. Midoriya-san, what do you mean each participant? Weren't you only in charge of my scenario? The girl, Yaoyorozu something, looked between apprehensive and confused. And no, part of my exam was to be able to adapt all scenarios simultaneously without mixing them up. I was the only one writing the scenarios. Izuku noticed the increased focus on him, and suddenly turned to the door. Ijiro was sure he was going to bolt for it when he suddenly bowed. Aizawa-sensei, sorry for not seeing you earlier. Everyone turned to the door, only to see Aizawa sigh and climb out of a sleeping bag on the floor. Well, I wanted to see how long it took you all to notice me, but I should have known better with Midoriya in this class. No, don't dare say sorry for having a good situational awareness, Midoriya. He preempted Midobro's apology. Everyone, get to you seats. Not you, Midoriya, get up here. When everyone was seated in front of a grumpy Aizawa and shy Midoriya, the teacher spoke again. I am Aizawa Shoda, and I'll be your homeroom teacher. This is Midoriya Izuku. He will be my TA for all non-heroics classes except for English and Literature, during which he will be observing Class 1B's heroics classes. Now get changed into your sports gear and meet me behind at the field behind the school. You can ask Midoriya any questions on the way, but you have 5 minutes. Aizawa left, leaving a shocked class behind him. Most shocked of all, though, was Midoriya, who looked to be completely blindsided by everything his teacher just dropped on them. The stress ball in his hand was almost destroyed. It would have been the 5th one since he received the results of the entrance exam. Congratulations, Bakugo-san, this is your Hero Academia. Katsuki could barely hear the hologram rat. Too many shocks. He wasn't surprised the nerd got first on the written exam. His quirk was like a cheat, he just didn't know what an A meant. But the practical? It was bad enough that he only got 4th place, with 77 villain points, but 3 people beat him? 3rd place was some Eurowadever, with 68 villain points and 20 rescue points. What the hell are rescue points? But the 2 that came in first beat him out even in villain points. Some Kira something got FING 82 villain points and 15 rescue points. And the FING nerd, somehow, with his FING useless quirk, got 101 villain points and 74 FING rescue points. They would have beaten him even without those stupid hidden points. Did you hear me, Bakugo-san? This is very important. The stupid rat looked at him from his stupid desk. Katsuki didn't understand why he was called to the principal's office on the first day, but whatever. Yeah, I heard you, he answered with a hand wave. The only reason we admitted you was because Izuku personally intervened. Most of the staff were against it, seeing your history with bullying and personality evaluation. Please remember that, Bakugo-san, and stay on your best behavior. Especially towards Izuku. Katsuki swore that he saw some evil glint in the rat's eyes when he talked about Izuku. With grit teeth, Katsuki nodded his head, the stress ball flaking in his hand. Got it, I'm going to class dash. Your class is on the way to the field behind the building, for a quirk apprehension test. Katsuki growled and stormed off to join the extras that would be in his class. Now the nerd wouldn't be able to cheat, everyone would see how useless his quirk is and he'd be kicked out. At least that thought cheered him up. Now he only hoped to be in class with those other two extras so he could also prove that he was also better than them. Hey, alright everyone, it took you all 7 minutes and 44 seconds to change and arrive. We'll need to improve on that, so please notice what you think took the most of your time. As heroes we need to move quickly from place to place, and also change our gear at a moment's notice. So, yeah, even though we're only on our way to the first quirk apprehension text, there's already stuff to learn. The T was smiling nervously, while the girl with the brown hair and the spiky red-haired kid were shooting him a nondiscreet thumbs up. Toru thought it was a bit funny how jittery he was seeing as he was supposed to be leading the class. After an awkward moment of silence, he spoke again. So, we all did physical tests in middle school. This will be like that, only we'll be allowed to use our quirks. Great, already at a disadvantage, Toru thought bitterly. The pink girl next to her, Ashido Mina, was about to jump and say something when Midoriya stopped her. I hope none of you will treat this like a game or like a fun exercise. He was looking directly at Ashido, like he somehow knew. It's important to get a baseline for how our quirks interact with our bodies in different modes of movement and strain, and how powerful the activation of our quirk in each of those modes can be. I expect you all to give it your best, since this will be the yardstick by which you will measure yourself throughout the year. Toru could have sworn that she heard their actual teacher scoff, and Midoriya's eyes darting to him told her she was correct. Alright, Urashi Sidesh. Yes. A tall boy with a shaved head leaped up with a raised hand. Midoriya seemed taken aback, but gathered himself and cleared his throat while looking at a list Aizawa-sensei gave him. You came in first in the recommended exams practical portion, so please come and help me demonstrate. What was your record for the ball throw in middle school? No problem. Urashi stepped forward while bowing. In MI dash. Wait please Urashi-san. The tall boy froze in place comically, and Midoriya almost sprinted towards the rest of the students. He finally stopped in front of a short, thin girl with a purple bob cut. Jiro-san, right? Is your enhanced hearing only through the extended jacks, or through the typical cochlear system as well? Jiro was gaping at him, as were the rest of the students. The longer the silence continued, the more he started fidgeting, clearly uncomfortable with all the attention on him. Toru once again wondered how someone so timid could be there to... Luckily for him, Jiro snapped back and answered. Only through the jacks, but how did dash? Oh, you were wincing when Urashi-san spoke, and I thought that this whole thing would probably get loud. Hold on, Midoriya looked around, but when he couldn't find what he was looking for he glanced worriedly at Aizawa, and removed his tie. You can wrap this around the jacks. Meanwhile, I'll ask Nizu to send over some protective gear. He went back to the front while texting on his phone, and then turned back to them. Right, thank you for waiting Urashi-san. Please make sure to speak in a lower volume unless your quirk necessitates a louder volume, in which case we can start to look into support gear for that. No problem Midoriya-san. Somehow he was able to convey yelling while whispering. The way you noticed your classmates' discomfort and immediately did something to help is super inspiring. I can see why you're the teaching assistant. We already have so much to learn from you. Midoriya blushed and cleared his throat. Again, does he have something stuck there or is he just bad with praise? I'm sure you'll all pass me in no time. So, middle school? Yes. In middle school I could throw the ball almost 80 meters without use of my quirk. Yeah, 80 meters? Toru looked around and saw that she wasn't the only one shocked by that number. Midoriya simply handed him a ball and asked him to throw it with his quirk. Urashi looked pumped. He probably has some super useful quirk for that. No, stop. Toru, you got into the hero course, and this is only the start. No bitterness. Toru was torn out of her spiraling thoughts by an enormous gust of wind that blew most of the students on their backs. Midoriya looked at his measurement device and read out, 821 meters. Way to go Urashi-san. Urashi bowed at his waist and went back to the class. Midoriya looked a bit apprehensive, but still steeled himself to say something. Look, Urashi-san has a really cool quirk, and it was also super useful for ball throws, right? The students nodded, hesitating. Yeah, but not everyone has a quirk that's good for throwing ball. Or, fighting or stealth or anything. What I want to say is that this is only one kind of benchmark. Jiro-san probably can't throw a ball further by hearing it well, but a quirk like hers would be essential for any hero collaboration. Wait, so what I am trying to say is that you should all give it your all, even if you think this is biased and unfair and that your quirk won't be any help. Sometimes heroes get a bad matchup, and we also need to deal with those. Sorry, I'm rambling, yeah. So the first event is the 50-meter dash. Mina finally got her chance to pair up with Ijiro during the seated toe touch. Su-Eiji, is that the new friend you've been gushing about all year? Ijiro blushed at her wiggling eyebrows and suggestive tone. Yeah, but it's not like that, he breathed out slowly. I think he and Uraraka-san like each other, and even if not, I'm not sure if he, is a batter's batter? Prefers the harpoon to the cannon? Some other thinly veiled metaphor. Ijiro shot her an unimpressed look, even though Mina was definitely proud of herself for that first one. Well, is loss either way, but I see what you meant at least. And Mina really did see. The green-haired teen ran from student to student, asking them some short questions about their quirks and giving them some advice. Sometimes he would glance at Aizawa and let a student redo an exercise after talking. She saw that completely black with white hair student talking to him after the 50-meter dash, and then redoing it, except the second time he threw a baseball, jumped into its shadow, and jumped out at the end. He looked more surprised than Midoriya did, which amused Mina. Don't look so smug, wait till he hits you with a few questions. There are pros who don't know their quirks as well as he does. Ijiro left her with those ominous words, and she almost screamed when she heard Midoriya's voice from behind her. Ashido-san, right? Would you mind if I asked you some questions about your quirk? Mina turned to him and nodded. Right, so, is there a limit to the pH levels of acids you can make? Can you make any acid you want? How about Sever Dash? What the hell is going on here? Mina was saved by a blonde kid barging in on them with explosions sparking from his hands. She would have felt relieved if she hadn't seen Midoriya flinch in fear from right in front of her. He literally froze, but before Mina could ask him what's wrong, their actual teacher restrained the new kid. Bakugo, you will control yourself, or I will send you right back to Nizu, and from there to Gen Ed or home, is that understood? At this point the entire class was looking at them. T-Seach, fine, he responded, while not looking close to fine in Mina's opinion. She could have sworn that Aizawa looked worriedly toward Midoriya for a fraction of a second. Come with me, I'll catch you up on the tests. When Mina turned back, Midoriya looked completely out of it. Midoriya? Can I call you Midori? That's so much easier. Plus it sounds cuter too, you can be Midori-sensei. She winked at Ijiro, who was looking worried, and grinned as he nodded at her. She would definitely get him right back into action. Oh, I guess? But not sensei, I'm not a teacher. Midori is fine though, with a high five, Mina answered his questions, or at least tried to. Yeah, now she could understand why everyone he chatted with looked both happy and miserable after. The rest of the day passed pretty uneventfully, even though it seemed that the faculty acted like Midoriya was the actual teacher. She was sure Present Mike was looking at memes while Midori was teaching them English. The only thing she would need to take care of was the death glares she was getting from Uraraka, ever since she called Midori Midori out loud. She found her chance right after lunch. Hiya, Uraraka, right? Can I call you Ochako? Maybe Oka? I'm Ashido Mina, but only Mina is fine. Positive energy bomb. Prevent the anger and jealousy. Mina saw the uncertain expression on Uraraka's face and knew she already won. Hi. Yeah, I'm Uraraka Ochako. Yeah, nickname is fine, I think. She looked genuinely confused, so Mina leaped at the opportunity. I'm trying to give everyone nicknames, it'll bring the whole class closer. I wanted to explain that to Midori, but Blasty interrupted us. Oka's shoulders sagged a fraction in relief. Okay, she definitely liked Midori, now it was her sacred duty to bring them together. Say Oka, you and Midori are pretty close, right? What? And no, what are you talking about? That blush. She lived for that kind of reaction. Time to release the pressure for today's attack. Really? I talked with Eiji and he said the three of you were pretty close friends, right? Mina grinned at Oka's super obvious reactions. Why, yeah, we're friends. All three of us, I mean. Oh look, class is starting. Izuku will be disappointed if we're late. Mina turned when she heard another voice beside her. She didn't even notice she called him Izuku, did she? It took her a bit, but Mina realized that the floating school uniform beside her was probably the invisible girl. Nope. Mina smirked with a popped pea and reached out a hand. Ashido Mina, expert on all things dance, acid, or love-related. She felt her classmate and soon-to-be co-conspirator grasp it in a shake. Hagakure Toru, connoisseur of romance and relationships, both budding and grown. Yagi was grateful that his, or Nizu's, or every pro he's met by now's, protege helped him with the lesson plan. His original wasn't bad, but it was definitely reckless. Izuku kept the outline but changed enough to make it virtually unrecognizable. The only thing they disagreed about was whether they should be in costume or not, but Izuku convinced him that they should vet the costumes after getting to know the students better. All right, zygotes. He chuckled inwardly. Who would have thought that young Izuku would be the least star-struck in their first lesson? The first lesson will be split into 3 parts. Each of you will write down what aspects of heroism they think they are suited for, and what uses of their quirk can help. Then, we will pair up randomly. Each student in a pair will be either a villain or a hero, also randomly, and you will draw from a set of random scenarios with different victory conditions for each scenario. Yagi saw that he was beginning to lose them. We can get to the rest later. For now, everyone write down what they think they are most suited for in heroism, and what about their quirk could help that. They all looked hesitant but got to writing after they saw Izuku write his note. Perfect young Izuku, now draw a number from the box. Izuku winced, and when Yagi saw the rest of the students look between him and Izuku, while Uraraka and Kirishima lowered their heads in dismay, he realized he probably shouldn't have called Izuku by his given name. Well, he would simply try to not acknowledge it. One by one the students handed in their papers and drew a number from a box, after which they drew whether they would buy a hero or villain, and finally the scenarios. Hero Tsunatori Pony vs. Villain Kaminari Denki in a stakeout over a drag deal. Hero Hagakure Toru vs. Villain Ida Tenya in a chase with stolen goods. Hero Tokoyami Fumikage vs. Villain Kirishima Ijiro in combat. Heroes Yanagi Reiko, Mizo Shoji vs. Villain Jiro Kyoka where the villain must escape a building. Hero Kuwaro Shirhai vs. Villains Uraraka Ochako, Yurashi Inesa in combat till backup arrives. Heroes Midoriya Izuku, Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Villains Todoroki Shoto, Azui Tiu where the villains must protect a bomb from heroes. Hero Shiro Hanta vs. Villain Ashido Mina in hostage situation. Hero Bakugo Katsuki vs. Villain Aoyama Yuga where the hero has to move an item from location A to B. Match 1. Hero Tsunatori Pony vs. Villain Kaminari Denki. Pony was grateful to Midoriya that he was willing to translate everything, and then also make sure that there were handouts in English for her after he realized she didn't know enough Japanese. She broke out of her thoughts when she saw Kaminari slink through an alley. He could write any number of minutes between 3 and 6, and choose a location on the map. If Pony caught him before he reached the location and the amount of time passed, they both lost. She caught the villain but lost the buyer. If he managed to get away to a safe house he would win, and if she caught him during the deal then she would win. She prepared herself. He was looking around and up, but he couldn't see her through the crate she was hiding in. She saw him crouch toward one of the possible marked locations and store a bag in a crack. Right when he was bent over in the least convenient position, Pony struck. She sent out her horns extremely fast, if she could toot her own horn, and almost landed a perfect hit. Expected both more and less. He reacted quickly enough, and the horns only landed a glancing blow. However, he didn't know where she was, so he chose to let out a burst of lightning all around himself. She was thankful she wasn't near him, and since it seemed that attack took a lot out of him, she ran up and captured him. Result: hero wins. Match 2. Hero Hagakure Toru vs. Villain Ida Tenya. A high-speed chase against a villain with a speed quirk. Of course. She ran after him, tried to use her athleticism to reach higher ground and throw things to trip him, but it was a matter of minutes until he got away. She heard Midoriya in her earpiece, right as All Might was declaring that the villain team won. Don't worry, Hagakure-san, you had a good plan and did the best you could. Now you could think of incorporating a range support item. That's what we're here for, to learn. Toru sniffled a little and smiled. She was definitely learning. Result: villain wins. Match 3, Hero Tokoyami Fumikage vs villain Kirishima Ijiro. Ijiro was thankful for all the training with Midobro. No way he would have been so efficient and creative with his quirk otherwise. He might have still won simply on account of his stamina, but now? He felt that he had an unfair advantage. The moment Tokoyami's quirk, Dark Shadow, erupted out and wrapped him, Ijiro started rapidly activating and deactivating his hardening. Midobro said that it could be used for utility since it changed the volume and shape of his body, but also if he could make himself vibrate fast enough through it for offense. For this match, utility was enough. The minute he was grabbed, he hardened and dehardened, immediately moving around to take more volume. The more he repeated, the more room he had, until he slipped out of Dark Shadow's grasp and lunged toward Tokoyami, where he swiftly dispatched the raven-headed student in close combat. Result: villain wins. Match 4, Heroes Yanagi Reiko, Mizo Shoji vs villain Jiro Kyoka. Reiko was paired with the loud boy with a wind quirk, but when they drew a scenario it said, Hero to Scenario 4, Villain to Scenario 5. It seemed that fates have conspired to keep her away from the dark-shrouded boys in class. If only she were the villain, she would be matched up against Kuwaro-san, whose ghast-white hair matched her own and night-black skin could rival the darkest of shadows. As it was, she would still give her best effort to work with her partner. Though she may hear our voices at all times, we shall entomb the nefarious villain in this very building. Her partner looked at her as if he were trying to figure out what she meant. Ah, I can enhance my senses as well, Yanagi-san. He demonstrated by growing multiple ears on the edges of his multiple limbs. She needs to escape within 5 minutes or it's our win, so I'll monitor her and we can intercept her together. She followed Mizo around for almost 2 minutes, believing in his senses, when suddenly he cringed and fell back. A loud boom echoed from the building, and a window shattered as the villain leapt out of it. I know all the weaknesses of having sharp senses. You'll never catch me, heroes. As she was gloating in the air, Reiko grasped at her shoe with her quirk and pulled. Whoa, what? The villain landed with a thus on the ground, and Reiko restrained her with capture tape. The shadows harbor many villains, but it is the heroes who lurk in it are no less righteous than their counterparts in the light. Result: heroes win. Match 5. Hero Kuwaro Shirhai vs villains Uraraka Ochako, Yurashi Inasa in combat till backup arrives. Inasa was having a great start to his school career. If he were to be honest with himself, he sort of enrolled out of spite simply to defeat Endeavor's kid. Luckily for him, the rest of the class was full of passion. Their tea was inspiring and smart. Everyone, except Endeavor's kid, was nice and really driven. Uraraka noticed immediately how Kuwaro's quirk worked, and they worked together to clear away debris that could cause shadows. After that, it was a simple matter for her to negate his gravity and him to propel himself forward on his wind, until they apprehended Kuwaro. Looks like we make a great team, right, Uraraka-san? He turned and saw her wave at Midoriya enthusiastically, and the green-haired teacher reciprocated. How passionate! Oh, yeah. You were really good, Yurashi-san. She smiled at him while walking toward Midoriya. Result: villains win. Match 6. Heroes Midoriya Izuku, Yaoyorozu Momo vs villains Todoroki Shoto, Azuitsuyu. Shoto was infuriated inside. Not only was he not alone, they even sent one of the heroes to join him. His teammates were Azui and Yaoyorozu, but he wasn't listening to what they were saying. The moment All Might yelled start, Shoto unleashed a giant iceberg to cover the building. He felt a little bad for his teammates, but any second All Might would declare his victory and he would destroy the glacier. That didn't happen. Instead, the window shattered and Midoriya flew inside, surrounded by ice shards that surrounded him in a crystalline structure. The shot out in a spread pattern, enveloped in a pink halo, and with every chunk of ice they broke, his enemy made himself more ammo. He could hardly keep track of Midoriya flying around, until the green-haired boy flew straight behind him and lifted Azui in his hands. Todoroki-san, thaw you out. Use your fire. She's weak to cold. Midoriya looked panicked, tears in his eyes, as he held Azui close to his chest. Shoto froze at that second. What? That wasn't how it was supposed to go. Out of instinct he sent an attack toward his enemy, and saw Midoriya's eyes narrow. Fine, Midoriya growled, eyes shards multiplying around him. If that's how you want it. The pink glow intensified, and the shards froze in place. That's how it'll be. Suddenly the ice ricocheted around the narrow room. Midoriya weaved gracefully between the innumerable icy daggers. At some point he picked up Yaoyorozu as well. Shoto felt the ice pelt him from all directions, and then the air left his lungs when Midoriya rammed into him. Hero wins, All Might declared, and just like that the shards fell to the floor. The room was almost clear of ice after Midoriya's barrage, and the boy rushed toward him from where he held onto the bomb. It's over now, Todoroki-san, warm them up. Azui-san is going to get permanent damage. Shoto looked at the girls in Midoriya's arms, both shivering, but Azui was starting to look blue. I can't. Shoto knew he was wrong, but he couldn't move, he could barely eye anything. Midoriya looked at him with such immense disappointment that Shoto was rendered speechless. As he flew out to find Recovery Girl, Shoto was reminded not of his father, who was always disappointed by holding him up to some standard that was always shifting, but of his mother. When Shoto was 5 and he broke his sister's Ryuka figure. Shoto insisted that it wasn't his fault, but they both knew it was, and one disappointed look from her was enough to send him apologizing into Fuyumi's arms. A look that said it's okay, you did something wrong, you just need to fix it. Result: Hero wins. Match 7. Hero Zero Hanta vs Villain Ishido Mina in hostage situation. Mina knew that her opponent was as shaken up as she was by that last match. But she hoped that he would shake himself out of it and face her with everything he has. Her win condition was to defeat him, escape the building, or survive 5 minutes, without him winning. The problem was, she had no idea what Zero's win conditions were, and she knew he had some additional lose conditions. The location was the 3rd floor of an office building, cubicles giving her cover. She had 5 mannequins to serve as hostages. Welp, time to think like a villain. She tied 3 hostages with a rope, separately, and took the lightest one with her. The 5th she tossed out the window. Zero leapt with his tape to secure the hostage. That's good, that means he'll lose if one of them dies. Lucky Midori asked me so much about my acid yesterday, and I had time to train. Mina threw 2 more hostages and left them hanging by rope, and drizzled acids of different strength on each rope. They would release the hostages at separate times. The 4th hostage she tied taut in a wheeled chair, along with a rope that would soon snap, sending the hostage careening out of the window. Mina didn't realize she was cackling, but the entire class did, while they observed in shocked silence as she built villainous mechanisms worthy of D. Dastardly. Mina sprinted down with the last hostage, and when she exited the building, Zero was in front of her, just like she planned. 3 stories above them, a window shattered and the last unaccounted for mannequin flew to the ground. Zero looked at her, then at the hostage, then back at her. He was mouthing a question but quickly shot himself up to rescue the mannequin, letting Mina escape. Result: Villain wins. Match 8. Hero Bakugo Katsuki vs Villain Aoyama Yuga, in where the hero has to move an item from location A to B. Katsuki was said. Sparkles tried saying something, but Katsuki just told him to F off. He took his item and didn't bother listening to anything else. He charged ahead until he saw Sparkles, and then veered off course to attack his opponent instead of proceeding to his destination. If he beat him up, Katsuki would win anyway. Didn't it stop running you effing extra? Why the F? Was Sparkles not staying to fight? He probably knew Katsuki would crush him. He chased the blonde kid around until he heard a voice. From his earpiece. Villain wins. Sparkles stopped in place and panted, but Katsuki was frozen in place. You had to move the item within 3 minutes, young Bakugo. Result: Villain wins. Izuku made it back with Yaoyorozu and Tsu, as she insisted, halfway through Bakugo's match. Maybe that will knock some sense into him. He saw All Might gesture to him, and Izuku took over. All right, first of all, great job everybody. Bakugo and Shoto bristled. These matchups were random, and so were the scenarios. Sometimes a rescue hero encounters a villain, sometimes you team up with people randomly. A hero's work is predictable in its unpredictability. Izuku looked around to see who was more despondent and who less. He'd need to report that back to Aizawa. Now, at the start of the lesson you each wrote down some things. I'd like everyone to write down the strengths and weaknesses of their opponents, and if they had any teammates. I'll write down what I saw for each of you, and for those whose matches I missed, I'll review the footage and have it to you by half an hour after school is over, if you would wait. F for homework. Izuku stuttered over his words. He was assigning homework? For homework I'd like you all to review what you wrote, and what others wrote about you, and write what you agree with and disagree with, and why. It can also be you changing your minds about what you wrote after being in an unfamiliar matchup and scenario. Izuku saw the class talking among themselves, and started writing. While each of them had 1 or 2 briefs, he had 19. Well, the day is almost over. The rest of the week would be costumes, review, and regular classes, but tomorrow he also had Class 1B's heroics. At least the quirks were all so cool. Izuku couldn't help but smile. Maze Builder, good to see you back in the land of the living. Set in stone, no need for sarcasm, I assure you I was on a case that required my full attention. Maze Builder, so this has nothing to do with the fact that I know who the successor is and approve of them? Set in stone, while I am certainly not pleased and do believe it had been foolishness to dismiss my candidate, I am a professional. I would not let something like that hinder working relations. In front of his computer, Nizu sighed. Sasaki Mirai always had too many emotions. How he could be so out of touch with them was a mystery to the principal gerbil. He still giggled at how the staff reacted to that discovery. He only hoped that when Midoriya and him met, it would all resolve amicably. Maze Builder, so why are you back now? Set in stone. If you would have waited for a minute before messaging me privately, you would have seen. I need help analyzing some criminal activities attributed to the Yakuza. I was planning on requesting a group discussion. It was only the 3rd day, and Izuku already had so many notes and questions for his classmates. It would be torture to wait until the end of the day to go over them. Well, hopefully the teachers wouldn't work him too hard in the following classes. He spent some of yesterday preparing handouts and exercises for the upcoming classes, and shared them with the teachers so the curriculum would be standardized between all the classes, so it shouldn't be too bad. He and Ectoplasm were passing out a mathematical assessment quiz to start the lesson, Izuku insisted, when the PA system blared to life from the hidden speakers in the corners or the ceiling. Class 1A Midoriya Izuku, Class 1A Midoriya Izuku, please check your phone. His classmates were staring at him in the silence left by Nizu's voice, and Izuku took out his phone with a blush. Set in stone at Green Lotus, I apologize for my abrupt absence, I was on an important case. Green Lotus, it's okay, Maze Builder told me already. Set in stone, good, I am glad I did not cause you any undue worry. Maze Builder, now that we've gotten the pleasantries out of the way, why don't we get to business? Green Lotus, oh, is there something you need help with? Set in stone, indeed. I have encountered some stumbling blocks is a case I'm working on, and would appreciate your analytical expertise. I could send you the files. I am employing a new encryption method that I hope will pose more of a challenge to you. Green Lotus, sure sounds good. Smiley face. Maze Builder, how about we meet in person? I happen to be near Green Lotus and we can be at your agency in a couple of hours. Green Lotus, no prob if you can get me out early. Izuku put down his phone when he saw he wasn't getting a response and went to help a few classmates with raised hand, Mina, Kaminari, Hagakure, and Yurashi. He only had a few minutes to make rounds before the door opened. Nizu came in with a phone in hand and called to him, Izuku, are you ready? Principal Nizu Midoriya-san is currently aiding me in class. Please wait until the lesson is over. Izuku's sweat dropped at Ectoplasm's attempts to keep him in class, but Nizu simply laughed. Overruled, this is important. Nizu, will I be back in time for 1B's heroics? Izuku was hesitant to miss it, since it was going to be their first lesson. Probably not, so I'll make sure All Might records everything. Besides, let him know you met Set in Stone later and it'll be fine. The principal grinned as if he knew something Izuku didn't. which was probably true, Izuku reckoned. Izuku heard Mina's voice as he left the class. Ectoplasm-sensei, does this mean we don't need to finish the quiz? Mirai Sasaki was curious. When in the last year did Nizu meet Green Lotus, and why were they together? Not for the first time he regretted his childish silence. Even if it was unfair that Nizu knew the successor to OFA before him, it wasn't Nizu who was to blame. Not at all. In fact, Mirai was quite clear that the blame was split between him and All Might fairly equally, each more stubborn than the other over the most foolish of points. However, he was self-aware enough to admit that it stung, to be so far from his friend's life that he was only made aware retroactively, and that Mirio, a perfect inheritor, was completely overlooked. A knock on his door shook him out of his commiserations. "Sir, Nizu is here to see you with a guest?" His secretary, a lean short man around Mirai's age, looked more hesitant than usual around him. "Yes, I've been expecting them. Is something the matter? Prepare some tea for us please and tell them I'll see them in the meeting room." "Ah, does the guest seem like a fan?" Night Eye Agency prided itself on impeccable public image. They had to, since any smudge on them would by association be a smudge on All Might. Therefore all administrative personnel were trained to recognize fans and direct them to differently decorated sitting rooms. His secretary chuckled. "If he told me he's the number 2 fan of All Might, I would think that no one is number 1. Mirai was used to the roundabout way of speaking, and quickly understood what the man was trying to say. "All right, then lead them to my office then." He wasn't a vain man, nor was he a materialistic one. The one vice he allowed himself, though, was his All Might merchandise collection. If Green Lotus was a fan, then his poster and figure-laden office would make the best impression possible. And maybe, just maybe, Mirai wanted to show off before a colleague he'd never met in person before. They could be heard from down the hall, although the words themselves were muffled. A frantic, fairly high-pitched voice shooting rapidly, interspersed by Nizu's familiar chuckles. His secretary opened the door for them, with a tray of tea in one hand, and Mirai saw exactly why his secretary seemed so hesitant earlier. "I can't believe I'd eyes my friend Nizu about it." Nizu laughed at the hyperventilating kid's energy, but now that Mirai could see his face, familiar by now even if not human, and hear him clearly, this was a sort of laughter he hadn't ever heard from Nizu before. It wasn't a victory laugh, or a schadenfreude laugh, or an I know something you don't laugh. If Mirai wasn't mistaken, and he rarely was, it was an indulgent, kind laugh. "I do know Izuku, and I would have told you earlier had I not wished to keep the surprise. Besides, until he was back to full communication there would have been no point. This will be a good opportunity to update Sasaki-kun on several topics." All the heuristics of this interaction led Mirai to a very implausible conclusion. The short green-haired boy in a UA school uniform was his online colleague of almost 10 years, Green Lotus. The boy stopped looking between him and Nizu and started gazing around the office. Well, at least impressing him wouldn't be as hard as Mirai feared. "You're handling this much better than Aizawa-kun did, and you have much more to be surprised by." Nizu took a seat as the kid was scrambling around the room. "Is he really Green Lotus? Does his quirk affect his outward appearance, or did I give a Wada quirk advice from a 10-year-old? Mirai could hardly conceal his mirth. It was funny in all the best ways. His sidekick had been begging him to set her up with his mysterious analyst friend ever since he gave her some advice about her combat style. He could see that Nizu shared his amusement. Well, he's 15 now, so maybe Bubble Girl shouldn't lose hope. "Oh my god." They turned to the Green Lotus. Mirai would ask his name soon. The redacted Gal Might figurine from when All Might was hit with a body-altering quirk while busting a corrupt politician's backroom meeting. That's almost as incredible as knowing that set in stone is actually you, Sir Knight. I can't believe one of the coolest heroes ever is my friend Dash. The kid froze suddenly, and the color drained from his face. "Oh, sorry. I just assumed that since me and Nizu are actual friends, I mean in real life, then you would be too, since we're in the same group chat. But yet it makes sense if you wouldn't. I mean, you probably have so much on your hands, right, so you wanted some help analyzing something?" Mirai tried orienting himself after the roller coaster of emotions he just witnessed. Well, anyone who's as diligent and intelligent as you, as well as being Nizu's friend, is obviously someone that I would like to call a friend. That you're a fan of All Might ensures already that we have much in common. I'm Sasaki Mirai, hero named Sir Night Eye. Mirai stood and bowed slightly, extending a hand to shake. It looked for a moment as if he said something wrong, since the kid was tearing up, but the wobbly smile accompanying those tears made him hold his tongue. I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's an honor to meet you both as one of my idols and one of my two closest friends. Izuku bowed at the waist and shook Mirai's hand. You can call me Izuku if you want. Please, call me Mirai then. It was a puzzle for him. How could someone who has worked with them for so long and already be close with Nizu immediately assume his presence would be unwanted? The body language, the fear of rejection, the fact that a teenager's closest friends were two online near strangers, well, that was unfair. They did talk several times a week for years now, but mostly about quirk theory and heroics. All those behaviors were typical of someone shunned by society, not a genius who was widely regarded among quirk theorists worldwide. Thus, I'll be in your care. Izuku smiled and took a seat. I believe we have several points to discuss, Nizu spoke up, but we should start with yours, Mirai, since ours isn't urgent even though it is important. Oh, I'm Nizukan-dash. Oh, of course Izuku, yes. This should only take a short while and is probably my favorite part of introducing you to heroes. Now Mirai heard the schadenfreude in Nizu's voice, but what did that have to do with what Izuku wanted? See, Mirai, I have some basic questions about your quirk and maybe some ideas? He handed over a notebook. When did he take it out? Mirai chuckled softly as he took the notebook. Well, my quirk is a well-kept secret. It's actually touch-activated future future vision that you can use once per day, yeah. Nizu cackled in his seat, but when he turned to the rat with a question in his eyes, Nizu shook his head slightly. No one told him, and Izuku figured it out? How did you figure out the once-a-day part? And the touch part? And the future sight part? Well, your main style of combat is medium close range, even though you almost always use martial arts to deflect and defend, and your accuracy implies you can keep your effectiveness up at a much higher distance. So you clearly need to be able to touch your adversaries. Other than that, after 86% of the times you deflected or defended with your hand against an opponent, you both stopped getting hit and aimed your projectiles in advance. This was also the primary clue to the activation limit. If we look only at the first instance of you touching someone, then the combat improvement rises to 95%, and for all instances after that, which are significantly fewer, any improvement ceases to be statistically significant. And this is the one I'm least sure about, but still, you were 38% less likely to engage in close combat against enemies towards evenings. I also think you need eye contact, which is why you stay highly mobile in a circular movement pattern. Mirai looked at the notebook in his hands. The glee radiating off of Nizu was palpable. Mirai could only think of one reason why. If Izuku already knew that much about his quirk, foresight, what questions did he have? He opened the notebook on a spread dedicated to him. Sketches and diagrams of him in various combat poses, suggestions and questions about support gear. And on the next page, a much more in-depth deduction about his quirk, how it integrated with his fighting style, as well as weaknesses in his style, patterns he fell into too easily. The questions were more like a battery of tests to run, with hypotheses regarding the results. Most of them were already things that Mirai tried, like predicting a coin flip or trying to forcefully change a prediction, but when put together they were meant to test a much more detailed hypothesis regarding his quirk. Mirai always tested one thing: could he change a future that he saw? The answer was no. But if he understood what Izuku was asking correctly, he may have been completely mistaken. Completely about everything. Mirai's hands were shaking. It would take weeks to run these tests, but the logic was flawless. If this were true, then Mirai's quirk wasn't foresight. It was probability manipulation. Izuku was getting nervous. What if Mirai, he knew Sir Nightai's name, didn't like his analysis? What if he thought it was creepy or dumb? He must have already thought of all of these things. Why did he think? Izuku shushed the internal voice, like he talked about with Nizu and Hound Dog, Yue's counselor, who was great at his job. Let me rephrase what you told me. to make sure that I understood what you wanted to say without assumptions on my part, okay? Hound Dog sat on a couch in front of him, in his cozy office. Nizu had thought that maybe counseling or therapy could be good, and that if it were up to him it would be mandatory for heroes. Yeah, sure. Hound Dog leaned forward, with his elbows on his knees. You don't always understand human behavior patterns, and your quirk is completely blind to patterns that involve you in some way? Oh, not exactly, no. Let me see if I can explain. There's no such thing, for my quirk, as a human behavior pattern. Or any type of pattern. Well, there are patterns in the physical world and non-physical, but... Okay, so it's like this. Izuku collected himself and breathed in deeply. A pattern that I could see is, for example, how often you smile in reaction to certain stimuli, as well as the degree of curvature and tensing of other facial muscles are involved in each smile. So I can know if you smile in manner X 70% of the time when meeting person A, and smile Y 90% of the time when meeting person B. That alone doesn't tell me what each smile means. If I look into it more, then maybe person A is a neighbor whom you see most mornings and person B is your boss. Additionally, I can look at what I call pattern fractals. What behavior patterns come before or after that specific pattern? Are you grumpy in the mornings? Do you seem more tense after seeing your boss? Looking across the room to Hound Dog's couch, the hero looked to be deep in thought. Right, so I don't know anything about those smiles, I only recognize the pattern. I have to learn and infer from other patterns what that means. After that I can tell with a high level of certainty that smile Y is your fake smile, associated with certain muscle contours in certain manners, and smile X is a genuine smile, associated with other contours and features. Hound Dog wrote something down on a notepad, and then gestured for Izuku to continue, and all patterns are like that, for me I mean. I can recognize that Vlad King's blood whips make a sine wave that correlates to the amount of solidified blood he has, but I don't understand what that means without looking deeper and more. I can recognize the dimensions and patterns in which a wall is cracked, but without also comparing it to patterns of strengthening and ballistic quirks, I won't know what caused it, and without being aware of the information regarding the area the damaged building is in, including country, prefecture, neighborhood, heroes on patrol and their patterns, and more, I won't be able to tell you anything beyond the degrees between each pair of cracks. So, I'll try to rephrase again if you please. Your quirk doesn't give you an understanding of patterns, but only a perfect recognition of them? That means you need to know what other patterns to look at in order to glean actual information from those patterns. Yes. Wow, you're really good, Hound Dog. Finally, a really good way to explain his quirk. And human interactions and behaviors are hard to understand even for me, so no wonder it outwardly looks like you sometimes don't get them as well as others. Then Hound Dog leaned back and smiled widely. That makes my next point easier to come across, Izuku. You don't recognize patterns involving you, so you panic and assume the worst. But you don't need your quirk to recognize patterns, it only helps, right? Izuku nodded hesitantly, he wasn't sure where this was headed. And you definitely don't need your quirk to learn something from a pattern, you just said so yourself. Again, Izuku nodded his head. Well, if I were to show you hypothetical medical results, in which one value was lower than others, something visible to the eye, no need for a fine-tuned understanding, and asked you to point out the outlier, you could do that even if the results were yours, right? A third slow nod. And if those results showed a vitamin D deficiency, what would that mean? It would mean I probably don't go outside too often, since if it were pathological there would be additional information in the test results. Izuku answered immediately. Hound Dog clapped. Exactly. If you ever find yourself panicking and thinking the worst, try to tell yourself what patterns you can see without your quirk, and what you can learn from them. Your quirk only shows you what patterns to look at. It's your brilliant mind that knows what to make of them. As he looked at Mirai staring at his notebook, he forcefully bit the inside of his cheek. 2 patterns. First, whenever I don't recognize a pattern regarding myself, I assume a bad scenario even though it never pans out. From this pattern I deduce that it is an involuntary anxiety-driven response that most of the time does not correlate to reality. Second, almost every time I show a hero my notes and questions about them, they end up very thankful and learn from it. Even when not, no one has been mad or complained. From this pattern I deduce that I should wait for Mirai's reaction before deciding how he thinks. Izuku. Nizu's voice jolted Izuku out of his calming techniques. Are you okay? Oh hi yeah, sorry. Izuku scratched the back of his head shyly, looking toward Mirai to see what he thought. Mirai handed him back the notebook, signed, with a stony face. Izuku, truly what you propose is remarkable. The supplementary data regarding similar known quirks is a solid basis for your hypothesis, and the battery of tests you drew out is certainly something I will prioritize after this case. I can't really explain how much this means to me. Believing that what I see is unalterable, set in stone, was horrible. But if it's the opposite, if what I see is unalterable because that is how I saw it, and there is a way to change things by seeing them again and shifting the probabilities. Nizu was, once again, shocked by his friend. He never talked about Sir Night Eye with Izuku before that, but if he had known that Izuku was sitting on this hypothesis for nearly a year, he would have done everything he could to bring the two together sooner. On the bright side, this should make the whole successor of All Might issue easier to handle. Mirai wiped a tear, and Nizu could understand why. I want you to have her, Izuku. You are far worthier than me. I gave up in the face of my quirk while you kept asking questions. You are the only one who could keep her safe. Izuku's jaw dropped. Mirai, are you sure? I can only imagine what she must mean to you. Mirai scrunched up his face and nodded. They had only met today. Who were they talking about? It couldn't actually be Bubble Girl, right? Could you enlighten me as to who you are talking about? Both of the green-haired All Might fanatics turned to him and looked at him with a very specific gaze. It was the gaze he wore when he encountered a bureaucrat that was exactly the right combination of smug and ignorant, with a dash of not being able to read the room. Nizu suddenly understood why so many people were scared of saying something dumb next to him. Mirai held Izuku's hands. I'm sure Izuku, she deserves the best, and I know that you are a much better man for her than me. The boy nodded. Nizu was genuinely baffled. Mirai took a small safe out from under his desk, got up and went to one of his locked cabinets. He put his fingers on a print scanner and let a sensor scan his eye. Oh, Nizu thought, of course. With a shaking hand, he opened the velvet-lined lockbox. I shouldn't have even been surprised. He slowly lifted a silk cloth and gently wrapped it around it and put it into the safe. Not her. Nizu sighed. At least Izuku looked happy with his new Gal Might figurine. Okay, so what case do you want help with? Izuku asked, much happier than he expected to be. It's a quirk-enhancing drag operation. I think it's linked to the Yakuza, but I'm probably missing something. We've only apprehended small dealers, and they don't know enough to lead the investigation anywhere. I hope that between your and Nizu's intelligence quirks we dash. Oh, I don't have an intelligence quirk. I didn't mean to lead you on. Izuku interrupted hesitantly. Mirai looked gobsmacked. But you always notice the tiniest things and, he gestured at where Izuku held the notebook on his lap. Izuku scratched his head. Yeah, my quirk allows me to recognize patterns, but not understand them. So I can see the pattern of when you touch people more and when less, and the distances from which you fight most, but then it's kind of up to me to make sense of it all. Clapping his hands, Mirai looked impressed. That just means you are far smarter than I originally gave you credit for, and I already thought highly of you. Izuku glanced at Nizu and saw the principal gerbil give a small nod. Bracing himself, Izuku continued, that's actually not all of it. More of my quirk manifested this year. Until last year I thought it was only recognizing patterns, but there's 2 more parts to it. Mirai looked interested. Oh, is this what you based your quirk inheritance paradigm on? He shook his head no. I published the preliminary version of AQIP around 6 months before I fully understood my quirk, since both my parents are emitters, and I was researching to try and find out what the other parts of my own quirk were. It's called Danmaku. It allows me to telekinetically shoot small objects in patterns. The patterns change depending on what the objects are. Nizu cleared his throat and gestured for Izuku to continue. And, well, I actually unlocked that part of my quirk training. For a different part of my quirk. Izuku shut his eyes tight and breathed in. Einherited one, for all from Almond at Madamikirka Volvmary. Izuku was sitting in front of him with his eyes closed, as if he were waiting for judgment. If it was Mirai from 2 hours ago sitting there, he would have received judgment, and not a lenient one. But now Mirai already knew him. No, that wasn't accurate. Mirai had known Izuku for years, but now he finally knew how extraordinary Izuku was. He sighed slowly. If I had a hat, I would eat it right now. Izuku opened his eyes to see Mirai's ponderous expression. I spent the last 10 months believing that no one would be a better candidate to inherit that quirk than one of my interns, but now I can't disagree with All Might's choice at all. But don't you think it should have gone to someone with a complementary quirk? One that could benefit most from the power infusion. Izuku still looked like he didn't believe himself worthy. Mirai chuckled lightly but amicably. Izuku, we've been colleagues online for almost 10 years. I'm not sure if you realize how you are perceived there. Those forums aren't hobbyists or theory crafters. You have legitimately been helping heroes solve crimes and improving their quirks for years. Do you remember around 5 years ago I sent you a quirk profile? Izuku tilted his head for a second, and then his eyes widened. Bubble girl? But she must have been 16 back. Exactly, I received an intern with an interesting quirk that she wanted to use for heroics, but without a lot of ideas how. I asked you for help, and 5 years later that girl is a sidekick in my agency. She still asks about you sometimes. You. Mirai suddenly burst out laughing. You probably don't know how many scientific articles cite you. Everyone thinks that you post all of your work online for free because of some ideology, but you actually just don't understand how influential you are, Izuku. Nizu joined in the laughter. You're right, Mirai. I can't believe we haven't ever talked about it, Izuku. Nizu wiped a tear away from his eye. With the training and preparations for OFA, and your quirk and the school year and preparing for All Might's retirement, it slipped my mind. You should consider publishing in a journal, if only to get a sense of proportion as to your effect on modern quirk theory. Mirai tilted his head. Preparing for All Might's retirement? Nizu and Izuku exchanged a look. Yes, in actuality, it wasn't All Might that recruited Izuku, more like the other way around. You see, All Might brought Izuku to my office, wanting to introduce me to a young boy who had, all by himself, figured out that All Might was running out of time. His eyes widened at Nizu's words. Yes, he realized that All Might was heading toward retirement, and even without knowing that OFA was inheritable, made a long and elaborate plan of action to prepare the world of heroics for the end of All Might's career. Imagine my surprise when that very same boy pointed at the printed manuscript of AQIP on my desk, which I had printed to read and review at my leisure. Izuku groaned in embarrassment and covered his face with his hands when Nizu continued his story, and said, "Please don't judge me on that. I'm sure it'll be better after my friend Maze Builder goes over it." Kaku Handai has been in the employ of the Night Eye Agency for almost 5 years. He has seen his boss meet everyone from fellow heroes to government officials, brand sponsors and terminally ill children, contest winners and villains in reform programs. All those meetings were in one of the multiple meeting rooms in the agency. Never in his own personal office. Never mixing business with personal life. The meetings were all short and to the point. Give the kids a tour and answer their questions. Decline the brand deal if the brand was harmful and didn't donate enough to charities. Assist the heroes with their case. A simple in and out, even when Nizu was the one to visit. That wasn't the only weird thing though. Since he was promoted to Sir Nitai's secretary, Handai liked to think that he knew what sort of man his boss was. Sasaki Mirai was a stern man, but fair. He had an odd, subdued sense of humor. Sure, his boss liked to laugh, and everyone had a joke book stashed away for a rainy day, but it was always a chuckle or a nasal exhale. So what was different about this meeting? Handai knew to mind his own business, but who the hell did Nizu bring with him? For the last 4.5 hours Handai could hear 3 voices laughing loudly and heartily behind closed doors. You don't understand, Mirio. This man can change your life. Despite himself, Togata Mirio couldn't help but be excited. For the last 2 years, ever since he started interning at the Night Eye Agency, his senior, Bubble Girl, would mention him. This mysterious analyst who helped her when she was a young intern like him, and totally changed her life. She didn't mention him often, but whenever she did a good job or made a difficult capture, she would say that it was thanks to him and then start blushing so hard her blue skin would turn purple. The two of them couldn't have looked more different, standing outside of the Night Eye Agency. He was tall and muscular with blonde hair and a face that was somehow expressive even though the features on it were reduced to the most basic of caricatures. She was short and slender, her face a mask of sternness that almost didn't give away her excitement. Guess I'm in luck then, Bubble Girl. I can't believe he just happens to be here. Think he'll help us on a case. He made sure to smile at his blue-haired senior, trying to convey that he shared her enthusiasm. Or maybe Sir called him to help you. You know, you've got a handle on your quirk, but you never know. This guy, the way he dash. Mirio interrupted her with good-natured exasperation. Yeah, I know, he can change my life, geez. Sir told me to wait at the entrance after school, so they should be here soon. Not a minute after he said that, the agency doors opened and Sir walked toward them, followed by a green-haired kid in the UA school uniform. They seemed to be chatting about something quite animatedly, and then Sir gestured toward him and Bubble Girl. Well, time to break the ice, Miro thought. Good afternoon, sir, and hello. I'm Togata Mirio, hero name, Lemillion, since I want to save 1,000,000 people. The boy's eyes were shining in excitement. Maybe he was a hero fan who won one of those contests? Wow, Lemillion, I've heard so much about you. I've also seen the recording of you in the sports festival. Your use of a really difficult quirk is amazing. Do you mind signing my notebook? Mirio was shocked. He had a fan? Someone who wanted his signature? Right as Mirio took the notebook, he noticed Sir smiling, the kind of smile he had when there was some funny joke that he knew and you didn't, and he knew that you didn't. As Mirio opened the notebook, he heard Bubble Girl ask, "By the way, sir, isn't Mr. Lotus coming today?" As for what Sir answered, Mirio couldn't tell. He was way too busy reading through the most detailed analysis of himself he had ever seen. Suggestions and questions that were enlightening as they were scary. Permeating something solid into his own body and then shooting it out? How does his quirk interact with gases? If light passes through him, why is he still visible when intangible? Why can he sometimes permeate his clothes? The kid thought those last two were the most important, since until he could clearly answer them, he didn't actually understand his quirk. He looked up and saw Bubble Girl looking pale, with tears in her eyes. The kid was blushing, but he still held out his hand toward Sir Night Eye. I told you she wouldn't believe you, you had to take the bet. Sir Night Eye was laughing, but Mirio could tell he was also slightly angry. He reached into his busy pocket and took out a rigid plastic placard. No, a card in a plastic protector. Here you go, Izuku. I can't believe that the only one you're missing is the ultra-rare crossover alternate art number 42 of All Might wearing Endeavor's costume. Well, Endeavor threatened to sue. There was only a single printing, and I was sick the day before release, so my mom wouldn't let me camp outside the store. Mirio was trying to keep up. Excuse me. Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you. Midoriya bowed. Right, Midoriya-san, did you write these notes? Could you help me test them out? Midoriya smiled shyly. Why yeah, I hope you like it. I think your quirk is really interesting and Mirai told me we could chat while we were on our way to check out some details on a case. Wait, he called Sir by his given name? And didn't Sir also call him Izuku? Midoriya-san, are you by any chance the quirk analyst Mr. Lotus? No way. Oh yeah, Green Lotus is my online handle because... And... He answered while pointing to his hair and eyes respectively. But... He looked at Bubble Girl, who was on the verge of tears. You're 15. Oh yeah, I guess I am. But Bubble Girl. She. He pointed between him and Bubble Girl, who looked increasingly distressed. Midoriya only blushed, which made Mirio regret not listening in on what exactly was said between the three. They took an agency car to a suspect site. Izuku was sure that this was the most likely to yield further clues, but he would have to see it in person. If not, then there were a few other locations to check out. Mirai had explained that they were tracking down the base of a trigger distributor, likely Yakuza. Honestly, Izuku was pretty nervous. Trigger was a really dangerous drag, boosting someone's quirk but also whittling away at their mind. The three heroes were in suits, while Izuku was wearing a face mask just in case there would be people who could notice his presence, though it was agreed he would split off from them and scope the area alone as a civilian. That was only part of the plan. The heroes had to make sure not to arouse suspicion either, so it was framed as a teaching excursion for an intern, which Lemillion was. That cover was helped by Nizu's presence. Silently, Izuku suspected things would go wrong, and he suspected that Nizu suspected that he suspected things could go wrong. He didn't say anything to Mirai, but the truth was that the location was more than a little likely under observation. But Izuku knew that he needed his own eyes on the ground. He could identify patterns through images and videos, but he couldn't know if there were patterns he missed, since one can't detect an absence in those cases. Still, Nizu said nothing, silently riding on Mirai's shoulder until they reached his destination. They both looked at him with concern. They cared about him, he realized. Be careful, Izuku, we'll meet up in 30 minutes at the agreed-upon point. Izuku nodded to Nizu and exited the car. It was a scant 14 seconds later that things did, in fact, go wrong. Mirai was worried about Izuku. After getting over his shock, he realized that the boy was his friend of many years. Their inside jokes from forums and chat rooms transitioned fluently to jokes around the table. He didn't realize the immensity of the intimacy of sitting face to face with friends until he had it. After Izuku left to his designated patrol area, they remained in silence. I know, Mirai, it takes you by surprise, doesn't it? Mirai let out a chuckle at Nizu's words, until they heard their comms flare. Stop, give her back. Izuku's voice panicked. A muffled reply came from whoever Izuku was talking to, and the three heroes and heroic student charged out of the car. As they ran, they saw Izuku confronting a tall hooded man with a plague mask, with a small man in a completely black suit, also with a plague mask, riding his shoulder. The man had some arrow-shaped appendage, hair Mirai thought, retracting from Izuku back under his hood. Some paralyzing quirk, Izuku wasn't moving. Then Mirai heard a whimper. The tall one was holding a little girl. She was also paralyzed, but tears still spilled out of her terrified eyes. She was dressed in rags, her white hair dirty and matted. Then the villains, what else could they be, noticed them and cursed. Heroes. We need to get the hell out of here. The small one shouted in a surprisingly deep voice. The tall one handed him the girl. Take her to the young master, I'll delay them. He turned to the heroes. You shouldn't have come, but now that you're here, chronostasis, will make sure you stay. Be back. Izuku stuttered through his paralysis, surprising the tall one. Before he could respond, several things happened at once. Green lightning enveloped Izuku, and an empty translucent bar appeared below his feet as he rose to the air. Above the villains' heads, red halos with a notch on them appeared, in the same translucence that was under Izuku. Finally, the same green lightning enveloping Izuku seemed to flutter around the two villains as well. The villain didn't seem to understand what was happening, but the short one yelled at him, "It's like Trigger. I'm stronger now." Suddenly the small black suit deflated, and a giant muscular man with spiky hair, but still a plague mask, emerged from it. He sunk partially into the ground of the alleyway, still holding the child, and suddenly the ground moved. Izuku, meanwhile, wasn't idle, nor were the rest of the heroes. Nizu leapt from Sir Night-Eye to Lemillion. Lemillion, Bubble Girl, evacuate civilians and cordon off the perimeter, then call for backup. Luckily those two were behind, still at the entrance to the alley, so they could turn away quickly. Even luckier, they were both trained well and immediately followed Nizu's orders. The alley expanded, becoming wider and longer. Along it several large trapdoors formed, and from the closest one several Yakuza emerged and looked around, trying to figure out what was going on. Sir Night-Eye drew his weighted seals, and threw them toward the villain, who introduced himself as Chronostasis. They really should have come up with a name for Izuku, he thought as he yelled for his young and untrained friend to retreat. Lotus, retreat, let the pros handle it. The boy was instead flitting around and shooting black energy bullets that were enveloped in a pink glow. As they hit the villain they did some damage, but less than Sir Night-Eye would expect. Instead, the red halo above him started to empty out, turning gradually gray, as the gray bar beneath Izuku was filling up, becoming gradually red. The villain shot out pale hair arrows that extended several meters ahead of him and then retracted back. Izuku was deftly avoiding them, and as Sir Night-Eye joined the fray, dodging became easier, since chronostasis had to split his attention between them. "Ha, you fools! I don't know what you did, but I have more arrows than ever, and without the drawbacks of trigger." The villain laughed but was still fairly calm. One of the arrows hit Izuku, and he suddenly slowed down. "Tiki, you're supposed to freeze completely." The villain growled. "Still, it's worth the trade-off." Sir Night-Eye jumped ahead of Izuku, taking the brunt of the attacks until the slowing effect wore off. At least Izuku could still shoot energy bullets. Night-Eye, his arrows can only change direction once, and only in an obtuse angle. Any arrow that has passed you can't hit you, and any arrow that changed direction can be safely dodged. He's limited to 9 at a time. He would make a great hero, still analyzing and helping, not panicking at all as he was fighting his first villain. He'll also change when the red halo around him reaches the notch. I don't know how, but he'll get stronger and his attack patterns will change. My quirk made him stronger but also less flexible. It forces him into a pattern. Izuku spoke in a low voice, making sure the villain wouldn't hear. Sir Night-Eye nodded, and Izuku suddenly returned to his normal speed. The slowing effect is for 9 seconds. He yelled as he split off from Sir Night-Eye to divert chronostasis attention. "Sheet chrono, something is wrong. I can't merge all the way, and I can connect the base to the ground." The half-sunk villain who had the girl yelled, distracting chronostasis further. "Take the girl and escape. The young master will realize something is going on and come, then it's our win. Don't stay and fight just because you're set off, Mimic." Chrono yelled back, but the moment he turned his head was the moment a hyperdensity seal struck him in the sternum, bringing the red halo around him below the notch. The villain started glowing, and then his hair shot out, multiple arrows of it extending in all directions. It tore away his hood and his mask, revealing a pale man with dark, sunken eyes. He looked surprised for only a moment, and then he grinned evilly. "Looks like this is it for you." His hair started whirling rapidly behind him, like a many-handed clock, and the glow of the lightning around him became increasingly brighter. A beam of energy shot out, and to Sir Night-Eye's horror, it was headed straight to Izuku. Night-Eye leapt and shoved Izuku out of the way, taking the brunt of the beam. "Huh," he thought, "no physical damage?" When he tried moving, though, he understood. He was completely frozen for an indeterminate amount of time. From his place, he saw Izuku fly around and shoot energy bullets at the villain, his red halo still decreasing, but the amount of arrows he could control was greater than 9 now, and their flexibility seemed to increase as well, each making multiple turns. Izuku was having a hard time dodging and aiming, but then he faltered and his eyes widened. He flew straight up and focused everything on dodging, but still released bullets. Only, these bullets were glowing pale blue, and they seemed to hone in on the villain no matter where Izuku was shooting them from. Chronostasis was so surprised that he let too many bullets past his guard, and when the halo around him emptied, he simply fainted. Izuku landed in front of Sir Night-Eye, and his eyes were burning with determination. Sir Night-Eye tried to say something, and found that though he was frozen, he could still speak. "Wait for the pros, Lotus, don't do anything dash. I promised her, Smith. I have to do it." He helped move Mirai to a more comfortable position, and then Mirai, in his panic, lost control. He activated his quirk by mistake. The last time he did it was with all might, and the results this time were as gruesome as the last. He saw Izuku reaching the girl, but right as he reached out to remove her from some Yakuza person's arms, a spear of earth impaled him. Izuku would die. "Please don't," I saw dash. Izuku turned away. What kind of hero would I be if I didn't? And before Mirai could utter a word, Izuku flew off. Luckily he had heard Nana's voice in his head, telling him to connect with Float while shooting. He wasn't sure how she knew, but somehow it changed his bullets into homing bullets. Sure, they shot out slower and less in number, and if he wasn't mistaken they didn't do as much damage, but they caught Chronostasis off guard, and now that Izuku had to fly through groups of thugs, they were perfect for knocking them out without focusing on them too hard. He could see Mimic ahead of him, still half merged with the ground and holding a frightened and shivering Eri in his arms. He had taken some damage, as signified by the grayed-out part of the halo around him, but only an insignificant amount. The alley around them kept morphing, at this point resembling a large street, except the ground was gray and cracked concrete, and the buildings surrounding it were close-knit and lacked doors. Well, except for the trapdoors on the ground. Izuku could hear a news helicopter above him, and hoped that meant backup would come soon. As Mimic passed a particularly large trapdoor, two Yakuza emerged that looked to be different than the thugs around them. The moment Izuku realized that, red halos appeared above them as well. One of them was enormous and muscular, with giant steel gauntlets on his arms. The second was thin, and had a black cloak on, as well as a wide-rimmed bowler hat. They both had the black plague masks that most of the Yakuza here wore. The halos around them were different than usual. Instead of one at the 2/3 point, the thin one with a hat had 3 notches sectioning his halo into 4 equal parts. The muscular one had 1 notch at the halfway point, and a second notch just a fraction above the end point of the halo. "What did you do to us?" the thin one yelled while drawing a gun and shooting at him. Izuku evaded easily, and focused for a moment to switch back to his stronger but more linear pink bullets. Izuku was planning on ignoring the question, but he felt some tingling of danger. "My quirk empowers both my enemies and me, I don't know exactly why or how." The moment he answered, the prickling instinct faded, and Izuku saw that one of the 4 sections of the man's halo suddenly flared and became gray. All the while he was firing his bullets at the bigger guy, who seemed like a close-range fighter and could only pick up debris to throw at him. "Why are you attacking us? What's your goal and who do you work for? Who are you?" The man became panicked at the sight of his comrade being bombarded, as well as his halo suddenly emptying. Izuku thought that even if he didn't know what exactly that meant, he saw his ally's halo empty as he was hit by bullets, and could probably make some deductions. Unfortunately for him, Izuku quickly made some deductions of his own. A mental quirk, probably triggered by questions. His first question was panicked, but now it looks like he has them planned out. Plus, it's unknown how his quirk was empowered, but he took damage when his question was answered. After coming to those conclusions, and feeling another hint of danger, Izuku answered the first 3 questions rapidly. "I'm attacking you because I saw you kidnap a little girl, my goal is to save Eri, and I'm not working for anyone." With each answer another portion of the villain's halo emptied, and when Izuku answered the 3rd question, 4th overall, the masked Yakuza promptly fainted, allowing Izuku to maintain his anonymity. The muscular Yakuza saw his ally fall. "Sheet. Shin. What the hell did you do to us? What is this FNG light show?" Izuku smirked and didn't answer. The villain had no real long-range options, and out in the open Izuku had a big advantage. That changed when the villain's halo reached the half-point notch. Suddenly he was enveloped by an orange barrier that soaked up all the bullets Izuku was firing. With each bullet that hit it, the halo replenished itself. To his dismay, he saw that the notch also reappeared. They both stopped and stared at each other. "It's over for the Shy Hasaikai, isn't it, brat? Even if we beat you, there are probably heroes on the way." Izuku nodded. "Yeah, you should give up and turn yourself in." "Ha, fat chance. I know a lost cause when I see it. But I also know that if you'll waste time on me, then the girl will get away. So, here's to never meeting again." The villain turned and started to walk away. Izuku was torn inside. The way the villain wasn't even running was a taunt by itself. Then he remembered the little girl's trembling voice when she told him her name, and asked him to help her. Izuku kept flying forward, and spoke to his comm. "Nizu, this is Lotus, I have a few unconscious villains and plenty of thugs. One of the villains is getting away. Large, muscular, around 2 meters, male. Wearing a plague mask but may have removed it. Night Eye is out of commission but safe. I'm heading further inside, they're trying to make an escape with Eri, the girl they kidnapped." "Roger that, Lotus. We have eyes on Night Eye, not the villain. Backup is on the way, but the terrain is weird. Ryukyu is attempting aerial infiltration, I'm connecting you to the HeroCom network." Nizu answered swiftly and efficiently, and then Izuku heard some static from the comm in his ear. "Well, things are tight together. We need to use the front entrance. A female voice Izuku didn't recognize. Stand down, Nijire-chan, I have eyes from above. I see Lotus flying ahead, but I'm too big to land between the roofs. Nizu, is Lotus on the comm? Ryukyu herself was asking for him. Right, hyperventilate later, save Eri now. Ryukyu, this is Lotus, I'm on the comms and moving to apprehend the villains. One of them has a quirk that allows him to merge with the ground and manipulate the terrain. It should allow him to merge with any sort of object, but it's limited in flexibility somehow. Can you fly over with a rope and let heroes slide down? I think the alley is still stretching, so every moment we wait I get further away from the entrance. A moment of silence followed his question. I didn't. Nijire-chan, Bubble Girl, Rocklock, meet me in front of the bank. Rocklock, get a rope on the way. 3 voices echoed their assent. Izuku rushed onward, not wanting to lose track of Eri. He could make out the spiky hair of the villain called Mimic, and even though he was faster, every time he had to stop and fight the villain would regain his lead. You're telling me that that kid is in your class? Intelli asked her fellow recommended student, the tall girl with the spiky ponytail. Yaoyorozu. That was her name. They were looking at shaky footage from civilian cell phones before other heroes evacuated them. They could see an alley from various different angles, all taken from windows at different heights, that was expanding and shifting in inexplicable ways. Within that alley a green-haired blur was flying, wearing a school uniform and a face mask. The kid was swerving and dodging bullets like mad, while shooting weird energy projectiles. All sorts of lights and circles and lines were floating around him, and a villain he and Sir Night-Eye fought, some dude with arrow hair? The camera cut away to scenes of the police cordoning off the area with the help of heroes. Yaoyorozu looked a bit conflicted. Yeah, he's in our class, but he's also the TA? He was supposed to be at your class heroics class today, but Nizu called him out for something urgent. That certainly seems urgent, Intelli thought as she stared at the screen projecting the news. All Might was supposed to be teaching them heroics, but he got some urgent notification, and next thing they knew the teachers all gathered them together, with the 3rd years and half the 2nd years? There were way less of them. Dismissed the non-heroics classes and pulled up the news. Hey, that's Mirio. And Nijire. A 3rd-year girl shouted, as the screen flashed to show a blonde hero with a smiley face-like face redirecting civilians along with a hero with long periwinkle hair who was flying around and shooting energy spirals from her hands to propel herself. The reported on screen was blue-skinned and had long sleek lavender color hair. She spoke clearly into her microphone, even though she was on a noisy news helicopter. This is Chitose Kazuki from Shueisha News, live from the scene of an active hero operation. With me is pro-hero and principal of UA High School, Nizu. The older hero students were obviously shocked, if the mutters of holy crap and no way were any indicator. When one of them saw Intelli shooting a curious glance, they explained, Nizu almost never takes an active part in a field mission. Even when he's on break from managing the school, he's more on the planning and analysis side of heroics. Good afternoon, Nizu. What can you tell us about this operation and the lone hero? Who is combating those villains alone? His face twitched, almost imperceptibly. But Intelli wasn't a regular girl. She had studied extensively on rodents in an attempt to answer Nizu's famous question. She didn't know the answer, but she could definitely see his agitation at the leading question. Good afternoon, Chito-san. I want to clarify something. This was not meant to be an operation on any scale. Rather, this was meant to be an internship learning event. However, the criminal group known as the Shai Haisaikai decided to launch an all-out attack, catching our students and us unaware, and capturing a child as a hostage. I assure you that were this planned, civilian evacuation would have been organized prior to the engagement. The camera zoomed in on the Class 1A student, fighting a villain who grew and shot out crystals and one who created energy barriers to limit the green-haired kid's maneuverability. Intelli heard several of his classmates yell out in worry every time he barely dodged a sharp shard of crystal or slammed into a barrier by mistake. From those reactions she gathered his name was Midoriya Izuku. Good to know. The camera returned its focus to Chitose, with Midoriya's battle in the background. I see. I'm sure that will put us all at ease, thank you. Is there anything you can share with us about the heroic student down there? His showing is quite impressive. Are those energy arcs around the villains part of his quirk? Witnesses report that heroes in the comm are referring to him as Lotus. That was a previously unknown name. Is he a new transfer to UA? I hope you will forgive me for not disclosing information on a student. I assure you, though, that Lotus has been authorized to use his quirk and act according to his judgment until a pro hero can make their way to him and take over. Nizu's speech became clipped, and now it was obvious to anyone that he was dissatisfied with the reporter's line of questioning. Chitose just smiled at him and nodded. Of course not, Nizu. I only wanted to let the grateful civilians to know who they should thank. I hope we'll see more of Lotus in this year's third-year sports festival. One final question, and then I promise I'll change the topic. Chitose gave an overacted pout that somehow was self-aware enough to be endearing rather than off-putting. Why is his hero named Lotus? Nizu peered down from the helicopter and grinned. I think you should zoom in and see for yourself. The camera panned back to Midoriya. The translucent red bar under him started flashing red, and he flew a dozen meters away from the villains. Is he retreating? Chitose asked, for once seeming unsure, but still excited. Midoriya then turned back to them, and a giant lotus made of the black energy that his bullets were made of formed behind him. That's what Izuku used to destroy the zero-pointer and save me. A Class 1A girl yelled. Some of her own classmates looked surprised, and as one they leaned forward to get a closer look. Intelli exchanged a look with Yaoyorozu. Now they recognized the move from the observation room of the practical exam. The lotus glowed pink, and its petals detached and spun behind him, each the size of a fully grown human. The crystal shards that were flung toward him disintegrated before reaching him, and the barrier villains stacked multiple glowing energy barriers between them. The petals froze, and a giant beam of energy shot out from them to the two villains. The barriers shattered immediately, the beam moving so fast that it wasn't impeded in the slightest. When the beam ended, both villains were unconscious on the ground, the camera zooming in and catching their chests rising and falling. Intelli heard Yaoyorozu mutter next to her, they would have loved to get a hero student killing villains on live video. The scandal would be immense. The focus returned to Chitose and Nizu. In the background, Midoriya flew onward. Well, I certainly see what you mean. That is one impressive quirk. Nizu chuckled. I assure you, Chitose-san, his quirk is perhaps the least remarkable thing about Lotus, as any pro who has worked with him can attest to. Her interest caught, she probed further. Oh? Has he worked with pros other than the staff at UA? Is that typical of many hero students? The principal's fur bristled. Are you asking about a heroic student's experience, habits, and training on live television? One that is in the midst of live combat. Right as Chitose was about to answer, she received some transmission to her earpiece. It looks like reinforcements are on the way. The camera rose and turned, and at the helicopter's height was the dragoon hero, Ryukyu. On a rope dangling from her claws, 3 heroes were hanging, though Intelli couldn't recognize any of them. Third and second-year students obviously could, since one of them gasped loudly, Nijire. What are they thinking? She should be taking care of civilians. Unsurprisingly, the hero on the screen didn't hear or respond. Instead, the 3 of them lowered themselves through the narrowing roofs to the alley. Using his lotus beam took less out of him than he expected, probably since he waited for a long while after his energy bar was full. That proved the hypothesis that the energy bar could overflow. He heard from his earpiece that reinforcements were arriving, and turned to see 3 heroes descending from a rope. He recognized Rocklock and Bubble Girl, but not the third woman. As they sprinted toward him, the alley's expansion sped up rapidly, and they couldn't get closer. Izuku was debating what to do, when a trapdoor near the 3 of them opened and a few villains climbed out to attack them. He came to a decision. This is Lotus. I'm going ahead by myself. I need to prioritize saving the hostage. Besides, if I go back to help, there's a chance that my quirk will enhance the villains. Without waiting for a response, Izuku dashed forward. He saw the spiky-haired villain mimic handing Eri to a tall man in a black dress shirt and slacks, with a fur-collared bomber jacket, plague mask, and white surgical gloves. The man was standing alone at the end of the alley. Mimic escaped through some crack in the walls, but Izuku hardly noticed him. He couldn't tear his gaze away from how Eri was shaking like a leaf, looking in abject terror at the villain. "So, you're the hero who's caused all this trouble, try to take my daughter away, destroying my property and brutalizing my subordinates. I will give you one chance to leave." His voice was cold and measured, but Izuku could tell it was laced with fury. "I'll never leave without Eri. You can give up and come with me, the courts will take that into account in your sentencing. I don't recognize you, so you're not a wanted villain, right?" Izuku was broadcasting everything from his comm, hoping that someone would be able to fill him in quickly. The man chuckled grimly, and the air around him became heavy with killing intent. Izuku's comm flared. "That's Chisaki Kai, codenamed Overhaul. Leader of the Yakuza group known as the Shai Hasaikai. Regarded as highly dangerous, quirk unknown but has violent applications. Lotus. Be careful. Sir Night Eye and me won't be able to forgive ourselves if one of our closest friends won't come back from this." Niza's voice was laden with worry, and the fact that he said everything over the comms for everyone to hear was evidence enough that his emotions triumphed over his logic. The auburn-haired man slowly took off the glove on his right hand with his teeth, his left arm still holding Eri. "So be it," he said, and placed his bare hand on the ground. Izuku dodged to the right, and as a spear of earth jutted out where he was standing, the familiar red halo appeared over Chisaki, with only the one standard notch 2/3 of the way down. Though Overhaul's mouth was covered, Izuku could tell he was frowning. Izuku dodged and swerved in the air, while crisscrossing gray spears emerged rapidly from the concrete and the walls enclosing them. Each spear lasts for 9 seconds before it recedes into the ground. Each spear can only emerge within 1 meter of the previous spear. Each spear can point in an angle between 20 to 70 degrees, but must be within 15 degrees of the previous spear's angle. Unknown to Izuku, his mutters filled the comms, and since most of the other fighting dies down, the heroes all listened in. Back in UA, Eraserhead made an executive decision and broadcasted the comms to the heroic students. If there was ever a chance to show them why Midoriya was a T, it was now. Besides, it might make it easier to convince the upper years to let him analyze them as well. He could see it working. The students all paled at the speed Midoriya was muttering, since those mutters had to be simultaneous with rapid evasion of extremely lethal spikes. Sure, he was using this as a moment to help Midoriya going forward, but there was no way in hell the kid wasn't about to serve detention for that stunt. Eraserhead felt a calming hand on his shoulder. "It'll be okay, Sho. The little listener is doing great, and I'm sure backup will arrive in no time." Contrary to what his husband said, there was no progress seen. Izuku was rapidly dodging, but the villain was also raising concrete barriers to block the bullets. Something needed to change and tip the scales, and the weird energy meter beneath Izuku still wasn't full. Right as Eraserhead thought that, the color around Izuku's energy bullets changed. -9 creations per second, but split between barriers and spikes. I need to find a way to bypass his barriers, but I'm barely keeping up the pace. This might become a battle of attrition, but I have more win conditions than him. I need to wait for backup, or charge my Lotus Beam again. And I also need not to slip up. Izuku let out a nerve-filled laugh. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Listen up, Brat, I have a soft spot for kids like her, so I'm giving you more access to FA Gene just this once. Focus on it like you did with Nana's float. Izuku heard the voice of the vestige, and listened by instinct. He focused on the feeling of letting energy charge and then release. He felt something click, and when he shot out bullets, they stood still, hovering in the air before him. Still, he kept releasing them, and it looked like he was leaving a trail of floating black energy ball behind him. It felt like minutes, but in just a second after they were released, the black bullets started glowing in a dim red that grew in intensity. When the color reached the strength of the regular bullets' pink glow and the float-style bullets' sky blue glow, they shot out toward Overhaul lightning fast. Not only were these bullets faster, but they were also much stronger, and Izuku heard the barriers shattering. All right, energy bullets, FA Gene style. Overhaul needs to remain in place and touch the ground to activate his quirk, so evasion is out of the question for him. This should be exactly what I need. Don't worry, Eri, I swear I'll save you. Izuku kept talking, staying focused and hyping himself up. He started moving much more erratically, focusing more on dodging than attacking, since he released much less FA Gene-style bullets per second, and they would shoot out on their own after a delay. He saw the halo above Overhaul empty in an increasing pace, and just hoped that when it would reach the notch that he would still have a handle on things. Just a few hits more before the notch. Will it be an increase in speed, flexibility, or complexity? A combination? Think Izuku, you don't have enough samples of enhancing quirked individuals to make a guess, so plan for the worst, an increase in all. Shorten my dodging distance now so that my Lotus Beam will charge faster and be ready right after the notch. Izuku slowed down his firing, and his dodges became hair-thin. He did this gradually so that the villain would think he was getting tired, but he grinned as his bar was almost full. Any second now. Yes. The bar glowed red and Izuku increased his rate of fire again, bringing Overhaul's halo below the notch. As he did so, he realized he was wrong. The increase wasn't in any of those things, or even all of them. It was a form change. The ground rose up around Overhaul, and somehow melted into his body? His proportions grew and his shape changed, turning into a 2-story tall monstrous humanoid. With 6 long arms and concrete bone plating merged into his flesh, he looked truly terrifying. Somehow though, Izuku didn't notice that at all. The only thing Izuku saw was Eri, falling from his arms to the ground. He heard yelling, and realized it was his own voice. A primal fear overtook him, and he shot at near teleportation speed to the falling child. He sighed in relief as she fell into his arms. It's okay, Eri, I caught you, you're okay now. His green lightning jumped from him to the crying girl, releasing her from her paralysis. As his quirk enveloped her, he noticed a small horn on her forehead grow and curl in a spiral, like a drill. A white glow emanated from below him, around where his Lotus Beam meter was, but Izuku couldn't look at it right then. Eri's red eyes looked up at him with a mix of emotions from fear to relief to disbelief, but before he could say anything, she started shrieking. He wanted to calm her down, but when he opened his mouth, he could only let out a wet gargle as viscous red blood spilled out. Oh, he thought as he looked down. He saw a gray concrete spear impaling his chest. Sorry Nizu Mirai. All might I let you down? His voice grew weaker. Kiri. Pachako. Chitose was shocked. Her horror was mixed with elation. She got the best story imaginable. But she knew it was effed up, but there was something inside her that cared more about exposing the darkest truths of the world than anything else. She calmed herself before she planned what to say, how distraught to look. She had a few seconds while the camera was focused on the former hero student. It would take the audience a bit to recover from that. Nu Izuku knew. Midoriya Izuku felt her spirit leave her body. Her baby boy. Her Izuku. Her hero. The auditorium in UA was silent. They heard his final words, his plan. It would have succeeded if he hadn't sacrificed himself to save the girl. Uraraka and Kirishima were weeping, but everyone looked deeply affected. They all jumped when someone roared behind them. All Might fell to his knees, crying loudly, stronger than the rest of the students together. They were shocked at seeing their hero like this. Izuku, I'm sorry. I let you down. How could I ever not be proud of you? You were a hero through and through. All Might grit his teeth as blood spilled out of his mouth. The torch I passed on to you, you told me to pass to everyone. I won't let you down again, Izuku. The torch that you gave me. The future of heroics. I won't let you down. No one aside from the teachers knew exactly what he meant, but they realized there was probably a deeper relationship between Midoriya and All Might that they weren't aware of. Wait, look! Urashi yelled. Below his feet. They all turned back to the screen. Below Izuku's still hovering form, 3 balls of white light were still glowing, and so was the red energy bar above those balls. Those aren't white balls. Those are faces. A girl with goggles and pink dreadlocks from 1B pointed. They look like that girl he saved. Right as they all realized that, one of the white balls shattered and Midoriya and Eri were enveloped by a multicolored prismatic light. Geez, Izuku, you want to give a ghost a heart attack? Nana joked as she looked at Izuku. What? Am I dead? How? He looked around, shocked. Bruce, the spiky-haired user of FA Gene, crouched next to him. I let you use FA Gene. And you didn't, SCK. Don't think you made a mistake. Every single one of us almost died protecting someone who needed protecting. Izuku perked up, looking around. He saw Nana and Bruce, as well as Yoichi and the bald fifth user who he didn't get introduced to yet. Another vestige was visible now though, a man with chin-length sharp white hair, and 2 scars running down the left side of his face. The new vestige patted his shoulder. Don't worry, kiddo, I think you'll be fine. Yoichi kept saying something about a one-up. Anyways, I'm Shinomori Hikage. My quirk is Danger Sense. You awakened it but haven't integrated it yet, but it lets us see a complete sphere around you, instead of through your eyes. Now look. Izuku tried, and found he could view his body in the third person. He saw that his quirk was still active, the energy bar full, the halo around Overhaul still a little below the notch, and miniature caricatures of Ares' face below his feet. Before he could comprehend what he was looking at, one of the spheres broke and a white light flashed before his eyes. When the light receded, he was awake. In the real world, scant seconds had passed. He idly noted that he could see in 2 perspectives now, through his own eyes and from a third-person view. Danger Sense integrated. He saw that Ares' horn shrunk. If before it twisted around itself 3 times, now there were only 2 twists. 3 twists, 3 little faces. All of that information rushed through his mind and he immediately acted. Don't worry, Ares, I won't let something silly like that stop me from saving you. The crying girl looked up at him in shock, as he flew up and farther from Overhaul, who noticed that Izuku somehow wasn't dead. Time to make Bruce proud, Lotus Beam, Fei Jin style. The red energy bar emptied, and the giant black lotus spawned behind Izuku. This time though, instead of glowing pink, it glowed in FA Gene style red. Like the standard lotus beam, the 9 petals split apart. Instead of spinning together though, each petal pulsed slowly and started growing into a new lotus. While this was happening, Izuku put his all into dodging, staying ahead of Overhaul's attacks. When the 9 petals finished blooming, each into its own lotus flower, the lotus beam shot out. Except, instead of 1, it was 9 beams, each almost as strong as the standard one. Overhaul was bombarded with beams, and the remainder of his halo flickered out in moments. When the beams ended and the dust cleared, Izuku stood panting and gasping, hugging the white-haired girl close to him, over the prone form of Chisaki Kai. Tamura, you have to calm down. In a dingy bar, a deep voice came from a screen with no video feed. The addressee of the voice, a young man with pale shaggy hair and cracked, dry skin, has been throwing a tantrum for the hours since the news covered some hero attack on the Yakuza. The man, Shigaraki Tamura, turned to the screen with the best approximation of a pout his sallow face could make. But sensei, can't you give me a quirk like his? Why does he get to give buffs and level ups to other people, and still shoot lasers? Well, Tamura, if you bring him to me alive, I can certainly extract his quirk. Since he is a student at UA, you can attempt to glean information as you proceed with the plan. Just remember that you have a primary objective. Getting this boy will be a side quest of sorts. It won't have a time limit. In fact, it may be easier to complete after you finish your main objective. No. Tamura kept quiet as the voice crackled from the screen, and smiled as it finished. Right before he answered, a man in a suit, made out of purple mist, entered the room with a shallow bow. I have received some news from Jiren. It seems that some of the villains in the altercation we've seen have escaped, including some that were powered up by the quirk used by Lotus Dash. Don't. His name. Kurojuri. Tamura interrupted the man in a fit of anger, resting his hand on a chair and letting his quirk disintegrate it. Before Tamura could continue, the voice from the screen spoke again. Now Tamura, don't you want to hear this out? Maybe you could recruit some higher-level subordinates now? I recall you have been complaining about that for a while now. What do you mean, let it lie? The blue-skinned reporter yelled into her phone. I mean what I said, curious. Her commander, Redestro, was on the other side of the phone. This hero has an immensely powerful meta ability that can augment other meta abilities. The last thing we would want to do is alienate him in any way, right? If you break this story, reveal his identity, or that of the child he liberated, do you think he would join us? Chito bit her lips in frustration. She could smell an incredible story from miles away, but the commander was probably right. She could always get the story after they recruited Lotus. Eventually, reluctantly, she answered, "Yes, sir, I'll try to find more details so we can locate him." She could hear her boss smile widely on the other side. "Perfect curious. You are, as always, amazing. I'll offer to send him free support gear from Detonarat, and for the girl as well. Try to find out if they had a prior relationship, will you?" Izuku couldn't believe that it was only half an hour since Nijire, Ryukyu, and Bubble Girl caught up to him. He was lying on a hospital bed, with an IV in his arm and Eri curled up on his chest. She hadn't spoken much, and was completely silent ever since the hospital staff came within needles. The moment she saw the doctor with the IV, she curled into him and refused to look up. The implications of that behavior were not lost on him. Her shaking subsided when he wrapped an arm around her, and somehow he found that comforting the child came to him more naturally than he would have thought. He simply needed to hold her like he himself had wished to have been held. Mirai and Nizu were sitting by them, talking about everything except what happened. They knew that there would be plenty of time for that. No, currently they were waiting for the storm to arrive. He already warned her to not raise her voice too much, not to scare Eri. But with what had happened, he still had trouble understanding that he actually, legitimately, died. Any yelling would probably be deserved. The door opened slowly. Mirai tensed and the hackles on Nizu's neck raised. Eri shivered from the chill wind that slipped inside the room, but he pretended that it was also part of the atmosphere. All thoughts of levity shattered as Izuku saw his mother's reddened eyes, not a red that came from anger, but from crying. She sat beside him and held the hand not wrapped around Eri. "I was so scared, Izuku. When you were hit, I felt my world go dark." Her voice was wobbling. No matter how his heart ached, Izuku knew he had to choose his words very, very carefully. He looked at Eri meaningfully, hoping his mother, hoping everyone, Mirai was still miffed, would understand. "I don't regret saving Eri, not one bit. If there was an easier way, I would have done it as long as it meant that I would still save her today. There is nothing worth letting her go back with those horrible villains." Eri sniffled in his chest and cuddled in closer. "Izuku, you dash." Her voice started rising a little, and Izuku immediately interjected, "I won't apologize for doing every single thing I could. I'm still learning to be a hero, and I'll keep getting better. I'm sorry that I still wasn't good enough to do better, but I did my best and I can't wait. I won't wait for 3 years when someone needs my help." He squeezed Eri a little and heard her exhale a breath she was holding. "What about other heroes?" she asked, but her voice was less angry, weaker as if she was coming to terms with something. "Mom, I was with a lot of pros, good ones. And they also didn't fail. They did a lot, and it wouldn't have ended as well as it did without them." Izuku was speaking faster now, starting to get a little angry himself. "You call that ending well?" Izuku dash, "Yes." The spacious hospital room was shocked silent. The door, which was opened a crack by a doctor about to enter, was silently closed as that same doctor decided she was needed elsewhere. "It ended well. I saved Eri and that was the #1 goal. I'm training to be a hero. You knew that. I will never apologize for saving someone, and if I tried my very best, I also won't apologize for not being able to. I saved Eri and most of the criminals were apprehended. There were no civilian casualties dash. I'm sorry." A muffled voice came from his chest, as soft and scared as when he first heard it in that alley only a couple of hours ago. She was sniffling, but Eri still wouldn't raise her head. "Don't fight with you, Mama. Please?" She choked back a sob. "I'll go away. So then you and your mama won't fight, okay?" Izuku held her closer, with both hands stroking her hair, and felt a pang of guilt when he removed his hand from his mother's. He shot a glare at his mom, tears welling in his own eyes. He waited before saying anything. He didn't want to let Eri hear him cry. Before he marshaled his strength, his mom beat him to it. She wasn't holding back a single tear. "Oh baby, no, I didn't mean it like that." She reached out a hand to put on Eri's shoulder, but Eri flinched when she felt it. His mom winced, and Izuku could read the combination of hurt, guilt, and helplessness that made up her cocktail of tears. "I know you didn't, Mom." Izuku sighed, then injected cheer into his voice. "Don't worry, Eri, me and my mom cry all the time." Nizu interjected, coming to help. "He's right. You can ask Mirai-san here how he cried today when he gave Izuku a toy." Mirai huffed as Nizu laughed. "I'll have you know, Eri-chun, that it was not a toy, it was a limited edition redacted figurine with full joint articulation." There was silence in the room as the three adults chuckled. "It's a very important distinction." Eri nodded rapidly, believing Mirai if only because of his extremely serious intonation. His mom breathed out slowly. "All right, then Izuku, I want to say thank you for coming back to me, and thank you for not doing anything that would make you live with regret. You're your own man already, but—" Her voice broke and tears came out again, "but also, you can always come eat dinner and come back to your room and ask me for help making dinner and I'll always be worried for you." She was laughing and crying at the same time, and Izuku joined her in both. "Of course, Mom. I love you and I'm still growing and you'll always be my mom." They both took a deep breath as if they were synchronized, and saw Eri peeking out between Izuku's arms. She looked at his mom, and before Eri could say anything she continued, "And Eri, thank you." The girl was so shocked she raised her head with her mouth gaping open. "Thank you for helping Izuku. It was thanks to you and your quirk that my boy is okay now." If at first Eri was frozen in shock, Izuku felt how her muscles tensed now in fear instead. "Oops. It's a curse. My curse made my papa go away." She started squirming in his arms, and Izuku sat up so he could hold her firmly without hurting her. "I don't want to make Izuku go away. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Izuku hugged her close, whispering to her that everything was okay and that it would be fine and not to worry. All the while the cogs in his mind were working overtime. What caused her to react like this? What exactly did her quirk do? And is the change he made permanent? He needed to help her calm down, and for now that just meant hugging her tight and assuring her that he wasn't going anywhere. It didn't take long for the already overwhelmed girl to tire herself out, falling asleep and leaving the room in silence. Izuku knew that he may have rescued Eri from captivity, but there was still a lot to do before he could say that he truly saved her. Inko was amazed at the change that came over her son. She knew he was training intensively. Ever since that day nearly a year ago, when she walked into Nizu's office and met All Might, their lives were turned upside down. She had learned exactly how incredible Izuku's online chats with his friends were, how much he understated and underestimated himself. She saw him forge genuine connections and friendships. Even if she saw Izuku less and less, she adored the radiant smile her son had plastered on his face, and his blazing eyes full of life even more. Now, without noticing, when he talked about the girl he saved, when he held her, he had those same eyes, full of life and purpose. She just never connected that radiance to reality. He wanted to be a hero, and today she had a live demonstration of exactly how that would go. She expected to come in, yell, cry and hug him, ground him for a while and make him Katsudon. She truly underestimated the changes in her son, and as much as Inko was loath to admit, those changes were mostly positive. She looked adoringly as her son absently stroked the child's hair and couldn't help a new sort of tears welling in her eyes. "I'm so proud of you, Izuku. So incredibly proud." The students of Class 1A sat together silently. They had heard from Aizawa that Izuku was fine and would probably be back by tomorrow. Mina knew it was all up to her. She was the only one who could cheer everyone up. She would be the hero they needed, not the hero they deserved. If anyone else were asked, they would agree, they definitely deserved better. So, seems like some lucky girl was the last thing on Midori's mind. She wiggled her eyebrows at Uraraka, and heard Eiji groan from beside the now blushing girl. Ida stood and made a chopping motion with his hand. "Ashido-san, that is highly inappropriate. Apologize to Uraraka-san and when he returns, to Midoriya-san as well." Mina pouted in an exaggerated manner, but she saw it was working. Kaminari was holding back a grin, Toru's shoulders were shaking in silent laughter, most of the other girls were blushing. Surprisingly, of all people Tokoyami was the one who decided to join her side. I believe that I must humbly disagree with you, Edison. Although I dwell deep in the darkness, even I know that the strongest power of all is love, more than any quirk. Mina noticed Tokoyami glance toward Yanagi, who looked ponderous at what he said. Something to keep track of. In the background Uraraka was sputtering of? No, me and Izu Midoriya-san, no. Midoriya-sensei. We just friends, right? Yes. Poor girl Mina thought, so out of touch with reality. She would definitely help Uraraka on her quest to bag Midori, but for now Mina found something much more interesting. Indeed, the completely black shadow jumper, Kurwaro, added, also while glancing at Yanagi, as one who dwells eternally in shadow, I know that the light of true and pure love shines brighter than even 1,000 suns. Uraraka was steaming at that point, insisting that Izuku's pure love was only for heroics and Katsudon. Alas, Tokoyami immediately responded, locking eyes with Kurwaro, it is a shame that such a powerful and exalted light would burn away even the vestige of a ghost of a memory of a shadow's ghost's vestige. As one who knows the purity of the darkest of nights, I also know that only in those pristine depths do light and dark become indistinguishable, and just as in the light, true and profound love between those ordained by fate can blossom. Mina felt a nudge, and saw Toru offer her a snack. She knew they were kindred souls. Kurwaro glared at their bird-headed classmate. Indeed, those would be the foolish, tragically mistaken, wrong and foolish beliefs of one who only dwells in darkness. Such a hypothetical man, who must hardly be a man, perhaps no more than a boy, would be too blind to see that shadows are everywhere, an immutable facet of the very fabric of our darkly tragic and tragically dark reality. As one who resides in the liminal realms of shade, I know how light and dark coexist, just as two lovers must coexist to bring forth the inevitable. Ahem, the inevitable is children. Toru snorted out some of her chocolate, and whispered to Mina, I think if you look hard enough you can see him blush. And look at Uraraka. She floated herself by accident and I think she fainted. Mina responded in kind, yeah, but look how they sneak glances at Yanagi. It's so precious. So, wanna bet on the outcome? 8,000 yen on Tokoyami. You're on, Kurwaro is ready for kids. No way he can beat that. Both girls jumped as they felt a tap on their shoulders. They looked back and saw Jiro's ear extensions, one tapping them and the other holding a note. Mina looked and saw Jiro sitting next to a slightly red-faced Yizo, Momo. Ugh, Mina would have to talk to her about a nickname and fast, she didn't have enough brain to remember that. Toru meanwhile took the note and opened it. Put us down for a thruple, Jiro and Yayarozu. She turned back to the girls, and nodded emphatically. Did you hear his analysis? He was calculating the math and the degrees and everything, in real time during the fight. And did you see how hot he was? Itsuka Kendo sighed at her classmate's antics. He was wearing a mask the whole time, Tokishin. The green-haired girl gave Itsuka a mock glare. Yeah well, heroics makes people 58% hotter, being super smart makes up the other 52% dash. Intelli was about to intervene but Itsuka stopped her with a raised hand. Don't bother, she's making those mistakes to rile you up. Hey, you can't know that. Maybe I'm as dumb as I am beautiful? Itsuka deadpanned, that would have been more believable if you hadn't passed the written recommended exam, which both Hananuki-san and Intelli-san mentioned was quite difficult. Tokage detached her head and let it float around. Pete, I don't understand the big deal, it was like playing a choose-your-own-adventure game from when we were kids. I literally seduced the villain and then went to sign autographs for the children. She brought a detached hand to sweep her hair back in an exaggerated gesture of arrogance. Why, I was even commended for great interpersonal skills and empathy for civilians, it only said that I lack information gathering skill and situational awareness. Intelli's eye twitched. Pray tell, Togen, what happened that made you get such an evaluation? The detachable girl looked a little embarrassed, but Itsuka reckoned she was too deep into the bit to retreat. The villain got up and also had allies, and then killed me by surprise when I gave my number to a handsome reporter. Right as Itsuka was going to put a stop to that, another classmate interrupted, well, I'll bet he's very ugly under that mask, Did you see those Class 1A boys? Each is less attractive than the next. Us in 1B have suave individual charm. Besides, I'm sure that if I even manage to touch him, I'll be able to use his quirk much more efficiently, as would any of you, my dearest classmates, were you burdened with a quirk such as mine. The various conversations happening around the classroom died out, and everyone stared at Monoma Nido. Itsuka sighed once again. Katsuki felt it. He saw Izuku do things he couldn't even imagine. Heard his analyses, and as much as it shamed him, he admitted that with a good martial arts background, only his ability to analyze opponents in real time would probably get him into the hero course. And he had so much more than just analyze opponents in real time for a quirk. It was also insulting. They knew each other way longer than that stupid nerd knew round face and that ridiculously chiseled guy with spiky hair. Katsuki definitely didn't want to be one of that loser's final thoughts, but he damn well knew that he should be. What? Round face gives him a hug and suddenly he's all goo-goo eyes for her. F.I.N.G. ridiculous. Maybe Katsuki should have let some girl date him in middle school. Not one of the hot ones, of course. That could have probably prevented him from losing his marbles over little Miss Floats over there. He finally couldn't take any more of their babbling, and let out a couple of loud explosions. Enough. I know that stupid nerd better than any of you, no way he's interested in anyone. He hasn't spoken to a girl that wasn't his mom since kindergarten. Everyone stopped to look at him, except Birdbrain and Blackfa. Yeah, no, he'd need another nickname for the Shadow Kid, Shadow the Hedgehog, that were still glaring at each other. For some reason Hot Ab's spiky hair was glaring at him, but he still had stuff to say. Well, where's Round Face? I'll let her down easy and let her know that Deku wouldn't know what to do with a girl. He looked around but couldn't see her anywhere. He could swear he saw her floating by the door. Suddenly he heard the grumble of an upset stomach and a groan of discomfort above him. He looked up to see the floating girl, green-faced and with a hand over her mouth. That was the last thing he remembered before erasing the rest of the day from his memory. And while she was reciting the 100th story, she felt a soft kiss on her lips. She opened her eyes and saw that it was the princess who had woken up. Izuku lowered his voice as he saw Eri yawn, and then they talked all about their favorite books, and lived happily ever after. Oh, and when they had kids, the princess made sure to tell them everything she knew about love. Eri smiled at him before nodding off to sleep on his lap. The door slid open and Nizu entered with Mirai, as well as All Might in his skinny form. The three of them were smiling, but Izuku still felt a pang of guilt when he looked at their haggard faces. The moment everything goes back to normal, I will temporarily hand over the Night Eye Agency to Centipeter. I know I couldn't have known earlier, but what happened today was proof that my quirk is probability manipulation and, if I had trained it beforehand. Mirai looked down in shame. Izuku straightened up carefully and answered in a low voice, "What are you talking about, Mirai? We both know you couldn't have known, and next time will be better. Even I know that heroes can't always win." His eyes shifted over All Might for a brief second. Izuku is right, Mirai, and since he has confirmation, I'm sure that there is already a quite detailed training plan to TST and expand the limits of your quirk. Nizu gave Izuku a knowing glance, and when he saw the boy looking away sheepishly, he added, "A plan that doesn't involve skirting the law on financially volatile quirks by visiting Las Vegas." Izuku faked a grumble, but really he was happy that they were all together. They came to sit near him silently as to not wake Eri up. Nizu looked at her with a sad gaze. "Did you learn anything?" He felt a distinct discomfort at the way Izuku's face darkened. Yeah. They were using her for her quirk. And her blood. All Might paled and Nizu felt anger welling within him. Her quirk can rewind matter. I'm not sure if it's organic only or not, and it used to be a stockpiling quirk, but it changed when it interacted with mine. It probably changed permanently, since her horn still looks different, but there's so much left to understand. Izuku noticed he was rambling about her quirk and refocused. Overhaul's quirk lets him rearrange matter. He used it to extract biological materials. Oh no. Exactly what for, but I have a feeling it wasn't only for trigger production. They sat in silence, digesting everything the young girl went through. Well, that certainly complicates things as well as makes them simpler. Izuku looked askance at Nizu, who quickly added, "We'll move you two to the school tonight. You may not know this, but you were on national TV. In your UA uniform." He felt bile rising in his throat. Nizu caught on to his discomfort. "Yes, there are problems. Although they don't know your identity, surely the press won't give up so easily. Besides that, Eri was also caught on camera and is quite distinct in her appearance. However, there are possible solutions as well. Firstly, we will house you two in the school indefinitely. Second, we will make all heroic students sign NDAs. Third, we will release partial information to the press, edited snippets of the comm data. Whether you want to come forward and identify yourself or not is your choice. And we will support you in it." Eri shifted in her sleep and clung onto his shirt. Izuku looked at her and grew more resolute. "All right, we can handle it. I can handle it. I already have ideas for Eri's quirk tests. We'll try them tomorrow morning. And I'm starting to get a hunch as to what kind of changes my quirk can make in others." They got up slowly, and as they left the hospital, Izuku with a hat and mask, All Might suddenly jolted as if he remembered something. "Oh right. While you were fighting, Aizawa decided to let the hero students hear the comms. They learned a lot about mid-combat analysis, but also, young Uraraka is a lucky girl." Izuku froze in place, trying to remember everything he said and was said to him. He snapped out of it when he felt Eri shifting in his arms. He didn't know who would take custody of her, but he found that he didn't really mind if she just stayed in his arms. Every time he looked at her, he remembered exactly why being a hero was so important, that saving people didn't end with numbers on a chart. He rescued her, but there was still so much she needed, and if he was to be her hero, he would make sure she got everything and more. Nizu was right. He usually was, but the margin of error this time was slim. Only a couple of hours after they returned to UA, the first press vans already started camping out, as if they were waiting for a midnight release. He wondered whether it would be worthwhile to dissuade them, or just give them something so they would leave. He would have to consult with Izuku, and probably Aizawa and Yagi. For now he would let the boy sleep with his new ward. He didn't tell that to Izuku, of course, since he figured it would be funnier to wait and see when he would remember to ask. Early in the morning, Nizu went to check up on Izuku and Eri, and peek at the press outside, which could serve as an obstacle course for the students trying to enter. From the field behind the small safe house they stayed in, he heard Izuku cheer and clap, and Eri. "Crying? See, Eri-chan? I told you it's not a curse. Your quirk is super cool and can save so many people." Nizu saw the girl trembling from an overwhelming mix of emoticons, holding on to Izuku's leg and looking at a potted plant. He felt the irresistible need to tease them. "Already helping her with her quirk, Izuku? You could have at least fed her breakfast." Before Izuku could sputter out an explanation, Eri looked at Nizu angrily, and then fearfully. His heart ached when he saw her rein in any negative emotion, no doubt a conditioned response, but still she managed to talk. No, Aiza helped me fix it." Nizu quirked an eyebrow. "Fix what?" "My curse. He made it into a super cool Izuku bent over to pick her up and complete her sentence. As he made eye contact with Nizu, he mouthed silently, "Nightmares." Nizu asked no more. "Quirk. And it was already super cool, Eri. I just changed how it worked a little. Wanna show Uncle Nizu?" It took an inordinate amount of willpower not to purr when he heard Izuku call him Uncle Niz, but he restrained himself. Purring is for lowly beasts like Aizawa and Yamada's cats, not a majestic gerbil such as himself. Eri hesitated, looked at him, at Izuku, then at him again, and nodded. "Okay, remember first we try the regular plant, right?" She nodded, pointed her head at the potted plant, and a white energy beam shot out from her horn. The light subsided and nothing had changed? While Nizu was examining the plant, he heard Izuku give Eri a high five with an exaggerated smile. "Now what?" Izuku prompted, and suddenly she looked much less sure of herself. "And now we break a branch." Izuku nodded and gestured toward Nizu. The gerbil proceeded to break a branch of the plant and back away, when Eri tilted her head and another white beam shot out. This time the change was clear. The potted plant had been restored. Nizu looked toward Eri and the clapping Izuku, and noticed that one of the spirals of her horn had receded. Izuku saw him looking and explained, she grew another spiral overnight, so she was back to 3 of them. Looks like the change is permanent, and also a really powerful healing quirk. Eri looked up at Izuku, not exactly smiling but trying to. Nizu again felt a jolt of sympathy and anger. Very good. Nizu joined Izuku in the overenthusiastic clapping. Would you like to see if you can still help Izuku when he activates his power? Eri nodded, and so did Izuku. The green-haired hero let her down, and activated his quirk. Green lightning surrounded him as he floated up, and from Eri's horn the same lightning emerged to surround her. Her horn grew back to the full 3 notches, while under Izuku's feet the red energy bar and 3 miniature Eri faces blinked into existence. Izuku swooped down to pick up Eri and fly with her for a little bit, before coming down to do some more tests. Entering the school was excruciatingly difficult, both because of the press and because of Ijiro's worry for his best friend. He was thankful that Aizawa-sensei had the good sense to make them allow the students through, but while they really wanted to get the scoop on Lotus. Seems like all of their ideas for hero names wouldn't be needed, which was just as well since Lotus was way better than Pink Bullet, Almightier, Mr. Pattern, and other ideas that Ijiro cringed even by thinking about. His grumbles were shared by students from all courses, but the heroics teachers made sure to emphasize that letting anything slip on the identity of Lotus was a one-way ticket to expulsion, even to other UA students. He stopped at the door to his classroom, where several of his classmates were also standing. Inside, Midoriya was holding the girl he saved. Man, was she adorable up close, but more importantly, he was floating with the energy bar and little faces under him. He looked extremely embarrassed as everyone slowly entered while staring at him. I don't know how to turn it off. Izuku kept trying to talk to her, but there never seemed to be an opportune moment for the 2 of them to talk without some of their classmates around them. Being floaty and glowy, as Ishido so helpfully phrased it, surely didn't help. Everyone swarmed Izuku, carefully, after they frightened Eri the first time they jumped him, asking how he was feeling, what exactly the operation was. Can they hold Eri-chan, Ishido, Hagakure, Yanagi, Azui, and Mizo? Does his quirk have a smarts part, and can they learn it? Ishido and Kaminari, are you aware that you have 2 years of detention to serve? Aizawa. That last one had everyone scramble to their seats. Midoriya, why is your quirk active? Izuku stifled an exasperated sigh. I don't know how to turn it off, sensei. He could hear the giggles from the students around him. Eri patted his shoulder comfortingly, despite not exactly knowing what the problem was. It was only months of honing his reflexes every day that allowed him to land on his feet, as he suddenly tumbled to the ground. Aizawa's hair was floating, so it was obvious what had helped him out this time. But he would definitely need to figure that out. As if mirroring his thoughts, Aizawa spoke, you'll need to figure that out, pronto, especially if you don't want the press on your backs. He turned to the rest of the class. All right, we didn't get to it yesterday, but it's time to go over the evals for your first heroics class, then. The class shuddered at Aizawa's menacing tone. It'll be time to choose a class representative. As if the class were pre-programmed machines, all heads, except for Katsuki and Todoroki, turned in Izuku's direction. Not Midoriya. He has TA duties and his own training to do. Speaking of training, you should all have your evaluations under your desks. Shota put up a very weak argument against Nizu, but succumbed to his pressure. Namuri and Hizashi were on the rat's side from the get-go, so it was a foregone conclusion. After going over the heroics class, he sent Izuku to Nizu's office with the girl. He would not be getting too emotional about that. Hizashi would never let him live it down, and let the students argue amongst themselves. He looked at the clock. It was time. All right, lunch is coming up, so I'm cutting this discussion off here. We'll proceed during homeroom tomorrow, and if by then a decision isn't made, I'll draw lots for the representative and vice representative. Todoroki, Kirishima, Uraraka, and Azui, come with me please. The kids looked confused and nervous. Well, Kirishima and Uraraka did. Azui was deadpan as usual, and Todoroki was. Well, that's one of the reasons he took him out. They followed him silently, toward the more administrative area of the school. His first stop was outside of Hound Dog's office. Todoroki, this is your stop. You will be going here twice a week after homeroom. You won't be participating in heroics class until you get an okay from Hound Dog, and you will keep coming here until you are told otherwise. Todoroki for his part nodded his head and silently entered the counselor's office, but Aizawa still sensed a glare under there. All right, Kirishima, Uraraka, wait here please. Azui, come with me. He entered an empty classroom opposite of Hound Dog's room. After they entered the room, he could detect a hint of nerves emanating from the frog girl. Karo, is something wrong, sensei? She swallowed loudly. Aizawa sighed. You did nothing wrong, but what happened in heroics class was very wrong. That should never have happened to you, and I wanted to ask if you were okay. We were meant to have this conversation yesterday, but… Karo, I understand, sensei. Yesterday was difficult for everyone, and you and Midoriya appear quite close. He was taken aback by her frankness, but collected himself and continued. Yes, and if you feel the need to talk about that as well, then the school has resources to help you. The topic now, however, is the heroics class. Is there anything you feel the need to discuss, share, or request? Including if you feel uncomfortable sharing a class with Todoroki. He really hated talks like these, but Izuku had convinced him that Todoroki needed help, not DSP. He hoped Azui would be fine with not mixing up the classes, despite having every reason for wanting that. The girl looked pensive, and brought a finger to her chin in a gesture of thought. Karo, I have to think about it and I need more time. Does Todoroki feel bad about what happened? Crap, Aizawa thought. He hoped she wouldn't ask something like that. I cannot share anything I talked about with Todoroki in confidence, just like I won't share this conversation with anyone, relevant faculty and staff excluded. If you want, I can set up a supervised conversation for the two of you. Thank you, sensei. Karo, I'll give it all some more time and thought. He dismissed his student and rejoined Uraraka and Kirishima. Now for the hard part. Kirishima, you were here for obfuscation. You are dismissed. If anyone asks you, we went over some bureaucratic issues with your enrollment, and there was a typo in your personal information. Uraraka, come with me. He couldn't believe he was going along with this harebrained scheme. Ochako was panicking. Was something wrong? Would they start taking tuition for the hero course and they were kicking her out since she wouldn't be able to afford it? Aizawa-sensei looked at her and grimaced. That couldn't be a good sign. They reached Nizu's office, and a noise from the ceiling distracted her. Was that something glinting in the vents? All right, Uraraka. If anyone asks, we went over some bureaucratic issues with your enrollment, and there was a typo in your personal information. Anything else never happened. Am I clear? Uraraka paled and nodded without saying anything. Good, now enter. Izuku and Eri entered his office right as he was finalizing a press package to release. There were a few concrete details he had to go over with Izuku, then the plan could commence. Hello, Izuku Dragon, how are you? Eri still looked a little unsure of herself. Hi, Uncle Nizu. Nizu beamed with his least threatening smile, which was much easier these days than it was 10 months ago. There are a few things we need to go over today. First, a press release for you, Izuku. Second, a costume, or at least temporary costume, to obfuscate your identity. Third, I would like to give Eri a tour of the school, just the two of us. He winced as Eri started shaking at the idea. Don't worry, Eri-chan, I'll take you through my super-duper secret vents where nobody can see you and you can see everybody. I want to get to know you better as your uncle, okay? Izuku looked worriedly at his ward. He was really laying it on thick with the uncle thing, but Izuku still wasn't picking up on the hints. That was fine with Nizu though, as he intended to really go in on his role as an uncle. Nizu was surprised when Izuku took out a small remote with a red button and handed it to Eri. Eri, this is your own personal Izuku button. When you need me, press it and I'll come to you no matter what. You are the only person in the whole world that has a button like this, and I want you to use it whenever you want to, okay? The girl looked at the button with wide eyes and held it close to her like a treasure. So, now that you have the button, do you want to go on an adventure with Uncle Nizu later? Nizu sighed in relief as the girl nodded. All right then, the press release. I was thinking of releasing a statement that you were a student under a special new experimental program, which is true, we've never had a student and also fake a leak. The students wouldn't leak information, but you were also at the hospital, and it's only a matter of time before some of the less savory reporters figure that out. Izuku caught on quickly, like always, so the best way to work around that is to let them believe that they already got the information available from there. But what information will we release? Nizu smiled and pushed forward a folder detailing what would be said from which source. A mix of falsehood and truths from them, the hospital, and an edited and redacted version of the comm data. Izuku scanned through it and nodded, determined. I have preliminary costume ideas that could allow me to cover my face, and I'll be willing to give a release myself. His friend took out a notebook with sketches of his costume headgear. A Maydate with a 9-petal lotus crown. There can be retractable protective headgear in the band itself, and until I'm ready to reveal my face then I can hang an ofuda on it to cover my face. If I'm leaning on the lotus aesthetic anyhow, then the purification and ritualistic shrine theme isn't that far away. Nizu nodded at the design. I'll send it to Power Loader for fabrication. Eri, do you want to come with me to get a present for Izuku? The girl hesitated, but clenched the remote Izuku got for her and nodded. He climbed up a bookcase to reach the entrance to his vent system, and Izuku flew up with Eri to hand her over. Now for the final part of the plan. Everything was in place. Good luck, Izuku. That was weird. Why did Nizu wish him luck? Izuku waved bye-bye to Eri and Nizu as the vent shut behind them, and simultaneously he heard a knock at the door. He opened the door hurriedly to let whoever it was know that Nizu was out, but when he opened the door he found himself face to face with Ochako. She looked just as surprised to see him as he was to see her, but he wouldn't let this chance slip. He's been looking to speak to her alone all day. Ochako I dash. Izuku dash. Of course they both started talking at the same time. Izuku couldn't help but giggle, and Ochako joined him. It took them a few dozens of seconds to recollect themselves, and Izuku closed the door after Ochako entered. When I was fighting Overhaul. He started, and he could feel her tensing without even looking at her. Izuku, you don't need to talk about it, take your time, she reassured him with a smile. Just the fact that she made sure he was fine reinforced his decision. It may not be now or never, but he still wanted it to be now. Ochako let out a slight eep when he suddenly took her hands and looked up into her eyes. Ochako, you were one of the last people on my mind. Heroics is dangerous. He chuckled nervously. I mean, of course it's dangerous, we knew that, but still there was so much I thought I would still be able to do. Stop rambling, Izu, just say it, and now that I still can, I want to tell you dash. Whatever Izuku wanted to say died in his throat, as Ochako kissed him without warning. Pure energy spread throughout his body, almost stronger than the lightning of his quirk. He felt like he was floating. When their heads bumped against the ceiling, Izuku realized that they were floating. He wasn't sure if it was his quirk, or hers, or both. They looked into each other's eyes and couldn't stop themselves from laughing as they floated and bumped against the top of the room. Until an unexpected interruption brought them out of their reverie. Uncle Nizu, is she going to be my mama? Elation and embarrassment warred within her, as Ochako came to terms that she and Izuku had kissed, and what an amazing kiss it was, and that both Principal Nizu as well as Eri, Izuku's responsibility? Child? Something. Saw them. The three of them were sitting in Nizu's office, while Nizu himself went to Power Loader to fabricate a costume part for Izuku. Eri was sitting on Izuku's lap, and as Ochako thought that the pair of them looked absolutely adorable together, Eri's question resurfaced in her mind and she couldn't help but blush. By Izuku's reddened face, she suspected that his train of thought ran on a parallel track to hers. Eri looked at Ochako nervously, which caused the aspiring heroine to explain her answer, which was a sputtered, "Ithut, no? What?" She leaned toward the girl. Eri-chan, I don't know about being a mom, but for now I'll be Aunt Ochako, and her eyes flickered up nervously to Izuku's, then back to Eri. Maybe in the future we'll see about being your mama instead of aunt? Eri tilted her head in thought, and looked up to Izuku to try and figure out what he thought about the whole situation. Ochako desperately hoped that she hadn't misread anything or said anything wrong. You know, Aunt Ochako is really smart, some things take very little time, and some things take a long time. Like how the princess was asleep for a long time in the story? She inquired, imitating how he stretched out the sound in long. Izuku smiled and nodded. Exactly. Very good, the girl preened at the praise while Izuku continued, Ochako will be an amazing aunt, and you'll see her a lot. Now it was Izuku's eyes that flickered anxiously to meet hers, and she nodded at him. The two teens shared a shy smile, when suddenly an alarm blared throughout the building. And what do you see in this image, Todoroki-kun? Hound Dog held another abstract ink blot in front of the dual-colored teen. Todoroki looked ponderously at the image, as if trying to decipher a deeper meaning. A fire, sensei. Hound Dog sighed. That was the 5th fire the kid saw out of 5 ink blots. He was tempted to show Todoroki a picture of a lake to check what the boy would see in it. Todoroki wasn't being forthcoming when Hound Dog broached the issue with tact, and using external stimuli wasn't helping either. Perhaps for a child as shut off from the outside world as Shoto Todoroki, the direct approach would be best. The therapist straightened himself in his seat. Todoroki-kun, you refuse to use your fire, even at the risk of other people's well-beings. Though Hound Dog inserted no judgment into his words, his patient flinched, which was probably a good sign, all in all. However, all you are able to see is fire, and whether you use it or not, it seems that your fire is controlling your life. Seeing as your father is Endeavor, a notorious fire-using hero, I feel the need to ask. Has your father ever acted violently towards you? Todoroki squirmed a little in his seat. Hound Dog pressed his advantage. No matter what, that is wrong, Todoroki-kun. Seeing you sit here makes me grateful to Izuku. The teen looked up in confusion, which is exactly what Hound Dog wanted. He was really worried about you. He insisted that you shouldn't get punished at all, and that you needed help. He told me that he couldn't imagine the pain you're in, having to deny a part of yourself every day. His fire is not a part of me. Todoroki answered, anger overtaking his confusion and awe at Izuku's actions. Can he make your fire ignite or shut off? Neither Hound Dog nor Todoroki clarified who he was. Some things were obvious even if unspoken. Todoroki shook his head slowly. If you were to shoot out a ball of fire, could he direct it or control its trajectory? Another negative shake, but this time accompanied by words. My ice is from my mother, while the fire part of my quirk comes from him. I won't use it. If a villain donates to charity, in order to launder money or throw heroes off their trail, should the charity not use the money to help people? That's not the same. The fire and surety was starting to leave his voice. Todoroki-kun, if your father abused you, no matter the reasons, he is a villain. There is no justification for that reprehensible behavior. Ask yourself why you want to be a hero, Todoroki-kun. Maybe you'll find that you don't really want to be. But if you do, if you find a reason to do good, then ask yourself if that reason is imp dash. A loud siren interrupted Hound Dog, and both of them winced. He only hoped this wouldn't undo any progress that was made. As they got up, he placed a gentle hand on Todoroki's shoulder. I'm not expecting you to wake up tomorrow and start slinging fireballs. I only hope that you think about what we talked about. Not using your fire because of your father is still allowing your father to control you, and you deserve better. I'll escort you to the evacuation zone and go investigate. Toru was nursing a sprained ankle on a cot in the nurse's office. She was super extra thankful to Yurashi and Ida for taking charge in the cafeteria. A panicking Genid student knocked her over, and beneath the din of the alarm her shout couldn't be heard. Someone stepped on her foot, hard, and she whimpered, covering her head with her arms to brace for the worst. Suddenly the din subsided, and she heard Ida yelling from above her. We are students of the most prestigious school in Japan that is staffed by pro heroes. In your panic you fail to notice that you are causing bodily harm to your fellow students. Toru stood and looked up. Ida was held aloft by a whirl of wind created by Yurashi, and the loud boy was helping amplify Ida's message by spreading it through the air. Ida continued, there are clear evacuation guidelines. Class representatives, please help organize the students and make sure everyone proceeds to the nearest evacuation point, classroom 2H on this floor, in an orderly manner. We must trust in the staff to keep us safe. The students looked around, many looking embarrassed or ashamed. As Yurashi lowered his classmate, The alarm ended and the PA system turned on. Aizawa's voice emerged, "Remain calm." The alarm was triggered by members of the press trespassing on school property. Toru could hear his scowl through the speakers. "Proceed with the rest of your day as normal." She would be getting them both some chocolate, and also she would help one of them campaign for class president. She would make banners. Victory was theirs. The evening of that day, a pale man with dry and cracked skin stood before a throng of 2-bit villains, crooks, and goons. He made sure to look suitably intimidating, hands covering his face but leaving cracks for his red eyes to peek through. "You lot, every single one of you, has proven that you have the drive, the ability, and the viciousness to undertake this mission with the League of Villains." They proved no such thing, Tamura thought to himself, but he couldn't just tell the fodder that they were fodder, right? "In a few days, we will infiltrate an isolated area of UA when the first-year classes are most vulnerable, and strike where it hurts before retreating." He raised his arms victoriously, and the fodder cheered. "We will strike fear into the heart of Japan, and shake the foundations of this stupid hero-based society." More cheers followed, growing in volume. The League of Villains will become a bogeyman to haunt every youth who dreams of being a hero. Whistles and hoots. It was kind of nice, this validation. It made Tamura feel, maybe he would keep the fodder around. "In one fell swoop, we will grew the entire world." A lone cheer and clap, accompanied by confused mutters. One of the villains asked, "If you're Gru, does that make us your minions?" Tamura scratched his neck in irritation. "No. I'm not Gru. We, together, will perform an act of villainy so heinous that it will grew the world." "But I'm allergic to bananas, is that a problem?" A different villain interjected. Tamura was flabbergasted that she seemed genuinely worried about that. "No. Not Gru. No minions. We will jiri them." Their confused silence met his angry frustration. He would have to explain it to the simpletons. "If you're awesome, you are people. We, on the other hand, will be gruesome. We will grew people." He looked at them hopefully. They had to understand it now. "Do we have to bring our own overalls and goggles?" Forget it, Tamura thought. He wouldn't be keeping the fodder. By afternoon classes resumed, and Izuku was supposed to be helping Midnight for art history. In actuality, he was helping Eri do a coloring book and thinking about how they should approach her schooling. His mother would be moving into the on-campus safe house. Maybe when Eri got used to her it would become clearer. His thoughts were definitely more muddled than usual, since he kept sneaking glances at Ochako. He knew that she was probably doing the same, since about 63% of the times he glanced at her they had made eye contact. They also both blushed profusely after that and averted their gazes. "Midoriya-kun, could you please come to the board and sketch 2 variations on a single costume that would be reflective of different styles or eras of heroics, and explain why the same costume would look different according to those lines?" Midnight's voice jolted him into awareness, and as he went to the whiteboard, Midnight took his place next to Eri. Izuku was drawing the knee and thigh areas, explaining how buff padding and sharper yet thinned lines were more in line with a modernist view of heroics, to reflect that heroes were efficient and utilitarian rather than flashy. Of course this wasn't the entire case, but the best example of that trend was capes, which had all but vanished. Suddenly Midnight exclaimed aloud, drawing attention to her and Eri. He caught her eye and knew he had been played. It would never have happened to him were he not so distracted. "Wow, Eri! Those are really pretty drawings. What did you draw?" At least she was doing this in a way that was positive for Eri, for that Izuku would make his revenge fairly painless. Eri clutched her drawings with a red face, and when she looked at Izuku he smiled at her and nodded reassuringly. Even though it would work against him, he would take the hit for Eri's sake. He knew Ochako would too. The shy girl lowered her face a little, but her body language was pleased. Eri lifted her drawing and said, "This is me and Izuku and Aunt Ochako all holding hands." A noise not unlike a boiling kettle escaped Ishido's lips. Midnight of course decided that wasn't enough and prodded for more details. "That's so nice of you to draw, Eri. Why did you decide to draw all of you together?" Eri squirmed shyly in her seat, looking to Izuku for affirmation. He sent Ochako an apologetic look, and she nodded to him. His heart fluttered. He was so glad that he found her. She knew immediately what he meant and was willing to bear the embarrassment with him. Izuku smiled at Eri and nodded, signaling to the child to continue. Because Izuku and Aunt Ochako kissed with their lips, so maybe she will be my mama one day. That was more blunt than Izuku thought it would be. He noticed that from the way Midnight was holding her breath and puffing her cheeks, she also expected something less in your face. A thud broke the silence in the classroom. Ochako dropped her head onto her desk. Apparently that was the signal Ishido was waiting for, since she began squealing loudly and talking with Hagakure next to her. Izuku went back to sit next to Eri. He knelt down by her side. That's very pretty, and I'm really happy you drew us all together. When we get home, I'll hang it on the fridge, okay? Eri nodded rapidly, happy that she made Izuku happy. He turned to Midnight, who was on her way back to the front of the class, and when they made eye contact he mouthed to her, I will get you back for this. When he refocused on the child, he saw her look between him and the drawing with a content expression. Izuku decided to concede the match, turning to Midnight once again and mouthing, thank you for that. Inko was holding Eri in her lap while they watched Izuku, in partial hero costume, on a stage with Aizawa and Nizu, surrounded by members of the press. Thankfully they were behind a partition. They waited for the crowd to settle down, and her son stood to go to the front of the stage, Nizu behind him. He and Nizu had talked about how best to do the whole press thing, but she still saw her poor boy's hands shaking in nerves. Luckily his face was covered, so no one else should notice. Right? Hi everyone. Thank you Avodash, his voice cracked. For a moment Inko panicked since she hadn't brought a camera to record, but then she saw the flashes of multiple professional photographers and thanked her lucky star that no one noticed her fumble. He cleared his throat. Sorry? Right, thank you for coming. I am Lotus, a student here at UA Academy, and I was involved in an impromptu clash with the Shy Hasaikai. First we would like to explain the event. I'm on the double heroic support track, and I was going with Principal Nizu and Sir Night Eye to test new support gear. Before anyone asks, some of what you saw me do is my quirk, and some of it was the gear. I won't be answering any questions about which is which, since it's still under development. Disappointed mutters ran through the crowd. We encountered a high-profile villain, and due to unforeseen circumstances I had to engage with them before backup arrived. Everything else was on camera. Any questions? A flurry of hands and shouts. Izuku pointed seemingly at random and a reporter stood up. Yut-Hero from Teen Hero Monthly, Lotus-san, have you been approached regarding merchandise? What? Why would I dash? Nizu tapped his shoulder gently. Ahem, no, there are currently no plans along those lines. Before he could ask another question, the rest of the reporters started waving their hands again. Hachida Nanako from Heroes Digest. Lotusan, are you immortal? Before Izuku could answer, Nizu leaned into the microphone. I apologize, Lotus. While we agreed that managing the press conference would be a good learning exercise, I must intervene. Miss Hachida, what kind of answer could that question possibly have that would be reasonable to give publicly? The reporter blushed and sat down. Inko knew Nizu well enough by that point to notice that he wanted her to put up more of a fight. Izuku took back the reins and pointed at another reporter. Inko recognized her as the one that interviewed Nizu on the helicopter above the location of the battle. Chitose Kazuki, Shueisha. Lotus, what do you have to say about rumors of a close relationship between you, Sir Night Eye, and Principal Nizu that predates the start of your schooling? Hushed murmurs erupted, and Inko couldn't help but scowl at the blue-skinned vulture's self-satisfied grin. Oh yeah, I didn't have a lot of friends growing up, so I was pretty active online. Apparently we were all active in the same forums, and we didn't even realize until after we met in person in UA, and by coincidence Nizu had something related to that on his desk. That response definitely wasn't what the press expected or hoped to hear. It was basically the opposite of a scandal. Aizawa sighed and lowered his head into his palm, while Izuku fidgeted in the silence. Eventually he couldn't take the suspense, so he added, that's actually where my hero name came from. My handle on those was Green Lotus. Inko almost missed the victorious grin on Nizu's face. Someone in the crowd gasped. But before she could speak, another reporter stood. My question is for Nizu. Are you not worried about accusations of favoritism? The mouse-like principal, Inko recalled Izuku saying something about a gerbil, again strode forward. If you want to prepare an anonymous questionnaire for our heroic students, you may, but since you didn't state what paper you work with, the results will be sent to every publication with a representative here. The reporter flushed but sat down. Excuse me. A woman shot up. She looked too excited for Inko's taste. Hirumye, editor of the Journal of Quirk Sciences dash. Oh my god, I love the Jakus. Izuku realized he interrupted and looked down. Sorry, please continue. She smiled widely. It's quite all right. If I'm interpreting what you said correctly, are you Green Lotus associated with the unsolved analysis message boards? Izuku nodded. Yeah, that's where I post most of my thoughts, I guess. Some of the bulkier things I send when someone asks, since I don't want to overload the server or DB. Small arcs of electricity tingled through the reporter's hair, her quirk making itself notices in her excitement. Then all at once it died down and she scrunched her face. Wait, but Green Lotus has been active almost a decade. And you're in high school. Inko realized most of the reporters had no idea what was going on, but still realized they were on the cusp of something interesting. Yeah. A short and to-the-point answer, when a longer one was needed. Nizu nudged his shoulder and Izuku realized that as well. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that. I like quirks and analyzing quirks, and I've been doing it online for nearly a decade. Hiru fell back on the ground, looking shocked. She brushed herself off and stammered a little. There's so much to ask. Do you realize how often we get mailed asking about you? Even though you only publish online, every graduate student thinks we can put them in touch with you. Do you have plans to publish the full manuscript of the AQIP? Most other reporters were on their phones, searching up whatever it was Izuku and the nice, at this point, in Inko's fickle mind, reporter we're talking about. Oh sure? I can send it to you if you want. Yes. It would be great for everyone if you would send your writings to a journal rather than post them online, don't you think? The happier she and Izuku became, the more agitated the rest of the press were. This was obviously not what they had in mind as the topic of the interview. One of the other reporters, the one that asked Nizu about favoritism, interrupted. Excuse me, Lotus-san, I believe there are other reporters with questions? Izuku shook himself out of his reverie. He complained in a soft voice that made Inko giggle, but the JQS is my favorite. Any other questions? Hiru-san, can you leave me your email address and we can get in touch? He pointed to a different reporter. Yes, Yut-san. Thank you, Lotus. The reporter preened, happy that Izuku remembered him. It seems that even without such a public act of incredible heroism, just your work on quirks marks you as a rising star. I'm sure that the readers of Teen Hero Monthly are dying to know, what are you looking for in a romantic partner? Inko's face was stuck between a giggle and a grimace. The exact kind of question that was built to trip her poor, shy, innocent, baby boy up. She looked up knowingly, there he was, blushing. Any moment now Nizu would swoop in and save him. WL. I think that it's not proper to ask or talk about a hero's personal relationships. I don't feel comfortable talking about the person I'm dating, what? And I hope that you can respect that. Inko was confused, but also excited, but mostly confused. What was Izuku talking about? Of course, I apologize for my lapse of judgment. Of course. Now Inko understood. It was a diversion tactic thought up by Nizu. Inko was shaken out of her self-satisfied epiphany by a light tug on her sleeve. Eri was handing her a piece of paper. What's this, Eri-chan? The girl looked to the floor. Izuku said he liked it, but sometimes people say things only to be nice. Do you think Izuku likes it really? Inko looked at the picture. Eri, Izuku, and a figure with brown circular hair were holding hands. Inko had a nagging suspicion she knew what she was looking at. Again excitement and confusion warred within her. Wow, Eri-chan, that's beautiful. It's you and Izuku and... Why did you draw another person? Eri answered, still looking at the floor, that's Aunt Ochako, because she told me that in the future she might be my mama. Inko wasn't cognizant of her surroundings. If she would have noticed that it was her high-pitched shout that brought an end to the press conference. Itsuka had to admit she was curious about the TA from their sister class. Today they would finally have a heroics lesson with him present, which was definitely something to look forward to, if the students of 1A and Tokage Setsuna, who was drooling incessantly, were to be believed. They reached the mock city to find the green-haired boy, still with his headgear but not the slip of paper that covered his face, talking to Sekijiro-sensei. A small girl was hanging over his back, with her arms around his neck. She looked at Setsuna with worry, but was surprised to see her friend look over only with curiosity and none of the mischief she expected. Inching her way closer, she asked her, "Is something wrong? I expected you to be all over him by now." The green-haired heroics student let out a disappointed raspberry. Apparently he and one of the girls from his class got together already. Should have known he wouldn't stay single for long. Shizuki passed them and huffed. I for one am disappointed that an aspiring hero, especially one already in the limelight, would allow himself to fall to the temptations of the flesh and enter a premarital relationship. Tokage got a glint in her eye and hastened after the religious girl before Itsuka could stop her. Both girls had green hair. Tokage's was darker and straight, while Shiozaki had literal thorny vines for hair. Still, as Tokage placed her arm over Shiozaki's shoulder, Itsuka felt that the head covered in silky straight hair was much more menacing than the one wreathed in thorns. You know, I never said they did anything more than hold hands. I have to wonder where your mind jumps to Ibare-chan. Tokage skipped ahead again, leaving Shiozaki red-faced in a mix of anger and embarrassment. Ignore her, that's the only way she won't do it. Remember, she means well, please, Shiozaki-san. She wants to make everyone laugh. The thorny girl nodded briskly, and Itsuka knew that was the best she would be getting. Their conversation, along with any other conversations their classmates were having, ceased when Vlad King clapped his hands loudly. All right, class, welcome to Practical Heroics. With me is Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. He's serving as a teaching assistant for them, as well as the teaching assistant for Heroics Schoolwide. Itsuka could have sworn that Midoriya's eyes widened slightly in shock, but he composed himself too quickly for her to be sure. Minoma's hand shot up, and Vlad King sighed. Yes, Minoma? Excuse me, sensei, are you sure that it is appropriate to allow an enemy spy to infiltrate our ranks? It's been a week of intense contact between all the classmates, and Itsuka was doubting whether she would ever understand if Minoma was doing an elaborate bit or was genuinely just like that. Vlad King deadpanned, and after a moment of silence continued. Midoriya will introduce himself and the exercise, after which you will be split into teams. Midoriya, the stage is yours. The young turned to them, and the girl on his back hid her head shyly when she felt eyes on her. Hi everyone, I'm Midoriya Izuku. I do quirk analysis and Nizu, and I thought it would be productive for me to work with more than just my class so that we could all improve and go plus ultra. He raised his hand in an imitation of present mic, only to be met with silent stares. A few seconds of awkward silence passed, and Midoriya cleared his throat to continue. Right, so you will be split into teams randomly, and each team will be either villains or heroes. You'll be assigned random scenarios with different win and lose conditions for villains and heroes. Any questions? Intelli's hand shot up, and so did Minoma's and Utsushimi's. When Midoriya glanced at Vlad King and saw that the pro-hero wouldn't take charge, he nodded. Right, so I'd appreciate if you would introduce yourselves when I call on you. Yes, you were first. He pointed to Intelli. Thank you, Midoriya-san. I am Intelli Psycho, Class 2B. Will the scenarios be static, or will they change in real time? Additionally, how much information are we given about the scenarios in advance, and what further information can we request? Will there be stand-ins for civilians? Intelli sped up, and Itsuka could recognize the agitation in her voice. Is that why you brought a kid? Is her quirk going to activate at some inopportune moment, and is her quirk laser eyes? Itsuka expected all sorts of reactions from the new TA, but sudden realization was not one of them. Oh, you're the hijacked crew's recommended student. Intelli had told her about her written exam multiple times. It was a sore spot for the woman, who prided herself on unparalleled intellect. That Midoriya immediately knew what she was talking about definitely couldn't mean anything good. The white-haired student bristled. How do you know that? Midoriya scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, and Vlad King intervened. Midoriya was in charge of the written examinations. His examination was to run in parallel multiple scenarios for the test takers, as well as provide feedback. So when the staff is putting our faith in him to assist us, it is not misplaced. As he answered, he sent a pointed look at Monoma and Intelli, yet Itsuka had a feeling that her homeroom teacher was missing the point completely. Intelli immediately stood and pointed accusingly. Before she finished rising, Midoriya already spun the kid around his torso so she would be looking over his shoulder and not at the angry student. Itsuka was impressed, but she could have gone without Tokage whispering in her ear, "You know what they say about men with huge paternal instincts, right?" She was spared from answering since her angered classmates stole the focus back. How were we supposed to handle those curveballs? A villain hidden in the crowds? Children activating their quirks? The boy in front of them looked genuinely confused. What do you mean? You all did great. In 62% of the hostage situations that involve more than 2 children aged between 4 and 6, there is a quirk mishap involving those children. Of those, 10% lead to severe damage such as hospitalization or loss of life. He hugged the white-haired girl closer to him and Tokage. That's why we need to help those children even more than adult hostages, since they are completely innocent and such occurrences can lead to lingering trauma. As he answered, Itsuka saw Intelli pale and lose momentum, but he was legitimately oblivious to that. And when villains have unknown accomplices in the scene, of the times those accomplices act after the villain was subdued, 58% of those cases they are hiding among the crowds and wait for the press to swoop in. Intelli nodded and sat down in silence. He looked around and asked, "Right, anything else before we continue?" Monoma raised his hand again, and received a nod of acknowledgement. A pit grew in Itsuka's stomach as her blonde classmate stood and marched toward the Monoma Nito. I look forward to working with you. He reached out for a handshake, and before anyone could warn Midoriya, he shook Monoma's hand in return. By that point everyone in 1B knew what Monoma's quirk did, and Itsuka herself would admit that she wanted to know exactly what Midoriya's was. After the show he put on, nobody could really tell. They were looking at Monoma, waiting for something, some reaction, gloat, curse. Instead, the blonde looked around with dilated pupils, his breathing hastening. After barely a second he knelt on the floor and closed his eyes. Midoriya, what the hell is your quirk? What am I seeing? I can also hear and feel it. Why does it matter what sections of the concrete are elevated by a millimeter? How does that help you become a hero? How do I turn it off? Vlad King dragged Monoma by his armpits, since Midoriya was trying to work out what was going on. Oh, I guess. You guys want to know about my quirk? 19 heads nodded in unison. Right, so basically I recognize patterns, but I still need to learn to analyze them. For example, Monoma-san probably noticed that there were 3 distinct levels of elevation and coarseness on the concrete. Itsuka looked to the ground beneath them. There was no such distinction as far as she could tell. Okay, so I noticed that immediately, but without knowing the properties of concrete and the traffic and use this place gets, I wouldn't be able to say much. As it is, I can tell that there were 2 occasions in which the concrete here was repaired without the room itself being overhauled completely. The quality of cementos cement changes with his diet. Hananuki cursed, unexpected coming from him. Sheet. How did I not see that? Does my quirk also do stuff like that? Midoriya grinned. Well, let's start the exercises and find out. Sasaki Mirai was ready. The first real test. Izuku was spot on, of course. After doing the basic battery of stress tests his young friend had designed, he had managed to manipulate probability with pretty good results. Of course, only in matters of chance such as dice and cards. Now it was time to exercise the long-term abilities of his quirk. He would activate his quirk before leaving home and enter one of the strictest quirk-suppressing establishments in the world. He took a long few weeks off and flew all the way to the USA for it. He definitely wasn't worried about being caught or chastised for breaking any rules. Places like this one only catered to the elite in the first place, and they would be extremely confident in their made by Island quirk suppression field. Mirai touched himself while looking into his own reflection's eyes, and strained his quirk. Time for the moment of truth, he thought as he put on his tailored tuxedo. Besides, even if things did go south, he wasn't worried about any long-term consequences. After all, he smirked and put on gold-rimmed sunglasses. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Katsuki Bakugo just wasn't getting it. There was obviously something really wrong about that spiky-haired hunk loser. Every lunch when he passed Katsuki by in the cafeteria, Katsuki would subtly move an inch inward. Yet the annoying extra hadn't asked to sit with him yet. How much more XPLCT could a guy be? If red hair thought that playing hard to get was the way to go, he was in for a rude awakening. Katsuki looked at the loud table full of losers. Pink was grilling Roundface about Deku's D, or something, and Roundface ate her rice with a red face, obviously embarrassed that her loser nerd boyfriend was endowed with a tool the size of a grain of rice. Super cut abs shitty hair was sitting next to her and laughing at Deku as well. Suddenly some explosive pops escaped his hands without his noticing. What the F? Was Hot Stuff Rock Quirk playing it? Making him jealous? Fat chance. Katsuki could see through those childish manipulations from miles away. Come on Mina, don't tease her. His pink friend guffawed. Oh come on AG, we're all super stoked for them, it's out of love. Love I tell you. Ijiro looked at his red-faced friend, who was blushing enough to compete with his hair. It was like she was making sure to have a mouthful of rice in her mouth whenever there was a lull in the conversation, just to avoid having to participate. I for one, am not super stoked. I mean, Midoriya is off the market now, that's a heartbreak and a half. Kaminari Denki sat next to Ijiro and shouldered his way onto the already crowded lunch bench. He was obviously saying it all in good nature, but it still hit Ijiro a little too close to home. Suddenly he did a double take, and so did Mina, while squealing. Wait, Kaminari, are you coming out? Is that what's happening? Kaminari grinned at them slyly, and Ijiro felt suddenly a little warm around the collar. You know, Kaminari said, hot is hot, no matter what bits you got. Hot and smart is even better, whether you're the type that gets harder or wetter. Hot, smart and kind? A 1 in a million find. Everyone except Uraraka nodded along. She was too busy trying to get the blood to leave her face and return to the rest of her body. Of course, Kaminari continued, hot, smart, kind. And paternal? Now that's just. He snapped his fingers and a small bolt of electricity jumped through his hand, electrifying. Boo! Boo! Hagakure threw crumpled pieces of paper at the electric teen, and he put on an offended face. Oof, tough crowd, he said, and then out of nowhere he sent his arm over Ijiro's shoulder and leaned into him. Alas, not everyone can appreciate the art of pun and subverting expectations. Many small explosions erupted from where Bakugo was sitting, and for once Ijiro was thankful to the J. His explosions made everyone look away, and miss how his face reddened at the proximity to his classmate. At least, that's what he initially thought. The red in his face drained into chalk white, as he raised his head and saw self-proclaimed queen of romance, Ashido Mina, look straight at him with a devilish grin. His foe's eyes sharpened, obviously intimidated by his maneuver. Coming out of nowhere like that would knock anyone off their feet, but that was the essence of shadows. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The bird-headed fool bluffed. Tokoyami really thought sending his quirk out to speak for him would work. He even pretended to panic and shush it with his third-rate stiff acting. No way any woman would be attracted to such atrocious acting skills. Not that there was a specific woman who may or may not be attracted to such skills, but if there were, then surely she wouldn't be. Shirhai smirked. I just did. Tokoyami sighed and feigned relief from the seat in front of him. Very well, in response to your indirect strike card Black Flame Abaddon Beam, I activate my contingency legacy spell Cursed Right Eye of Break Magic. I have to discard half of my hand, and I skip every third card I would draw, but in return I can perform an immediate Enhance Reflect Epic Countermagic on any strike card except those from the Divine Retribution of the Cybergod Techno series. No way. It wasn't a bluff. Shirhai trembled in shock. Surely he wouldn't follow up with the combo. No one would be that cruel. I apologize, Kurwaro-san. You are truly a worthy opponent, but I will engulf your hopes in a mad banquet of darkness. He prepared a card from his hand and then froze. Of course, there is no specific hope that I'm referring to. I'm talking about the general CNCPTN of your hopes. Whether they concern a girl or not. Or a boy. Or a place. Shirhai nodded. When his fated foe talked sense, there was no use in disagreeing on principle. Of course. But it isn't over. He shook his head at Shirhai. I'm sorry, but it is. My enhance turns your strike into blacker flame Abaddon beam, which I ritual energy feed to summon Dark Monarch King Abaddon Dark Flame 4. Because of the summon method dash. Oh, are you guys partaking in a fated match to the end of epic duel battles? A soft voice asked with unconcealed excitement. They both turned simultaneously to see their classmate, and definitely surely nothing more, Yanagi Reiko, standing with stars in her eyes looking at them. Unfortunately for Shirhai, it was Tokoyami that collected himself first, of course Yanagi Dano. This game, nay competitive art, is a perfect blend of the unending thirst for triumph, the acknowledgement of the arcane and hidden, as well as the utter dominance, that embody the ideas of darkness. The girl nodded enthusiastically. I must agree with you, Tokoyami-san. I have constructed my deck to be very spooky indeed. Mayhaps I shall challenge the winner? The shadowed teenager felt his heart stop. Would she see him lose? He truly had no counter to Dark Monarch King Abaddon Dark Flame 4, he was only using his hobby deck. Ah, but I would gladly sink into the shadows and give up my spot for you, for epic duel battles will always remain, however it is only now in which you find yourself without a seat. He stood up and motioned for her to sit. Their graceful, ghostly, classmate grinned like a haunting woman from a horror movie. Oh, how he wished he had a camera with him. His heart was truly bound in her chains of darkness, and from her bag cards floated out to circle around her, her quirk perfectly suited to the dramatic beginnings of the game. Thankfully, Tokoyami was too excited to play to notice Shirhai's deception. I must warn you, Yanagdano, I play a third-tier devouring demonoid of gluttony darkness deck, and I won't be going easy on you. Almost instantly the girl deflated, the rings of cards around her coalescing into a deck. She removed a black metal tube from a compartment in her bag, and her face turned from dejected to determined. She snapped the rod forward and it extended to the length of a staff. That is indeed a formidable deck, Devour Lord Tokoyami, however I play. Shirhai and Tokoyami gasped at the same time. The staff was uniquely distinct. Does that? No. Tokoyami stuttered. It seems so, the staff must be one of the legendary 7. Shirhai continued as the head of the staff opened, revealing the mythical 77-pointed star. That were given to the 7 finalists of the 77th Ultimate Tournament. They finished together. Indeed, my blackened foes. I play a unique Phantom Eternalius Ghost Wraith of Dead Hope's deck. I hope you can challenge me together, perhaps that way. I will once again feel the thrill of a true battle. Shirhai didn't know how a woman could be at once so attractive and so terrifying. He only knew that something at that moment was unlocked within him, and as he felt Tokoyami's hand clench his, he also knew he wasn't alone. What a mad banquet of darkness. Flirting? Momo asked her, flabbergasted. Jiro had her earjacks connected to a listening device and a transponder connected to their earpieces, all fabricated by Momo, but thought of by Midoriya. I think so. Man, I can't imagine what it's like to flirt over a game of epic duel battles. Before Jiro could continue her sentence, she felt Momo stiffen next to her. Yes, indeed, my friend Jiro. Truly a hobby that is not suited for couples, I agree. Jiro thought, good thing she said that before I could open my mouth and say how nice that must be. Yeah. Ha. She discreetly pushed her bag away with her foot. The last thing she needed was for Momo to see her Deep Dope Dueler's exclusive crossover deck. Ha. I agree. Jiro was too flustered to notice that Momo also pushed away her bag, and wouldn't find out for some time that it contained the heiress' own deck, perfect of Magus Academy Sky, made only of promotional cards signed by the artists. David Shield was looking at the television and trembling. Melissa hadn't left her room since the morning, and now that he saw the I-Island news recap he understood why. Green Lotus was one of the most spoken about quirkologists in I-Island, whose theories and observations had led to many breakthroughs. That he remained anonymous and refused royalties was seen as an act of pure altruism. His Melissa was talented, no doubt, and she was often called a young Green Lotus. It turned out that Green Lotus is younger than her. Not only that, but he's a heroic student in high school rather than a STEM prodigy at some university at age 15. The recap didn't forget to show clips from the event that brought him into the spotlight in the first place. It was some monstrous quirk that he had, though perhaps only such a monstrous and unique quirk was suited to such a unique and monstrous, in a different sense, person. Melissa, honey, please, can you come out of your room and we can talk? David expected little from that feeble attempt at reaching out to his daughter, so he nearly fell over in shock when the door was flung open. Melissa exited with a fire in her eyes. Father, let's go. She had 2 full suitcases trail behind her. You can call Uncle Mite on the way. The baffled father collected himself. Mentally, aren't you? Frustrated? Did he misread her? Where are we supposed to be going? For a moment he worried that his brilliant daughter would give up her studies and ambitions in the field of quirk tech. Thankfully his anxieties didn't have time to blossom, as Melissa hastened to elaborate. We're going to Japan, duh. Lotus is a hero student. He wasn't really making any connections. And? Dad, that means he needs a support tech. I'll be his you to All Might. She pouted as if that would seal the deal, and they both knew that if she would pout long enough, it would work. You'll be his me to All Might? Can you help me parse that? He had some idea where she was going with this, but needed to make sure. His daughter rolled her eyes in a way that only teenagers can, some biological muscle that matures around the age of 11 and stops working around the age of 20. If someone is an extremely talented support tech that is indispensable to a very powerful and influential hero, it's like they're David's shield and All Might. There, I fed your ego. Are you satisfied? Can you call Uncle Mite now? He smiled. Yeah, that was enough for today, honey. He ruffled her hair as she shifted out of the way with an exaggerated scowl. It'll take a few days though to organize everything and make sure my work is set up to do remotely. You can call Toshi meanwhile, okay? Don't worry. I already did. As class representative of 1B, Itsuka took her duties very seriously, and one of those duties was caring for the mental well-being of her classmates. That was what led her to sit by the despondent Utsushimi Kami, placing a gentle hand on the girl's shoulder. Hey Utsushimi-san, do you want to talk about it? The girl brushed a strand of fawn-colored hair out of her face, and responded while gazing straight ahead, You know, I totes thought I had my quirk all figured out. Itsuka nodded. Many of her classmates showed similar symptoms as Kami. I knew what I needed to work on, but then he asked me, 2 or 3 really basic questions, and, it all came apart. Did you know that my quirk isn't held by not breathing? I totes thought that was it, you know? But, it's something about the diaphragm and exhalation and the ORL and nasal cavities and all sorts of stuff that I don't. Before Kami started weeping, Itsuka already took her classmate's head onto her shoulder. Luckily she had a few spare shirts, since this was far from the first shoulder sob she dealt with. I know. But think of it like this, Utsushimi-san, now we can be even better. Imagine it would have been a teacher helping you out. I lived with my quirk for 15 years, and he saw it for a couple of minutes. He suggested this thing that musicians do, where they inhale through the nose and exhale through the mouth at the same time. So they never run out of oxygen, but the state of all of their tubes is always the same. Kami scratched her head awkwardly, and Itsuka had to ask, did Midoriya say tubes? Or some other word? The girl blew a raspberry but seemed to cheer up a little. He totes said tubes, super not profesh. They shared a laugh. She took out a piece of graphing paper and unfolded it. Itsuka looked over and saw some respirator-like device. He called this a rough draft of support gear, in case the breathing thing won't work. It should breath for me without me doing anything, so no matter what the exact trigger is for my quirk, I have options. He told me that my stamina is important and to keep training holding my breath, but that focus and creativity with illusions is a good direction to think about focusing. He was too polite to tell me I trained the wrong thing my entire life. Itsuka wrapped an arm around Kami and sighed. She saw Komori Kinoko etch circles into the grass with her fingers, and almost physical black clouds hanging over her head. Shiozaki hadn't stopped praying since the middle of the class. Setsuna was drawing plans to assassinate Midoriya's girlfriend. According to her, that position needs to be earned with blood and honor, not shaking her. Itsuka shook the thoughts out of her head. It was going to be a long day. Really, Izuku, this is fine. I'm having a great time. You know I don't have a good poker face. She smiled at her boyfriend and reassured him. The truth was she was totally fine. He and Eri had to stay on school grounds for a while. His mom had Eri for the next few hours, Izuku made sure, but even so his hair was a little recognizable and people would be on the hunt for anyone that resembles Lotus. That was how they found themselves having a picnic on UA grounds as their first official date. She sat down on the blanket Izuku had spread out for them, and opened the basket to see what he prepared. She could swear her heart physically fluttered when she took out a dish with 12 different mochi varieties, each clearly labeled with an explanation. He yelped in surprise as she wrapped him in a hug. It's perfect. When do you order Riedel? Ochako loosened her arms when she heard him sputter instead of answer. I was learning to make them already. Since I thought, you know, that you like mochi so dash, she shut him up with a kiss on the lips. You learned to make mochi for me. Izuku, there are so many flavors here. How did you do it? Oh my god. I don't know how I can match this. It was his turn to shut her up with a kiss. He did have to fly a couple of inches up to do it fast enough. Ochako, I don't want our relationship to be like a scale where we each add stuff separately. I want it to be a plate that we both add to and both eat from. When something is on the plate, then you don't know who put it there. The more he spoke, the more he lost steam, and Ochako couldn't help but giggle. No, don't laugh. The metaphor sounded so much better in my head. His head drooped in mock frustration. She stifled her giggles. No, it's a great metaphor. We can, she snorted, set the table together. He groaned. Is Eri the silverware? Ochako was so absorbed in her laughter that she didn't notice him sneaking up behind her. And what are we going to drink? Are there other thinny? Izuku flung her over his shoulder and flew up, twirling her around as she laughed and shrieked. What she told him earlier was definitely true. Even just having a picnic on school grounds was more than enough to have a great time with him. Inko kept a poker face as her son went over various sketches and notes, two hopeful students in front of him. Eri was, of course, in his lap. She was fine being apart from him, which, he assured her, was amazing progress, but the moment he came back she hung off him like a koala. He had more meetings lined up, but they decided on 2 a day and the business course drew lots between anyone who was interested. These 2 were the lucky first. What are you basing these projections off of? And are you versed in the legalese? Eri is definitely not my sidekick, and using real-world mascots may not be covered if they're people. Izuku asked as he slid the folder toward the left student, a girl with shining red hair and 6 extra-articulated fingers. She looked a little flustered, but cleared her throat. I'll state up front that I'm not sure about that last bit, but as her guardian, can't you give special dispensation? Did you see the designs? Izuku looked conflicted, and Inko understood why. The sketches for the Eri figurines were incredible. There was one which could latch on to an articulated figure of him, and a chibi plush with a large head. It was more adorable than Inko could bear, and she would buy 3 the moment they came out. The first offer definitely focused more on displayable merchandise. Even the wearable lotus crowns were designed to be premium products. Izuku looked at Eri and took back one of the folders to show her. Eri, what do you think? There's no wrong answer, and no matter what you think we might decide something else, but your opinion is important. Do you like these dolls of you? They're highly articulated and collectible dash. The business course student closed her mouth quickly at the glare Izuku shot her, at least until Eri took the wind out of his sails. Is it like the... She concentrated a bit, cutely scrunching her eyes. The super-duper rare redacted Galmite figurine that you showed me? He sputtered a little, clearly not expecting his kid to remember something that he probably mentioned offhand. Maybe he didn't realize how contagious his passion would be to a girl who basically idolized him and saw him as a father. Well, it won't be as rare, but it depends on what we can decide. We can make only 100, so only 100 people all over the world can have one, or we can make as many as people want, so that everyone can have one. The Galmite figure is rare because there are only a handful that still exist. Eri looked pensive, as if she was contemplating something really important. She looked up at him with a furrowed brow. I want everyone to have a statue of you because you're the greatest hero ever, but I also want everyone who has a statue of you to think it's super important like you think that your statue is. Her son was tearing up with emotion, the petals in his lotus-like scara bouncing in his eyes. Inko felt moisture in her eyes as well. How could Eri say something so endearing so innocently? Izuku hugged her close and pushed the folder back to the business student, before realizing he lost the thread. No, Eri. The question was about statues of you. Would you feel comfortable with people having dolls that are based off of you? The child decided to give his heart a 1-2 punch, apparently, because her last response wasn't enough. Only if my doll comes with your doll, so it stays safe in its new house. At this point the business students were crying as well. The one who made the current proposals took back her folder and collected herself. Well, Midoriya, there's one other thing I wanted to talk to you about. She hesitated as Izuku looked at her. That redacted Galmite. It wouldn't happen to be up for trade. Her answer was a glare as Izuku quickly took the folder from the next student, opened it, and slammed it shut so fast Inko thought she saw some lightning from his quirk. He slid it back with a glare stronger than he sent to the first girl. No. Lewd. Ida Tenya was nervous and excited. It's been almost 2 weeks since Midoriya's hero debut, and after the shock everyone in Class 1A started to get to know the enthusiastic TA. Tenya would even go as far as calling them friends. But there were still a few questions that itched in the back of his mind. Questions that would be answered today. Karo, I usually say what's on my mind, so don't take offense Midoriya, but when we thought you died All Might took it really hard. Really hard, Karo. Tenya bit back an admonishment for that blunt invasion of privacy, if only because he was really curious as well. Like every time the topic came up, Uraraka and Kirishima remembered they forgot something in the bathroom while they got a call from their mom. Midoriya scratched his head and appeared pensive, so Tenya did eventually intervene. Midoriya, please do not feel obligated to answer. We respect your privacy and none of us want to make you feel uncomfortable. A raspberry from behind him was how Ashido decided to express her disagreement. Speak for yourself, Ida. Me and Toru are dying to know. The green-haired boy chuckled and bounced his child, on his lap. Look, there's some stuff that isn't really mine to tell, but I guess that you'll all know sooner rather than later, so you have to be. His intonation rose toward the end, as if prompting someone to complete the sentence. Patient. 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 An energetic answer from the girl on his lap overlapped with a despondent answer from their pink-skinned classmate, while both were nearly overwhelmed by Yurashi's passionate exclamation. Oops. I should have realized that you meant to illuminate the virtues of patience to your daughter. Yurashi stood and bowed at a 90-degree angle, slamming his forehead on the table and drawing nearly every student in the cafeteria to look at them. I apologize. Eri hesitated slightly, but reached out and patted Yurashi's head awkwardly. It's okay. Aizu says that if someone is really sorry then we should forgive them. She then looked toward Ashido expectantly. The teenager in question blushed so hard that she turned deep purple. I'm sorry Erijin, someone choked back a snort. Yeah, laugh it up. He's our TA. I'm used to answering his questions. One by one, their friends burst out laughing. That was 3 days ago, and Tenya assumed that this was the sooner rather than later that Midoriya mentioned. All Might stood in front of the class. By his sides and slightly behind him stood Aizawa-sensei, 1B's homeroom teacher Vlad King, and Midoriya. Ahem, I'm sure you're all wondering why we convened you all here. An interruption came in the form of Asu, as she preferred to be called. She actually preferred Su, but Tenya still struggled with that. Karo, is it to explain why you cried? so hard when Midoriya was injured. All Might's sweat dropped, along with most of 1A and 1B present for the combined talk. Weiss, that is indeed part of it, young Azui. But first, an announcement. Tomorrow we will take a field trip for a whole day training exercise between both classes, so please arrive half an hour earlier and meet up at the school gates. Silence lingered in the large classroom after the announcement, and it was obvious even to Tenya, who sometimes struggled with social cues, that everyone was waiting for All Might to continue. It was obvious to almost everyone. Wait, are we done? A pink-haired girl from 1B asked. I really want to get back to making babies. Tenya wasn't the only one who sputtered, but Class 1B's representative stood up to clarify. The girl looked haggard. She had deep dark circles around her eyes. Hatsum-san. We talked about this. I apologize for the misunderstanding. By babies she means inventions. Hatsum is a heroics and support dual core student. The chastised student looked unabashedly not repentant, and Tenya had a feeling this was far from the first time they had such a discussion. It looked like All Might was about to say something, but a smug-sounding snort from the 1B students' seats interrupted him. I have to wonder, how many dual core students does Class 1A have? Perhaps this may be a deficiency? Ho ho, it seems that 1A isn't all that great after all. Before sitting, Kendo enlarged her hand and chopped Monoma over his head. The blonde snob was wearing a BLNDFLD, and his face was bruised. He had tissues sticking out of his nose as if he was quenching a nosebleed, and Tenya wasn't alone in ignoring the boisterous and overly competitive teen. Thank you, young Kendo. Indeed, as young Azui was saying, we believe that it is time to reveal some important information to you all. Aizawa-sensei stepped forward. I want to remind you that you all signed extremely strict NDAs. Today you are going to learn why. We aren't kidding when we say that this information has the potential to cause widespread panic if handled incorrectly. Mutterings spread out across the students, and Tenya found his curiosity mingling with anxiety. All Might took a step forward, and a puff of smoke erupted from him. When the smoke dispersed, all that was left was a skinny, skeletal even man with All Might's hair and clothes. Through all the cries of shock and fearful whispers, and Monoma's frantic questions, he still kept the BLNDF LD on. Tenya turned his head toward where the loudest exclamation of shock emerged from. Slapping himself on both cheeks, mouth open in an exaggerated, "Oh," Kirishima exclaimed, "This is shocking. I am only now learning for the first time about All Might's injury from 5 years ago." The moment the words left his mouth, Ijiro knew he fumbled it. That was so unmanly that he couldn't help but cringe at himself. In his defense, Denki grabbed his arm in shock, and that did things to Ijiro's stomach. Flippy acrobatic things. But All Might didn't give any explanation yet. What was he supposed to say to Denki? How would he explain that he knew all along? Surely no one would be dense enough to belly. Oh man, Kiri! His electrifying, literally and metaphorically in the poetic sort of way, classmate shook him back and forth by the arm. This is crazy. Hold on, maybe he'll explain more about what's going on. Bless his soul, he was dense enough. As everyone raised their eyebrows at Ijiro with looks ranging from mock betrayal to exasperated amusement, he made contact with Mina. He shouldn't have. His pink friend was whispering to her invisible partner in crime while wiggling her eyebrows at him. Ijiro didn't know if he blushed harder from Denki shaking him or his embarrassing fumble. Thankfully, All Might took the spotlight back from him. The moment the hero cleared his throat, every single head swiveled back. Indeed, I was injured against a villain 5 years ago. This battle wasn't publicized, and suffice to say that the villain is no longer a threat, nor will they ever be again. All Might let his words linger, let the implications really settle among the shocked first years. A low voice from 1B asked, "You mean even after he injured you, you still reformed him?" "Wait, he reformed him?" Denki perked up, the frown vanishing from his face. "Oh man, I thought the implication was that he killed him. Man, am I glad to have misunderstood. Okay, he was more than dense enough." Ijiro patted his new crush. Wait, no, they were only crush stop crush on the shoulder. "I think that you got it the first time, bro." "Yeah, crush beer. Definitely bro crush." Admitting your feelings was manly. The manliest. He would do something about that soon, probably asking Izuku and Ochako and even Mina for advice. Listen up, Aizawa-sensei and Vlad King stepped forward. It's an unfortunate truth that heroes come face to face with death. Sometimes your own life is at risk. He turned and glared pointedly at Izuku. Vlad King saw that Aizawa-sensei wasn't going to pick up anytime soon, so he continued, you'll also find that sometimes, no matter how hard you try, you can't save everyone, or you arrive too late. Every student reacted differently, but they were all taking it seriously. Clenched fists, bit lips, whispered curses. All Might filled the silence. Sometimes though, hopefully rarely or even never for some of you, you kill a villain. Maybe you miscalculated something. Maybe they were a danger to civilians and you couldn't formulate a plan to apprehend them fast enough. Maybe there was no other way to actually stop them. That was what happened 5 years ago. The villain was amongst the worst in the world, active globally for decades. The amount of death he caused directly by his own hand dwarfs every villain I've ever heard of. Izuku stepped forward and clicked some remote he was holding. An overhead projector flickered to life, showing a series of detailed charts and graphs. As you can see, since 5 years ago, there has been a gradual increase in All Might's average takedown time, as well as a reduction of in-person appearances, first press, then official, then charity. Even as they were replaced by online appearances and pre-recorded statements, those declined too. From over where 1B was sitting, Monoma nodded along and muttering affirmations to Izuku's words. He was still blindfolded, and didn't notice that one of the tissues fell out of his left nostril. Blood was pooling down his face. Meanwhile, Denki leaned in and asked, Can you see that? What Midoriya said we can see. Again Kirishima patted his shoulder. I see line go up, I see line go down. I believe line mean what Izuku say line mean. Pride and satisfaction filled his chest when Denki laughed in response. The next slide came on, and his green-haired best friend continued, in short, All Might was and is running out of time. The moment it was made XPLCT, pandemonium broke loose. Yurashi flew up on a small hurricane. Please calm down. As the class representative of 1A, I am reminding you that we need to direct our passion and not let it hinder our journey toward herodom. Somehow his class rep's voice was loud enough to carry, and everyone settled down. Izuku chuckled grimly, the demeanor so furried on his usually kind and cheerful visage. That was 40 heroic students ready for something shocking. Imagine if that news leaked out to the public tomorrow. This time the silence was deafening. Aizawa-sensei's words about the NDAs echoed back to them. Indeed, young Midoriya, All Might continued. I myself didn't think about the implications. I was more concerned about finding a successor to train, someone to inherit my title as the symbol of peace, someone to prop up the world of heroics. In fact, I came to teach at UA to scout candidates among the students. The but loomed large over everyone. Some probably thought that Izuku was the successor, but most could intuit that there was more at play. Apparently one of those who couldn't was loud and brash. Explosions erupted from Bakugo's palms. He looked enraged, rabid almost. So the Midoriya, is your successor? Is that why his shitty quirk became so messed up? Ijiro couldn't believe how someone so spiteful and angry was the one who was almost close to the truth. No, young Bakugo. In fact, young Midoriya told me I was a fool. Now that grabbed everyone's attention. Izuku's fanboyism of All Might was well known. I happened upon Izuku by chance, and he confronted me with the facts. Although I disagree that my waning was obvious for everyone to see, he turned toward the obtuse graphs and elicited a chuckle from the crowd, and a grumbling blush from Izuku. Izuku also approached me with a plan. With several plans because he wasn't sure about some of the details. Years in the limelight had made All Might a riveting storyteller. Even with his thin skeletal frame, his presence was larger than life, captivating. A symbol of peace is not what society needs. I shouldn't have a successor. The number one hero let the confused whispers fade before continuing. I could have died in that battle. Any single hero, any successor, can die at any point in time. Even I am not immune to disease and acts of God. The somber cloud that spread throughout the room was suffocating. Instead, the energy in his exclamation made everyone jolt. Instead, I am here to make every single one of you into a symbol. That is what young Midoriya explained to me, and even helped me work out a plan. He chuckled. Part of that plan was to slowly let heroes and students know. So we can all prepare. So that we can live in a hero society, not an all-might society. And besides, on a more personal note. Izuku looked confused, then gasped when All Might turned to him and bowed at his waist. I want to apologize, young Izuku. For a long while, I did see you as my successor. But, he turned back to face everyone, I do not wish upon any hero to be a hero like me. As the symbol of peace, I had no days off. No sick days or rest. I truly believe in what I do, and have no regrets. But I find myself old and on the verge of retirement, going back to an empty house. All Might. Izuku stepped toward his hero with tears in his eyes, and Ijiro heard sniffles among the crowd as well. Don't worry, young Midoriya. I am satisfied with my lot in life. With my legacy. I simply do not wish upon any other, especially one I care about so much. Izuku started crying and rushed up to hug All Might, and Ijiro suddenly felt that he was intruding on a very private, very enemy moment. I don't want any of you to stop yourselves from finding love, having friends, taking breaks and indulging in hobbies. And I believe that if enough heroes are individually great, then each one can also be a person, not only a hero. Everyone's soaked in the implications, the meaning, the mission imparted on them. So, can I go back to my babies now? Almost everyone. For the millionth time, he won't be there. Tamura didn't know if he wanted to disintegrate the spiky-haired villain in front of him or himself. At this point in the operation, the second option seemed more and more tempting. I told you already, he's a second year, and we're going to a joint first-year exercise. He shouldn't have recruited the mini-bosses from the Yakuza event. One of them was paranoid, one was lazy, and the third tried to fight everyone. He needed lieutenants. He couldn't take another mook asking him if they could write off their overalls as a business expense. At least tomorrow it would be over. Maybe, if he was lucky enough, things would go just wrong enough that they would kill All Might, but all the mooks would get captured. Hey, a murderous psychopathic villain was allowed to dream too. The smug look on Monoma's bone-folded face was counteracted by the slight limp, bruises and black eye, and the crowd of 1B students surrounding him, speaking in loud, exaggerated tones and moving around frantically. Izuku was about to go offer his help when Tetsu, who really reminded him of Ijiro, even if no one else agreed, exclaimed loudly, "Wow, it's really too early in the morning for me to take these 15 average-sized stairs up to the courtyard." Yawn. Their red-haired class representative winced and hissed at him from Monoma's side, "You're not supposed to say yawn." Suddenly she stopped when she noticed Monoma himself freeze in place. "Kendo-san." I can feel a slight shift in the amplitude of the wind's frequency, as well as the density of the Earth's crust. They were standing on paved concrete. After pondering the mysteries of the infinite patterns around us, I have come to the conclusion that we are approaching a set of stairs, between 13 to 17, around average in size. Izuku understood. Izuku would have sworn he could see the light slowly drain away from Kendo's eyes as she answered, but there wasn't any pattern, so it was probably his imagination. Wow, Monoma. That's incredible. Was really incredible to Izuku was how she could maintain a perfect monotone with no variation. Surely the moment you remove that FINGBLNDFLD, your power will increase. Perhaps that was where all her intonation went. Instead of acquiescing, Monoma humphed, "Please, Kendo, even you admit the advantages of my training method. How can you dash?" He tripped over the first stair, and Kendo pulled him back by his shirt as if it was ingrained in her muscle memory. Somehow, Monoma continued on, content to ignore his fumble. "Ask me to stop before I reach my peak." Out of nowhere, Kendo enlarged her hands and started flapping them on her blonde classmate. A fourth 1B student, Shiozaki, glared at them all. Tetsu nudged her. "Come on, Shiozaki-san, we're on duty today," we all agreed. The vine-wreathed student bit her lip and nodded. Oich my, what an odd wind. It is blowing directly in the direction of the meeting point in front of the buses. Perhaps this is. She was clenching her fist and shutting her eyes tight. Perhaps this is guidance from the Lord. Izuku felt a tug at his tie, and saw Eri looking over at them curiously. Izu, what are they doing? Is that a game? Monoma froze, liked the tip of his finger, and raised it into the air. Kendo was still flapping her hands. Kendo-san. I can tell by the slight gravitational pull of the several-ton vehicles, as well as the reflection of the sun off of the yellow paint. The buses were blue, that the buses are in that direction. At least he was pointing the right way. Izuku saw a single tear fall from Kendo's eye as she congratulated Monoma again. So he did the only thing he could. He covered Eri's eyes. Don't look Eri, just. Don't look at them. Let's go find my mom. He hurried on, and quickly smiled as Eri cheered. Inko-san. Eri and Inko had grown close, and Izuku couldn't be happier. He was disappointed but appreciative of the fact that he had someone to leave her with during the more hands-on lessons and training, like the field trip. That said, he still found himself tearing up nearly every goodbye. Indeed, his voice almost cracked when Izuku handed Eri off to his mother. Be good, Eri, I'll be back before you know it. Even with tears in her eyes mirroring his own, she nodded. She was such a good girl. Izuku felt a couple of tears escape, a prelude to the signature Midoriya family sobs, that Eri was showing signs of as well. He was so proud, as the lotus petals in his eyes started bouncing around. He took her back and straightened out her shirt. Don't worry, Eri, it won't be long. This is an important exercise, so I can't bring you along this time, okay? He handed her over again after kissing her on the top of her head. He knew that he shouldn't get so attached. There was no way that they would let him actually adopt Eri. Even without being able to recognize his own patterns, he realized that a 15-year-old adopting a kid wasn't the brightest idea. But still, whenever anyone referred to Eri as his daughter, he definitely didn't correct them. Even when Eri slipped up and called him Papa, he would stay quiet and hug her tightly, and maybe slip her as sweet as positive reinforcement. Selfishly, he hoped that if he simply didn't ask, then everyone would just forget to do anything about it. Wait! He took her again, and could see Ochako and his mother sigh. Do you know where the help button is? Eri nodded. Do you know where your favorite books are? She nodded. Do you know how long to brush your teeth for after you eat breakfast? Eri scrunched her face and looked back toward his mom. The older woman smiled. I'll count for you, Eri-chan. Are you ready to have a girls' fun day with me? Eri nodded excitedly, and his mom reached toward his daughter, his temporary ward. Okay, do you know WHM? Simultaneously, Eri was taken into Inko's arms, and Eraserhead's capture weapon wrapped around his mouth and waist. Eri giggled and waved as the scarf slowly dragged Izuku to the buses. Ochako hugged her goodbye and jogged after him. Universal Studios Japan. No way! The class chuckled, and Mina nudged Ijiro's side. When he sheepishly looked at her, she whispered, Going from maximum genius to adultable? Interesting choices you're making. He blew a raspberry in response, then elaborated on that very uninformative answer. Look, they both have a kind heart and open mind. Apparently that's my type. That and dash, she wiggled her eyebrows with increasing intensity, extremely good looks? At that, Ijiro grew red as his hair. Maybe he shot out quickly. Hey Kirishima, Ashido, are you okay? Everyone's off the bus already. Izuku brought them out of their conspiratorial huddle, and they both skittered off the bus while apologizing. When they joined the fairly large crowd of students, they found 13, Vlad King, Aizawa-sensei, and Ectoplasm whispering between them. Ijiro leaned toward Mina. Weird, I was sure All Might was going to be here. Before she could open her mouth, they felt the shivery glare of their teacher shutting them up. Learn control. They caught the tail of what 13 said, and Vlad King continued speaking as the first-year hero students followed their teachers into the giant domed facility. In a display of impressive, to Ijiro at least, coordination, Vlad King talked while walking backwards. Even without a potentially destructive quirk, civilians are weaker than you think. You're going to spend more and more time among other heroes and heroic students, all of which will be in much better physical shape than most civilians. The large double doors slid open just as Class 1B's homeroom teacher finished speaking. The staff allowed a few silent moments to let the students take in the expansive view. From their elevated position at the entrance, they saw a large central platform, with 7 paths shooting off from it. Directly across from them were a few tall, red, mountain peaks. To the right of the mountainous zone was a city-sized bonfire, an actual city on fire, Ijiro realized. From the other side of the city was a massive lake, or ocean, with a few large ships in it. Between the flooded lake and the entrance where they were was another city, except instead of a burning conflagration, it was veiled in intense rainfall. To their left were 2 more zones. A third city, this one with dilapidated buildings and skyscrapers tilted to the side. A single, sloped, mountain, covered in unsteady rocks and debris that looked to be on verge of avalanching. Whoa! Someone from 1B that Ijiro didn't recognize exclaimed, "This place is enormous." "Of course it is, I can sense the drafts of Dash," the blindfolded one, Monoma, started, but was interrupted by ectoplasm splitting into 7. In the direction of each of the zones was a single clone. The main body spoke, "Indeed. The unforeseen simulation joint is meant to test and train your rescue capabilities in a variety of scenarios. Dash, a city in the midst of an intense storm, the downpour zone. A rescue in the middle of the sea, the flood zone." The clones spoke one by one, each introducing their zones: downpour, flood, conflagration, mountain, landslide, and ruin. There was a tense silence in the air. Ectoplasm stood, looking expectantly at the confused cohort of hero hopefuls. Ijiro had to admit, the synchronization and choreography that the staff exhibited was impressive. Hesitantly, he started clapping. Mina joined him, but the applause didn't have time to catch. Gasps and mutters erupted among the students as they started pointing to the central plaza. "That's the last time I ignore any mysterious sense of impending doom," Izuku swore internally. All day something was sitting on the back of his mind, irking him with no rhyme or reason. He found himself beside Aizawa, who held his head in his hands, exasperated by ectoplasm's constant need for affirmation. Affirmation that the cloning hero was about to receive. Ijiro and Ishido were already clapping, while Yurashi had tears in his eyes. Before anyone could join the duo, however, Izuku's premonition came true. Completely at random, without warning, a purple smoke spread in the center of the central plaza. Within the cloud of smoke, a splotch of deeper purple flickered, until it stabilized and dozens of figures poured through it. Izuku felt a thrum in the air as everyone, hero, student, and invader alike, brought their quirks to the brink of activation. "Midoriya, leave this to us, get the students to safety." Eraserhead unraveled his scarf and while leaping forward, "You are authorized to use your quirk for self-defense and in defense of others. Top priority evacuation, got it?" Izuku wasn't sure his teacher could hear his response, but he gave it all the same. The other heroics teachers were jumping forward as well, save Ectoplasm, who remained with the crowd of students, splitting off clones to surround them. "Everyone, stay with me, we have to leave." He began corralling his classmates' students back to the large entrance door, and to his relief, they obeyed without arguing. When they made it halfway, when we got far enough from the teachers, Izuku cursed internally, the same purple mist from the central plaza spread from in front of them. "I'm afraid I can't let you leave," a deep voice emerged from the mist. The deeper flickering form solidified, and in its stead stood a man made of purple smoke, with elongated yellow eyes above a metal brace that served as shielded his neck. "Unfortunately, I must ask that you remain here and not fight." Izuku felt the power vibrate in the air before he saw or heard the attack, but those other senses quickly followed. "Die villain." "Katsuki, of course." Izuku grit his teeth as 2 other students jumped forth, Tetsu, his body completely metallic, and Monoma, somehow getting the direction right even with his bizarre training BLNDFLD on. The villain let out a disgruntled sound and reached their hand forward. Purple portals swirled in front of the leaping students. "I don't know how my quirk will react, but I have to save them." Izuku felt his quirk activate, and react to the half-again-100 quirks in the facility. His eyes widened in panic, but the quirk wouldn't deactivate. Green lightning leapt out of him, arced through the air into the students, and threw them forward to ectoplasm and the purple mist villain, as well as backwards to the rest of the heroes and villains. He could feel it so much more clearly than ever before. His quirk, some part of One for All, latched onto the multitude of quirk factors around him. It was the same with the villains in the Shai Hasaikai, with Eri. Some part of his quirk met those quirk factors, mingled with them and altered them, some of them minutely, some of them extensively. Simultaneously, another part of Izuku's quirk, the part that he was born with, identified their patterns, like it was giving instructions of how to modify them to fit in one single overarching pattern or theme. What are you doing? The purple mist villain cried, and Izuku cringed as the villain was scattered into a multitude of smaller portals. When he focused on the feeling, he lurched forward himself. The quirk had a really complex pattern. Really complex. Almost like it was several quirks together. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't have the time to ponder on that, since a tiny purple portal opened beneath his feet. He wasn't the only one though. As he fell through the portal, he saw all of his classmates, as well as many of the villains in the central plaza, join him in his descent into the dark. The next thing he knew, he was falling a couple of meters to the ground of the central plaza. Around him were a handful of 1B students, Aizawa, and from his class Aoyama Yuga, Mizo Shoji, and Todoroki Shoto. On the opposite side of the plaza stood villains, a tall lanky man with pale hair, and most notably, disembodied hands covering his face, a giant, bird-like person with an exposed brain, a woman with long silver hair bound in dreadlocks, and 6 people dressed in overalls and wearing goggles. Wisps of green lightning flitted over them all as they looked around confused. Midoriya, what did you do? Eraserhead glared at him with such anger that it morphed over to exasperated helplessness. One of the overall-wearing villains, with a large frame and 4 arms, ran forward toward them, only to slam into an invisible barrier in the center of the plaza. I don't know, sensei. Izuku was at least as confused and panicked as everyone else. I think there were too many quirks around and that caused a bigger reaction than dash. Kurojairi. The hand-laden villain yelled, "Get over here! What did you do?" While Izuku was rambling, the mist portal villain appeared in the center of the field, but he was different. 6 purple circles appeared above the plaza, each of them expanding and revealing through them one of the 6 different disaster zones. Above even those 6 portals, a purple circle with long yellow eyes appeared. His voice echoed throughout the plaza, "I apologize, it seems that I cannot control myself anymore." The pale-haired hand villain scratched himself violently and screeched toward Izuku. "You ruined the debut of the League of Villains. How dare you?" The moment he finished, energy flashed and above the villain's side glowing red words appeared, "League of Villains." What the hell? What are these neon dash signs? My noble quirk, my perfect black whip, has been reduced to forming neon signs. Banjo Daigoro was crying on his knees in the vestige space in Izuku's head. He heard Nana chuckle and turned to glare at her. "You wouldn't be laughing if it was your quirk being butchered like that." Nana was grasping her stomach. She panted for breath, and Daigoro learned an important fact of unlife. Ghosts had blood pressure, and it could rise to dangerous levels. Sorry, you're right. He felt a hand clasp his shoulder. "It's okay, I know how you feel." Bruce, the spiky-haired user of F.A. comforted him. Out of nowhere the first user jumped between them, one arm over each of their shoulders. "Chill. Ninth's quirk is bananas. Just sit back and watch the show. This is going to be so dash weird, Karo." Azuitsu looked around. "I wonder what we're doing here, Karo." She was on a half-sunken ship, looking into the depths through a hole in the bottom of it. With her were Shiro Hanta from her class, and probably Hagakure judging from the floating uniform. In addition to them were 3 students from 1B, a kid with spiky auburn hair, a short kid with pale hair, and another short girl with a black bob cut and a stoic expression. "It's probably something Midoriya did," Hagakure cheered. "This should be fun." All three 1B students jumped from the voice that emerged from the air. Oh sorry. Hi, I'm Hagakure Toru from 1A. Shiro Hanta, the black-haired boy nodded his head. Karo and I'm Azui to you, but call me Tsu please. The kid with auburn hair stepped forward. I'm Tsuburaba Kozai, these are Nairenjiki Shoda and Kodai Yui. The short kid bowed and the girl made eye contact in an acknowledging manner. You said this was something that Midoriya-san did? Tsuburaba asked. Tsuyu tilted her head in thought. I mean, probably Karo. His quirk does weird things with other quirks. We should probably play along. What does playing along mean? Nairenjiki asked. Shiro pointed to the watery opening in the bottom of the ship, where lines and rows of glimmering golden objects glowed softly. I don't know for certain, but I would bet it involves going dash. Down there? Ida Tenya looked down the tall mountain, toward the group of students with him, to the group of villains on the other side of the mountain peak, and back down the slope. You cannot be serious. We should defend ourselves and wait for assistance. The infuriating pink-haired girl from 1B, Hatsum, looked down and then at them again. I agree with Ishido-san. There is definitely a finish line at the bottom of the mountain, and obstacles placed strategically throughout. I appreciate your passion for the rules, however we must step up and do our part. Respect your classmates, Tenya kept telling himself, every opinion is valid. Even when they are completely wrong. And also stupid. Tenya took a deep breath to calm himself, when one of the villains called over, Hey! Are we racing or what? What? He responded in genuine confusion, trying to understand both what the villain was asking and why they all had the same uniform, denim overalls and goggles. Racing! Ashido Mina called back from his side, Wait for the countdown. After answering the villains, she leaned over to him. Look, this is obviously something Midori arranged, otherwise why would our quirks be so suited to racing? We just need to participate dash. In this sheet. No way, I'm just gonna beat them up. This was Katsuki's chance to impress Spiky Hair. He just had to leap over and beat up all the villains before any of the extras. There were Lizard Girl and Bunny Girl from next class, and also Hands and some JRK with silver hair and some sheet around his eyes. Aside from him and Spiky Ab's hair, Horse Girl was also with them. They were seated on a bench surrounded by burning flames, and across a large expanse of ground was a parallel bench with a bunch of villains seated on it. Katsuki knew he could simply hop through the fire and go beat them, and the Silver Kid seemed equally pumped. Just when they were about to jump forward, Hands grabbed them both by the collar and pulled them back. We shouldn't act before we understand what's going on, Tetsu, I expected better from you. Kirishima-san, what were you saying? Katsuki was about to explode Hands' face when he stopped. He definitely didn't stop to hear what Spiky Hair had to say. Nope. He also didn't stop because he felt sorry for the extra with the orange hair. He just felt like stopping. He saw Spiky Hair send him a glare smoldering look. Hey, he's so in love with me. As if I'd date an extra. Maybe I'll throw him a bone and allow him to take me out. Katsuki was so lost in his head that he missed most of what everyone said, but he knew what he had to do. He slapped away the oversized hand on his collar. Don't tell me what to do. He knew he nailed that passionate glare. I'm gonna kill them, and don't stop me from dash. Figuring out what happened here. IntelliPsycho looked at the folders in front of them. There were 6 students including her, and luckily 13 was with them. They were in a dark room surrounded by papers and folders and maps. Outside they could hear rain falling in an intense downpour. Indeed, it seems that Midoriya-san has sent us here to discover what the shadows hold. Tokoyami Fumikage from her sister class started saying, and swiftly turned to another student from their class, to bring light to the darkness and banish it forever. The target of his ire, Kurwaro Shirhai, rolled his eyes and responded, Of course, that is what a simpleton would deduce from such a situation. It is obvious from the case files before us that these villains have used evil, no good, shadows to obfuscate themselves, and that we must hide ourselves in the pure darkness, which is actually also a great cook in order to uncover their heinous crimes. Yanagi-dano, what do you think? The pale girl floated some of the folders in front of her, hiding her face from both boys. Psycho shrugged, and sat down next to the fourth student from her sister class, a girl with AUX cords hanging from her earlobes that had introduced herself as Jiro Kyoka. You get used to it, Jiro preempted Saiko's question. We're kinda just waiting for them to get together. Look at Yanagi's answer. This is indeed spooky, Tokoyamidano Kurorodano. I believe that both of your words hold merit and truth within them. But neither of you understand the true dilemma. If the truth were a ghost, then it could equally find itself in the handsome embrace of darkness, Saiko slapped a palm over her face, or the gentle and noble caress of shadows. Saiko asked the girl next to her in shock, is she blushing? Are they really doing this here and now? She turned to Jiro and saw the shorter girl munching on popcorn. At Saiko's incredulous look, she tilted the small bag forward. Want some? No, I don't want some. I want to understand what's happening. She snapped. Jiro shrugged. Then we just have to wait for 13 to come back from her scouting, I guess. Guys, we totes have a problem. Her classmate, of whom Saiko was starting to think much more highly, compared to the Class 1A weirdos, came from the direction of the door waving a note. This says that, we have to solve the mystery to, rescue 13. At least that got everyone's attention. Is there anything else written there? Saiko jumped and strode toward the center of the room. Atsushimi bit her lip. Only PS bring banana. In her anger, Saiko slammed her hands on the table. Well, what the hell are we supposed to do here? Ectoplasm asked her, and Yaoyorozu Momo blushed under everyone's scrutiny. Well, it seems that both us and the villains need to split up into an offense and defense team. We need to climb their mountain and they need to climb ours. The defense will be throwing obstacles from the top. Momo pointed to the peaks of the two debris-filled landslides and the shoddy elevators that were meant to take a few people, 3 at most, she reckoned, to those peaks. Kaminari nodded sagely beside her, while Ectoplasm looked to be deep in thought. One of the 1B students, Bondo Kojiro if she remembered correctly, spoke up. I think I should be on the defensive team. I can shoot glue that would definitely slow down any pursuers. Momo agreed. I as well. My quirk would allow me to create more obstacles to throw. Rin-san, what is your quirk? The 1B student with a short black braid lifted his arm, and it was suddenly covered in scales. It's good for offense and defense, but mostly close combat, so I think I'll be on the offensive team. I can't do too much long-range lightning yet, so I'll be attacking too. What about you? Kaminari said and then asked the last student among them, a short girl with a brown bob cut who was standing barefoot. I will be on defense. She shouted, and a giant mushroom spurted out from the ground in front of them. She had a deranged expression. The mycelia have spoken to me. They have spread underfoot and given me sovereignty over that which I tread upon. The shrooms will grow, and I will be their idol. She then spun around like a dancer, brought her hand forward, made a V with 2 fingers, and winked. That's your class fault, by the way. Rin told her. She's been like that ever since Midoriya helped her with her quirk. Don't get me wrong, she's still dash. Ectoplasm interrupted him. I believe, with what I know of Midoriya's quirk, that you are correct, Yaoyorozu-san. I will join the attack team, as much as I loathe to dash. Leave you by yourselves. It is clear that Midoriya-kun, at least somewhat, tried to make things easier for us. Sekijiro-ken, better known as Vlad King, sighed. We got a full view of these ruins, so we know that we have to defend our base and take over theirs, but I don't know how all of these weapons figure in. That's all thanks to Izuku's awesomeness. Uraraka pumped her fist. His quirk aligned with ours to set the perfect stage for this contest. He's been working out hypotheses for days now, so he'll be relieved to know what is and isn't correct. Through all the stress of the situation, Ken was glad for Midoriya's relationship. His partner believed in him and supported him. She was the only 1A student with him, and aside from her were Shiozaki Ibara, Monoma Nito, and his personal protégé, Himiko Toga. Shiozaki was the first of them to speak. I have to question the choice of. It seems that there was a concentrated effort to make things as profane as possible. The religious girl crossed herself in trepidation. They were in a ruined building, not surprising to Kan, since they were obviously in the ruin zone of the USJ, but it was transformed to look like a throne room, with demonic statues and fountains of blood lining the walls. What? Iken, this is obviously because Izuku, Uraraka's eyebrow twitched, wanted me and Vlad-sensei to stay in the boss room. You guys can go do whatever you want though. You have some weapons there. Himiko pointed to the floor in front of the elaborate double doors. Kan winced at her bluntness, but he thought she did have a point. The blood and gloom really only fit his and Himiko's themes. Meanwhile, a large lineup of weapons lay where Himiko pointed, an array of swords, staves, axes of different sizes, and even a book. Uraraka went toward the biggest of them all, a giant axe that dwarfed the already tall girl, and lifted it with one hand. Her eyes glinted, perfect for my quirk. Now let's play this to dash. Win! Shigaraki Tamura pointed at the 6 portals that showed the 6 zones. Our parties are larger and more experienced, so even with home advantage, you can bet that we'll take more of the zones than you NPCs. He would never admit to being excited, nor would he admit to being jealous, yet faced with that green-haired brat's quirk and the current situation, he was both. The boy stood before him and glared, looking at the scattered groups of students with determination. I trust my friends and classmates, we're going to win this. Don't underestimate you. When he finished saying that, energy flashed high above him and his hero friends, and glowed in blue letters UA. Then above both of their heads, that same energy flashed. Tamura's was red, and that Lotus Brat's was blue. It was like the world slowed down, and Tamura's stomach fell in horror. Above Lotus' head the blue energy hovered. P1. That meant the worst-case scenario. Something that he hoped would never occur. He, Shigaraki Tamura, was played. 1 week before the USJ. Midoriya-san, I have a question about your development track. Recommendations, Karo? She truly was awed and baffled. Midoriya hasn't been wrong yet, but there was a first time for everything. The wide-eyed teaching assistant looked up from his notebook, not that he stopped writing, and tilted his head. Yes? Did I write anything in shorthand? I sometimes do that and forget that it's shard for. Fuyu waved her hands to stop him from rambling. No, Karo. Just, I understand most of the quirk ideas, even though the toxin creation and resistance is a little scary. But in the teamwork section, you put me down for leader. Of course, that's your optimal position based on your quirk, which is close to mid-range offensive and supportive, and of course your behavioral patterns, looking at trends of successful team-ups, both long-term and improvised dash. At this point Tsuyu started phasing out whatever Midoriya was saying. She always had trouble expressing herself, it caused her no amount of grief growing up, and still made her very self-conscious and proactive about making friends. Having everyone call her by a nickname was supposed to offset her off-putting emotionless face. Is everything okay? Karo. Yes, why? As she answered, Midoriya scrutinized her. A long pause preceded his answer. He almost hesitated. Well, you started looking sadder and sadder the more I was talking. I was worried I said something wrong. That really took her aback. You could tell, Karo? Now he just looked confused. Well, yeah, it's pretty obvious if you know what to look for, but the great thing for you is that it's hard to know what to look for. Her blank stare met his. For once the complete lack of expression on her face reflected the complete lack of coherent thoughts in her head. Karo. You know? Because you emote differently, you always appear really calm and cool. So that could really help rally your team around you. In a crisis and stuff? And keep villains unnerved? It's a really subtle and cool part of how your quirk changed your physiology. Tsu, are you okay? I'm really sorry if I said something wrong. Tsuyu noticed she was crying a little, her emotions were all jumbled. Could it really be a good thing? Midoriya hasn't been wrong yet. And maybe he still wasn't. Azuitiu was barely a couple of weeks into her heroic studies, and already she learned so much about her own weaknesses and how to turn them into strengths, not her quirks, her own. She looked around at the nervous faces of her classmates and acquaintances from 1B and decided to use her weakness to her advantage. She also ignored the fact the Hagakure was probably more excited than nervous, made all the easier by not seeing the girl's facial expressions. Karo, we have to stay calm. We shouldn't dive into the water before we understand everything better. A sheepish chuckle came from the watery hole, and an empty school uniform slowly distanced itself from there. I know Ciro's and Hagakure's quirks. She turned to the 3 students from 1B, but what are yours? The spiky-haired one, Tsuburaba, spoke first. My quirk is solid air. I can solidify air I breathe out. Usually only to platforms or barriers, he seemed to hesitate before adding, but, Midoriya gave me exercises to control the shapes. But I'm still bad at that. Tsuyu nodded. She knew how that felt, and she needed to act fast to maintain group cohesion. It's okay, Karo. Tsuburaba looked confused, and she placed a hand on his shoulder while keeping a completely straight face. Did you know that Aizawa-sensei keeps a secret folder on his computer with videos of all the pro heroes who wanted to quit after getting Midoriya's analysis? His eyes widened, as did Nairenjiki's. Kodai maintained her poker face, causing Tsuyu to wonder if they were alike in that manner. Don't be embarrassed that you didn't think of it beforehand. I haven't met one person who didn't. Learn something new from Midoriya. We all came out stronger and happier for it though. In the central plaza, Aizawa Shoda realized had to practice his evasive maneuvers against environmental hazards more. No matter how hard he tried, how fast he dodged, he kept getting hit by Midoriya's tears. And figure out how his students got access to the secret folder on his computer. I know Midoriya, splash to the face. That is such a nice thing to say. That sweater was a gift from Hisashi. She really appreciates you. I should have kept a spare pair of socks on me. There. Please let the barrier down so they could fight already. At the edge of his refined, highly trained, quirk-empowered field of vision, Shoda could see the villains holding back their laughs. This is what it's come to, he sighed internally. A man-baby who thinks hands is a good villain theme is laughing at me. Retirement had never felt so far away. Tsuyu felt a little bad for embellishing the truth. She didn't know for sure if Aizawa kept videos like that, but she definitely saw her teacher's phone when he received a video from Present Mike titled Midoriya_hero_breakdowns_comp3. Her guilt evaporated when she saw Tsuburaba calm down and steel his nerves. Midoriya was right, she smiled internally. I thought that not being able to express emotions was only a weakness, but not being able to show my fear can help keep others calm. Let's check if our quirks still work the same. Karo, Midoriya's can do stuff like that sometimes. She flexed her muscles and performed a set of stretches. Karo, I'm all the same. She saw the others testing out their quirks. Hagakure and Ciro seemed to be unchanged, but she didn't know what the 1B baseline was. Mine is mostly the same, but I can also do this, Tsuburaba said while exhaling slowly. As he did, a bubble of air formed around his head. He breathed deeply and exhaled again, near his classmate, and another bubble formed around Nairenjiki's head. As Tsuyu came closer and examined the bubbles, she realized they were slowly shrinking. She peeked back at the watery entrance. Karo, that will be useful. Nairenjiki-san. The other 2 looked at her. What are your quirks and are they the same now? Nairenjiki looked a little nervous still, while Yui still didn't show any emotion on her face. And my quirk is double impact. Whatever I hit, I can trigger a second blow that's, stronger than the first, on it. It didn't really change, except that I grew these small spikes on my knuckles, and maybe it's a little stronger if I hit with the spikes first. Tsuyu nodded in what she hoped was an affirming manner, and turned to Yui. The girl still hadn't really said anything, but Tsuyu tried not to let that get to her. She picked up 2 pieces of debris to show Tsuyu, and one of them shrunk while the other enlarged. After that she pressed her fingers together like Ochako does, and the pieces of scrap metal reverted to their original size. When the stoic hero student locked eyes with Tsuyu and gave her a thumbs up, somehow Tsuyu knew that she conveyed silent determination through that. When Tsuyu returned that thumbs up, she knew Yui got the same feeling back. The slowly lengthening silence was broken by Hagakure's enthusiasm. Ukokeya. Let's get started? Tsuburaba-kun, bubble us up. The 1B student acquiesced, and one by one wrapped their heads with air bubbles. Before Tsuyu could say anything, she heard the splash of water caused by Hagakure jumping in. The remaining students looked between the entrance and her. She sighed softly and nodded, leading them into the water. They were still in the ship, that was clear by the hallway-like nature of the structure, but there were all sorts of holes in the floor and jutting platforms on the walls. She saw trails of spinning golden rings spread out ahead of them. "Caro, be careful dash." They looked at her, she looked at them. All of them were moving their mouths. Crap, no communicating. If she couldn't talk, she would need to find a workaround. A solution to her most pressing issue. Caro, she thought, that's better. Villains that were patrolling in small circles? The villains saw them and glared murderously, but for some reason didn't make any moves towards her and her companions. She felt a tug at her sleeve. Ciro was pointing at his air bubble that was slowly shrinking, and then to a pocket of air near the ceiling. Tsuyu nodded, and, after tapping everyone with her tongue to get their attention, they all swam up to the air. "Caro, Tsuburaba-san, can you renew our bubbles?" The boy concentrated, and after a moment blew new air bubbles around them all. "I think this is pretty straightforward, we just need to reach the end, agreed?" Most of them nodded, but Nairenjiki hummed and looked at his newly spiked knuckles. "What about the ring things? And the fact that the villains seem sort of stuck?" The sound of a raspberry being blown from beside them made them all jump. "We'll figure that out as we go along. I'll scout." And with that, Hagakure splashed back down, the rest of the hero students after her. Seeing Hagakure in the water was surprisingly easy, since she displaced it wherever she went, and had a giant air bubble over her head. The invisible heroine reached out and grabbed a ring, only for it to glow a soft purple, shrink, and start rotating around her. A quick glance at Yui revealed that she too was softly glowing. Midoriya's quirk really did attach a lot of different moving parts together. Hagakure turned back and gave them a thumbs up, then began swimming towards two villains that were swimming in a circle between two platforms. The villains weren't blind to her, yet it seemed that they were struggling to attack. A shark-headed man strained his neck in an attempt to bite, and a crab-claw-handed woman snapped her claw hands in place angrily. Hagakure ducked to uppercut Sharkhead, but just as it all seemed to be going their way, the moment her fist made contact with the villain, she was flung backwards and the single ring she collected ricocheted away from her. Tsuyu felt helpless, especially since she had no way of recalling her impulsive classmate, while said classmate simply charged back with another punch. This time when she made contact with a villain, a flying kick toward Sharkhead's stomach, she once again froze, except this time instead of being flung back, she flashed in a deep purple and vanished. Tsuyu wasted no time, immediately wrapping her tongue around her team and swimming back up to the air pocket. "Okay, Caro, we need to stay calm dash." She, of course, was panicking completely, and figure out what to do. "Hagakure will be fine, based on what I know of Midoriya's quirk. We, on the other hand, are still in the thick of it. Caro." Midoriya was right again. Her straight face was keeping everyone centered, even if she only really just hoped that Hagakure would be fine. The truth was that neither Tsuyu, nor any single person she ever spoke to, actually understood Midoriya's quirk. Ciro raised his hand. "Maybe we need to avoid the enemies and reach the end? The rings are like some shield or buffer." They nodded slowly as they took in his words. "Caro, we don't have anything to lose by trying, and avoiding the enemies means we'll be safe even if we're still missing something about whatever's happening here. Agreed, Caro?" She looked around at her team, and after they all nodded, she gestured back down. "Ciro-san, try using your tape to maneuver above them, and everyone, pick up at least on ring before Ciro goes ahead." For heads nodded at her and followed her descent. "Hagakure, you need to work on your impulsiveness. Expect extra training after this." Those were the first words she heard after she. The invisible girl lifted her head and slowly looked around. She saw her teacher, the strict tired one, not the fun nervous one, glare at her. "Oh no. Homework. I'm dead. Homework. I went to hell? I'm sorry I cheated on that test in elementary school. I didn't mean it. Send me away." She fell to her knees, water splashing around from her soaked uniform and hair. Some weirdo with hands on his face snickered from the other side of the central plaza, which is a totally weird design for a circle of hell, but technically it's still a circle, while Midoriya jogged toward her. She grabbed his hand to stand up, and he immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, Hagakure-san, you were only ejected from your stage. Look." He pointed at one of the 6 large portal screens floating above. The 5 remaining students were proceeding cautiously, Zero reached the ledge above the villains that took her out, unfairly, and sent his elbow tape to a platform above them. Midoriya, if we touch the villains without any rings, is that instant disqualification? At her question, Midoriya bit his lower lip in thought. I'm not sure, I think there's more to it than that. For now we can only wait for them to finish, and then a different zone's challenge will start. They observed the screen with breath held, and saw how Zero swung, slowly, but he was underwater, above the villains. It seemed like he was out of their reach, when out of nowhere Sharkhead jumped. Sir flailed his legs, trying to bring them out of reach, and the hand-faced villain began cackling madly. He pointed at the screen while glaring at Midoriya mockingly. Looks like no matter how much your weird not cool at all dumb quirk tilts things in your favor, the League of Villains is still superior. We're going to win in all these gammam challenges and then dash. He was interrupted by his silver-haired underling, as she tapped his shoulder and pointed him back to the screen. They all turned and saw Zero's foot tap the villain on the head, and the villain simply vanished, only to reappear with a splash on their side of the force field. Immediately after that, Zero's tape slipped, and he fell on the crab-clawed villain's head. She too splashed into the arena. It was so silent that they could hear the villain leader seething. Karo, any thoughts? Tsuyu and the rest of the students gathered in an air pocket above where the villains previously circled. Zero was still trying to calm down, and the others were deep in thought. Nairenjiki spoke first. I think our quirks are all suited, or maybe made to suit, this maze? Challenge? Obstacle course? He paused to see if anyone had a better suggestion, and continued. Kodai-san can help shrink the rings from afar. He gestured at the dozen or so rings floating around them. Tsuburaba can make us breathable bubbles, you can swim. And we mostly sink. Without your tongue I'm not sure how we'd get to the air bubbles. Everyone nodded along, it made sense. My knuckles. Well look. With that, he approached the wall and jabbed his fist forward. The spikes on his knuckles sunk in, and he used them proficiently to climb up and down, as well as to the sides, of the walls. So yeah, Zero-san is like you, his quirk is already kind of suited to this. Think. The enemy's heads are their weak points, and we just have to tap them. Tsuyu was impressed. That's a really solid analysis, Karo. She tried sounding a little more professional, to better fall into her role as a leader. So going forward, Kodai-san and Tsuburaba-kun should hang back, while Zero will take the lead with you. I'll stay in the middle so I can support you both or help grab you for a retreat. The only question left is whether we need to stomp on the villains' heads, or any touch will do. We have rings as a buffer, but I'm not sure we should frivolously test that. Zero slapped his face and focused himself. Nairenjiki-san, right? He waited for the shorter boy to nod. Let's do this. We've got to keep our friends safe from the front. They descended carefully, and proceeded in formation. The rest of the hallway was almost laughably easy. There were only a few close calls, but the moment they were discovered, they weren't a problem anymore. The first was when Nairenjiki carefully stepped on a more jagged and spiky piece of ground, and was immediately flung back, losing his ring buffer. The second was when, all of a sudden, giant bubbles started floating out of their air bubbles, forming a big number 5, then 4, then it was only Tsuyu's quick thinking that made her grab everyone and swim back to an air pocket in the nick of time. Finally, they reached what had to be the end. A pole with a red ball on top, with a little pink lotus in its center. Tsuyu locked eyes with everyone to get their confirmation, and touched it. Her rings flew rapidly toward the pole, and a counter appeared. 57. She was about to turn back to the others, but with a flash and a splash she appeared behind Midoriya, looking up at the others panicking through a screen. Karo! One by one, the rest of her teammates splashed next to her, becoming immediately relieved. After Zero, the last of them, who stayed to watch their backs, appeared, the screen shrunk into a ball and glowed blue. Big letters appeared in the air. Floodzone, heroes win. Needlehair was seriously rethinking her decision to join the league. It was bad enough that the boss seemed unstable. She couldn't even commiserate with her fellow henchmen since most of them were too busy cosplaying as minions. But seeing her friends and colleagues reduced to jokes, obstacles that children could get through, was a breaking point. She had to say something. Boss, She flinched as a hand-covered face whipped around to glare at her. Maybe we should cut our losses? Retreat. She could see his neck reddening in anger. What are you talking about? Not all of these challenges, he spat, can be so rigged. I will not have a traitrix in my ranks. So you shall dash. What? Some goon asked, saving Needlehair the need. The frothing leader paused. Traitrix? You know, like a woman traitor? I'm pretty sure that's not a word. Caro, one of the hero students, chimed in, and Needlehair found herself nodding along. Shigaraki scoffed. Of course it is, like gladiator and gladiatrix, or dominator and dinix. Needlehair surprised herself by speaking, well, what about non-binary traitors? Her leader paused, but the answer came from the green-haired dweeb of all people. Tren? Like gladiator, gladiatrix, gladiatron? It would pattern well, and I guess I thought it would work. That actually got Shigaraki thinking. He started to nod, but then shook his head and glared at the heroes. No. Stop it with your psychological warfare. I don't need stupid cheating player 1 heroes to butt in. So villains only accept binary people? One of the heroes asked. I was planning on recruiting my cousin. Guess that's out then. Shigaraki was vibrating with anger when his villains seemed to be joining in. Batue minions Kaylee gender more? Hey, how'd you do that? I got Minionese Duolingo man. I'm hoping for a promotion. Nice. 2 of the overall-wearing henchmen high-fived, completely uninterested in any answer that may or may not have been coming. Fine. Traitron. I will not have Traitron amongst my ranks. Oh, Traitrix is fine for me, I was just curious. Needlehair stepped back, knowing that her unhinged leader had a penchant for disintegrating things that annoyed him. Before Shigaraki could reach out though, another of the screens shrunk, this time glowing red. Big words appeared above them all. Conflagration zone, villains win. A circular arena, a bench for all of them, a small round platform between them and the stage. Oh, and a burning ring of fire between them, the arena, and the bench where all the loser villains were sitting. It was obvious what was meant to happen. The purpose of the challenge the staff of UA set up for them, obviously the nerd. Couldn't have done it, everyone was probably giving him credit out of pity. Someone had to bypass the trapped circle, get to the villain's bench, and beat them all up. So we need to decide in what order we'll go up. We can't be sure if it'll be a winner stays format, or regular matches? Fights. Abs was saying something to the extras. It was kinda cute how unsure and worried he sounded. Katsuki smirked and made sure to calm them all down, and remind them of their place. Hey, don't worry, I've got this. Just sit down and don't get in my way. He knew he looked so cool, with his back to them all, facing the fiery walls. Good thing they were all probably taking pictures of his silhouette. It would make a great poster for his first batch of hero merch. He heard the sounds of shuffling behind him. Obviously they were squirming in their seats in excitement. Just then a blue light flashed from the center plaza, something about the hero team winning. Good thing even this stupid game knows what's up. A similar light appeared above the flaming arena in front of them, and a countdown started going down from 10. What no one else knew was that waiting for countdowns is for chumps. He could barely hear the cheers of the extras behind him over the explosions propelling him over the arena, but he figured out what they were saying. Way to go beat their butt. Wait you complete utter butt. Rumi was flabbergasted at what she was seeing. They finally decided on the order they would go up in, and she convinced Kirishima from 1A that she should go first. That was her chance to shine, and even try out some of the support gear and techniques Midoriya gave her to practice. All that went out the window when the guy who barely spoke just decided to cut in line. No FING way. He wasn't cutting in line, he was just jumping toward the villain's staging area. Even after Kirishima convinced them that Midoriya's quirk gave them a specific, advantageous framework for a reason. The villains were defending themselves from the unhinged explosive student, and obviously the repercussions came seconds later. In the hero's staging area, the very ground she and her classmates were standing on started flashing red. The glowing black energy started counting down from 5. She heard maniacal laughter interspersed with the explosions. 3, She saw Kirishima sit with his head in his hands, already having given up. She felt the ground rumbling beneath her feet, and she grit her teeth in anger and frustration. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she heard cackling. You see, the first win was only a fluke. The League of Villains will prevail. It looked like the leader of the villains, the weirdo with hands on his face, was raving about something. She opened her eyes, seeing her fellow students from the conflagration zone around her. Well, all of them except Bakugo, who was being restrained by their teacher in the bizarre capture weapon the dude kept around his neck. Kirishima was already on his way to Midoriya, next to a group of soaking students, and a blonde student from 1A stepped up to the barrier between them and the League. He stood tall and tried looking regal. Rumi would rather hop about and eat a carrot before she would admit that he could actually pull it off a little, and when he opened his mouth he literally sparkled. "Non, you underestimate our camaraderie, our teamwork, our drive." His blue eyes were more sparkles than Scara at this point. Our joie de vivre burns bright in the face of evil and darkness. Just look. He pointed at some floating circles made of purple smoke above them, which Rumi only now recognized as screen portal things. She grimaced when she saw that one of them was glowing blue and one of them red. Sparkles flew out of Frenchie's outstretched finger, and one of the portal screen whatevers expanded to reveal a darkened city. The screen showed a panoramic shot of the city, focusing on seedy alleys and high-rise skyscrapers. "Whoa, Aoi-makun, how did you do that?" Midoriya was near his blonde classmate in seconds. Frenchie smirked. "Is it not magnifique? If there is one thing we French know, it is l'art du cinéma." Rumi didn't think that was really an answer, but Midoriya was already writing in one of his notebooks. A collective gasp brought her focus back to the screen, where a bunch of villains were surrounding 13. Their teacher was bound to a chair by ropes that in all honesty they should have been able to break. One of the villains stood tall with his back to the hero, and spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. "It is only a matter of time. We have captured the most competent of them dash." I got a weird energy message that mentioned not complying would result in failure of the scenario. 13 interjected. "Captured the most competent of them," the villain doubled down without missing a step, "and now we can lead the others into a trap. They need to learn that this is our city, and everyone from the lowest cop to the mayor himself dash. It's an empty simulation city. All the civilians are pre-programmed droids. The mayor himself are in our pocket. Some newbie heroes with wide eyes and ideals won't be able to do a thing." The screen faded to black, and faded back in black and white on an office door. The moment she came through the shadowy door, I knew she would be trouble. "Is that Kurwaro Kero? How come we can hear him?" An answer came, surprisingly, from the villain's side of the barrier. But not a helpful one. "Hey, shut up. Some of us don't want to miss the exposition." The door opened, and a different voice continued the voiceover. Once she went through the temporary shadow of the door that would fade away quickly, she entered the welcoming darkness of our office. A girl from 1A, the tall, pale, spooky one, entered through the door, and for some reason she was displayed in full color. In the office were 3 students from 1A, and Intelli from her own class. The 2 boys were glaring at each other, one completely black except his hair, which was white, and the other with a bird's head. Intelli was clutching her fists in obvious annoyance, and another girl with dangling earphone jacks from her earlobes was snacking on popcorn. Rumi noticed that the plaza around her was silent, so she decided to just kick back and enjoy the show. Reiko had a script. A very elaborate one. She really hoped she wouldn't fumble it, since there were so many conditions and prompts. At least Midoriya, or however his quirk organized this challenge, was very meticulous in his indexing and organization. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the door, labeled Blackshade PI Agency. "Come in, please," a gruff voice called. She opened the door slowly as instructed by the script, and looked at her classmates, and the single girl from Class 1B. Kurwaro and Tokoyami were sharing a desk, while Jiro was sitting on a desk in the back with Intelli, whispering furiously between them. "Showtime. Hiya boys, I have a problem, and I heard you were the best there are for gals like me." Reiko felt really silly. She was twirling a finger in her hair, which was too short for that, but she only had 3 strikes before she would fail the challenge. Intelli jumped before the others. Wait, what do you mean? Who did you hear that from? Dean, a hardball already. A quick scan through the index directed her to personal questions, information sources, detectives on page. You really won't allow a woman to keep her secrets? I guess I should come clean. I heard it in a speakeasy, but don't think I'll tell you which. I know your types, always have a give and take with the coppers, and I won't be giving you anything they can take. Nailed it. Tokoyami cleared his throat. I see you're appreciative of the more shadowed sides of our culture. I too frequent speakeasies. Jiro corrected. Speakeasies, and I know that folk like us that have so much in common need to keep some stuff in the shadows. Dimin, that was a hard one. Tokoyami was really getting into character. She browsed through the script, but wasn't sure if it was divulging information, leak, accidental, personal outreach, flirt, ingratiating, or personal outreach, build common ground. At least she could cross out personal outreach, flirt, genuine. She could only wish. Lucky for her, she didn't need to come to a decision, since Kurwaro added his own input. Don't worry, ma'am, we'd never ask a dame like you for her secrets. Mystery suits you. I would be honored to help you, of course. She browsed the index quickly. Thankfully this was much more on track, and Jiro was covering Intelli's mouth for some reason, not allowing her to interject. Someone important to me vanished. I think they were taken by the League of Villains. And I can't get help from the coppers, since any of them can be dirty. Obviously, we know how to keep our business in the shadows. Obviously, we know how to keep our business in the dark. The boys exchanged a charged look that Reiko had trouble deciphering, and Intelli took the chance. All right, I'll bite. What can you tell us about this so-called League of Villains? Wait, why is it fading away? This is important. Kirishima nearly yelled at the screen. Next to him, Aoyama chuckled. Mon ami, you do not understand the art of mystery, do you? Daigoro Banjo was not pouting. He just felt betrayed. Of all people, he assumed that Bruce would understand the feeling of having your quirk butchered for some game more than anyone. He sure as hell complained about it enough. But now he was huddled around with Nana, Yoichi, En, and Hikage, watching them bicker about dramatic tension. I'm telling you, the only thing I did in that vault was watch movies. We need to cut now so we can set up a dramatic triple cross. Yoichi raised his voice. Hikage's response was equally heated. Yeah, but cutting to the villains so fast lowers the sense of danger, and besides, you're forgetting about the romance subplot. Well, what other options are there? It's too early for a flashback, and he already cut away, Nana said, and En nodded emphatically. Wait, said the traitor Bruce, we can show some goons, and prompt them to talk about how violent and scary the boss is. That way we have mystery and a sense of danger. The self-titled producer group grinned at each other and nodded. Maybe Daigoro Banjo was pouting. Are you sure that if we don't go in here the boss will get mad? Yamada, one of the newer Love minions, asked his colleague, Shimada. Shimada glared at him. I got a text from. We need to collect protection from this hidden bar place, and then drop some money off at the police station. Here, look. He took out his phone and showed Yamada the message. Yo noob. Get a team 8 and go to the speakeasy bonus level, get the bribe bundle quest item and drop it off to a police NPC, make sure it's one of the bribable ones, check their affinity rating if you need to. Super important quest. By the way, this is Shigaraki, listen to me cause I'm a pro and you are a noob. Green hair, how'd your quirk get my texting style down exactly? The two villains entered the hidden bar, and saw a bunch of droids sitting with whiskey or martini glasses, full of oil or grease. Some of them were having muted conversations, while some were just reading the papers suspiciously. Whoa, some of these droids are cutting edge, check out the humanoid ones in the back. Shimada pointed at a group in the back of the bar. Yamada had to admit, they were extremely human-looking compared to the other droids, that were all clearly made of metal. These looked like humans, even with elaborate quirks, long jacks from the earlobes, ink-black skin, even an entire bird head mutation. Still, Yamada couldn't act impressed. Come on, don't get distracted by the backdrop, we need to talk to the bartender. He headed toward the droid cleaning a cup with a rag, and sat down threateningly. What can I get you boys? We got oils and greases, all moonshine from the crude stuff down south. Shimada growled, "You can get us what you owe the league, and you can get it fast." Raising its hands, the bartender droid backed away. A lot of the clamor and background noise ceased. "I don't want no trouble, I got's what that I owe for this month. Just keep me safe, I hear that there are new players making their move." It took a small briefcase from under the counter and Shimada quickly grabbed it. They got up to leave, and the clamor resumed behind them. "You know, a dame like you is too classy for a joint like this," Kuwaro said while swirling around his glass of oil whiskey. Reiko didn't want to admit it, but she was panicking. Kuwaro was a cute boy, and he wasn't even intimidated by her grandmaster status in epic duel battles. He made her heart flutter and shiver like she was seeing the most heinous of horror movies, like she was 4 years old again, seeing Saw LVIX for the first time. It was even worse that next to him was Tokoyami, whose sleek black feathers made her pale face redden with flowing blood that flowed within her body. But it was still spooky. Thank whatever darkened gods were watching, she had a script, and she quickly browsed to the very ruffled pages of the personal outreach flirt section. Now Reiko was getting seriously spooked. The words on the page were flickering and constantly changing. She thought she read romance route actually serious, before it flickered back to answer how your heart tells you and then to but also don't spoil the plot. They were all interrupted by Intelli knocking roughly on the table. "Those are the crooks." The exasperated girl pointed to 2 humans that entered the bar, and seemed to be threatening the bartender. The 2 mooks took a briefcase and left. Naturally, the heroic students left too, trailing the bickering pair. Not 2 minutes later, they both turned back and directly approached the group of teens. They all took a combat-ready stance, but the villains just looked at them for a moment before one of them let out an impressed whistle. "You were right, Shimada. These droids are hyper-realistic. We still need to stay focused though." The other villain, Shimada apparently, rolled his eyes. Yeah, I get it. So hey, you guys know where the police station is at?" The aspiring heroes spent a few seconds stunned, before Jiro stepped forward and Reiko saw the mischievous glint in her eyes. "Well, I think it's right behind your headquarters, isn't it?" The villains looked at each other. Intelli's palm met her face, and Reiko had to applaud her classmate's gall. "Oh yeah, thanks." The villains started walking away, before the one that wasn't Shimada froze. "Wait a minute, Shimada, aren't these droids too impressive?" Before panic engulfed them, Jiro's quick thinking came in clutch again. Beep boop. Whir. "No." Intelli muttered silently, "Please. I'd rather lose than have that work." Her eyes were tearing up. Instead of having her prayers answered, Shimada turned towards his ally. "See, Yamada, nothing to worry about, you were just paranoid." Mr. Shigaraki dash, Izuku tried saying. "Shut up. I think you need dash." "Shut up. To raise your hiring standards?" "Shut up. I know. Do you think that the cream of the crop sign up to be villains? I'm still trying to convince half of them our uniform isn't overalls." Silence settled over the plaza, until a villain broke it by silently asked the one next to him, "Wait, our uniform isn't overalls?" The growing hope on Shigaraki's face was crushed when the other villain answered. "No, dummy, we obviously also need goggles." "Ha ha ha. Who's getting their dreams crushed now?" Daigoro Banjo wasn't gloating. He was dispensing justice. The group of producers was in a panic, arguing about what could be saved and what couldn't. Yoichi slammed his fist down. "Look, we obviously won't get our triple cross reveal where the femme fatale was actually part of the league before she broke away. We just need to make it a straight double crass and have her betray them." And the most soft-spoken of them actually raised his voice. "Are you insane? That would totally shoot the romance subplot that was actually hinted and teased at. Do you even know how movies work?" With a grunt, Bruce interjected, "It won't work anyways. She has 3 strikes and she could just use 1 to not betray them. They'd save 13 and win the scenario. I would usually advocate for the double-cross tragic romance bittersweet win, but I think we're stuck with an actual happy ending here." "Wow, Bruce, you don't have to sound so bitter that the heroes are winning." Nana glowered half-jokingly, but that did make them all calm down. "So, we need to find a way to shoehorn a romantic resolution in." Maybe Daigoro Banjo was gloating. Jiro was unenthused. The challenge started off well enough, but then she had to open her big mouth and cut to the end. She was 90% sure that Reiko was supposed to end up with one of the boys at the end, but now, looking at the down villains at Intelli untying 13, she was simply underwhelmed. Still, something was off. Why was the scenario not ending? They stood around awkwardly, as Reiko was looking through that big book she was carrying around and squirming in place. The pale girl was squirming, and her face was reddening. I must thank you, dashing detectives. Without you, I couldn't have saved my mentor. But I need to ask for help. Another crime. Okay, maybe there's a part 2, maybe there's still some time to make things interesting, Jiro thought, but her expectations were soon blown out of the water. I want to report a theft. What? One of you. One Feista Lemmy heart. Intelli did a literal spit take, and Jiro couldn't help her slight squeal. Both Kurwaro and Tokoyami looked elated. Jiro of course had to stir the pot. Well, which one of them was it? The book was hiding her face as Reiko frantically flipped through it. No, she muttered, there has to be another option. Stupid spooky haunted script. Everyone jumped when she slammed the book with uncharacteristic aggression. I won't go along with the script. I'm taking my strike. I can't choose between the shadowy sleek poetry of Tokoyami or the dark black mystery of Kurwaro. They're both so ghastly and charming. Both boys gaped in shock. Reiko was so red it looked like she was going to faint, and Intelli took out her phone and opened a chess app. Jiro didn't even notice herself mumbling into the silent room until everyone turned to her. What did you say, Jiro? Reiko asked. Duel. She muttered quietly, not believing herself. Tokoyami and Kurwaro simultaneously asked, You're not suggesting? Possibly. Epic duel battles for her heart. Jiro instantly took back every bad thing she thought. This was the best scenario ever. What a mad banquet of darkness. Ida Tenya knew he was risking a lot. He knew that he was probably making the wrong-ish choice, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. To so blatantly violate the school guidelines, protocols, and rules. They had around 20 pro heroes on school grounds at any given moment, for crying out loud. Sure, he trusted in Midoriya, and knew that this was obviously some thing designed by his classmates Quirk, but every single rule stated that unless they were in immediate danger they should stay put. And when he explained that all reasonably, he saw the understanding dawning in Ishido's eyes. Oh, sorry, I didn't know. Tenya felt silly, doubting his classmate just because of her generally energetic and almost frivolous demeanor. That's quite all right, Ashi Dash. I didn't know you were chicken. Bwack bwack bwack. She started laughing, literally bent over holding her stomach. Ishido, you need to respect Ida Sayan's unreasonable passion for following the rules. Just because you, I, and everyone else, he gestured to the two 1B students with them, completely disagree with him and realize that, while there is value in following the rules, a hero must know how to adapt to any situation and stick with their gut. Doesn't mean that his feelings are invalid. Everyone winced at Yorashi's loud voice, and Hatsum from their sister class interjected, Look, there are 5 of us and 5 of them, and we all kick serious, but I can whip up some babies from all the junk here, and even if Legs doesn't participate we can still win. Ishido placed a pondering finger on her chin. All right, that sounds like a plan. She looked towards the villain group and nodded. She would have liked to do the Midori thing and scout them out, but for the life of her they all just had overalls and goggles, masking any features that could give her information. She raised her hand to gesture that they were ready. In response, one of the villains nodded and stepped up to the starting line. Shigaraki was on his knees looking at the portal screen in despair. No fair. Your quirk cheated. None of my team have racing quirks, but all of yours do. What, are you afraid of facing the League of Villains in a fair fight? Is that it? Izuku meanwhile, looked hard at the screen, and an inexplicable shiver went through him at Ishido's grin. He had a feeling this wouldn't be as easy as he hoped. Inasa stepped up in response to the villain. He knew Ishido probably wanted to go first, but he couldn't help himself. This looked so fun. I'll go first. Sorry, Ishido-san, I can't ignore my passionate heart pounding in my chest. Ashido in response blew a raspberry good-naturedly and patted his back when she stepped back for him. You better win though. I can't have Hatsume's plan fail, otherwise I'll have to beg Ida to violate his precious rules. As both racers stepped up to the starting line, it flashed red, then yellow, then green. Inesa shot ahead, blowing a tornado of wind behind him. In less than 10 seconds he was across the finish line. He turned back to see the villain running down, panting. The obstacle course on the racetrack was really difficult for the poor villain, and he almost felt guilty for simply flying over it all. He heard a cry from the mountaintop and looked up. Surprisingly, back at the top of the mountain, everyone was cheering. Not only his team, who were all clapping for him, the villains were cheering on their friend, even though they already lost. Inesa couldn't help it, he started tearing up and cheering on the villain as well. How could he not? How could he ignore such passion and camaraderie? You can do it. Don't give up. His loud voice carried up the mountainous racetrack, and the villain picked up their pace in response. Almost 10 minutes later, the gasping for air villain crossed the finish line as well, and in a flash of light, both contestants vanished. As they reappeared in the central plaza, Inesa looked around in confusion. His eyes met Midoriya's, and the boy, with a grim face, pointed up to some floating screen-like things. One of them, he noticed, was enlarged and displayed the racetrack. Seeing the glowing black words written on the bottom of that screen, all of the color drained from his face. Ah, that's already a win for us. Will any of you need babies? It might take me a few more minutes, so if you feel confident you should go before me. Hatsume yelled, and Mina grinned in return to her enthusiasm. Raising her arm to flex a bicep, she smirked, I can make myself go really fast with my acid, and it only got stronger since I've been working on it with Midori. What about you, Wings? The remaining girl from 1B, a short girl with shoulder-length powder blue hair and wings made of icicles, grinned back widely. Mina tried to remember what she was named. At this point it was too late to ask. They all ignored Ida's mutter of how are there 3 of them, and the icy short girl returned Mina's bicep flex. I can do the next one. I'm the strongest for sure. But maybe you can go before me? Hatsume leaned in and whispered in Mina's ear, Cerno sometimes gets unconfident, but she's good, just show her how it's done first. Mina nodded and smiled, winking at the icy girl. She hopped to the starting line and stuck her tongue out at the villains. Their nefarious competitors on their side were having a group hug, each of them patting the next racer on the shoulder, squeezing tightly and exchanging warm smiles. Red-faced in some sort of embarrassment at her childishness, Mina turned and waited for the starting line to turn green, slowly concentrating the acid at her feet. The second she could start the race, she slid her feet forward, secreting her acid liberally and moving like an ice skater. She had worked hard with Midori to improve production speed, and the acid's viscosity and strength. Unfortunately, what Mina didn't realize was that the strength of the acid didn't translate to speed in this particular case. She would later stand her ground that there had to be some cases in which it would. Stronger is better, right? Zooming down the mountain, Mina barely noticed the ground beneath her feet start to sink. At first it wasn't a problem dodging the various obstacles, but as the race continued and Mina's acid grew in strength from continuous production, which in turn caused the ground to melt at an increasing pace. Around midway through the race, the pink-haired heroine made to veer to the right, trying to avoid an inconveniently placed boulder. That was when the problem was revealed. Her foot got stuck in the rut she accidentally created, she fell flat on her face, and in the process twisted her ankle. Mina bit her lips in frustration, and turned on her back to stare despondently at the ceiling. Some example she was setting. At least she wasn't crying. It was the bright ceiling lights that were hurting her eyes. A short moment after she realized that that was definitely the single only reason her eyes were tearing up, a shadow from above blocked the light. Mina blinked, and saw a goggled face smiling at her, reaching out a scaled hand to help her up. Too baffled to think critically, she took the proffered hand, and stood with a wobble and a gasp of pain. Hey, slow down, I'll help you down the mountain. Looks like you sprained something, the villain said, and his voice sounded a little younger than Mina expected. Mina observed him closely. He had a reptilian appearance, covered in deep green scales and an elongated face. Her gaze rose to his long pink hair, almost the same shade as hers. She tried leaning on him as little as possible, but the obstacle course race track curved and twisted on stony, uneven ground. The silence between them eventually broke. Mina couldn't decide if it was awkward or not, so she broke it just in case. When Mina asked, "So, this is kinda race, why are you helping me?" The look he gave her, as if to say, "Wow, that is a really dumb question," made her blush in embarrassment. However, he still answered, "I feel like, since this is a sports-like event, the right thing to do is show some sportsmanship." But, you're a villain." The lizard-like man scoffed. He has expected. "Of course the heroes would teach you immediately to judge. Just because I'm a villain I can't behave in a sportsmanlike manner? You really are all fake." Something wasn't computing. Mine just knew that there was something that wasn't adding up, but the genuine hurt in the villain's voice, and the lancing pain from her ankle, made Mina just accept it all at face value. "Oh. Yeah, I guess you're right. Sorry about that, hee." After a few more moments of silence, she spoke again. "Oh, sorry, I'm Ishido Mina, but my friends call me Mina. I didn't thank you for helping me out yet, so thanks, and nice to meet ya." The villain faltered a little, and cleared his throat. I'm Iguchi Shuichi, but my villain name is Spinner. Nice to meet you, Ishido-sen dash. Nope. If you decided to help me instead of taking the win, you gotta call me Mina." "Didn't you say that only your friends call you Mina?" Mina tilted her head and smiled cheekily. "Yeah, I think I did. So I should call you Ishido, right?" "Nope. I know what I said, no takebacks. Besides, if we're friends I can ask you for hair care tips. Sometimes I want to straighten out my hair and I can't find a good curling iron. We're hair buddies, so you gotta help me out." Iguchi hesitated, but eventually answered, "Teeth. Of course you'd use this to get information from me. Typical hero. Anyways, there's this shampoo that I use." Ijiro looked between the floating screen and the seething leader of the villains. He was impressed by the lizard villain. Helping his enemy was super manly of him. Besides, it looked like Mina was having fun talking to him, so he had to be alright. Well, not if you asked Shigaraki apparently. "I can't believe it. Spinner, you fool. You had it. You were so much more skilled than that scrub." He ranted at the screen angrily, but insulting Mina prompted Izuku to interrupt. "Hey, don't say that about her. Her strategy was solid. She just needs more fine-grained control over her acid, and even now she could have won if the track had more depth." Izuku marched towards the translucent barrier separating the heroes from the villains, and Ijiro found himself following. Shigaraki in turn marched right up to their faces, followed by his own gaggle of villains, and smirked. "Well, I guess we'll never know. Since there was barely any depth to it, we only have your word against mine. Well, that and the cold, hard facts." Silence lingered in the plaza, until he heard Hagakure softly ask, "What's depth?" As one, Izuku and Shigaraki turned to her and answered, "It's like depth but for something steep." Somehow, the silence became silent. "Oh God, the heroes have won too." A dumbfounded villain uttered. Ijiro knew it was a little cowardly, but he had to defend himself, nay, defend all the hero students of UA. "Hey," he objected. "Ours wasn't like that until he started talking to yours. Look legs, that's a win and a loss, so the moment I get done with my baby here I'll nab another win, and so will Cerno, then you won't have to do a thing." May smiled at the boy with engine legs, and Cerno decided to help. She puffed up her chest, hands on her hips, nose upturned, and laughed loudly to the sky. "I, the greatest and strongest of them all, shall win this. If someone else is the greatest, I am the greatestest. If someone else is the strongest, I am the strongestest." Cerno rubbed her nose. Engine Legs was looking at her in wide-eyed awe, so she took that as her cue to ready herself on the starting line. The glowing red line pulsed, and the moment it changed to green, Cerno spread ice beneath her and skated down with incredible speed. She used her wings to maneuver with impeccable elegance, with grace suited for a professional dancer. The chill of the air at her back, the wind rushing in her face. She felt the thrill. With a beautiful, immaculate even, pirouette, She crossed the finish line. Tamura was getting a little angry. At least Spinner eked out a win, even if he foolishly helped that pink heroic student. So he defaulted to the only coping mechanism he knew. Griefing. Teeth, so you got a win. So what? Honestly, I'm glad you got that pitiful charity win. That way at least you won't cry like a little babdash. He paused when he turned to player one, the green-haired weirdo. The up-and-coming hero was on his knees in despair, something Tamura really didn't get. Yo, broccoli head, ha, got him. If you cry when you win, I'm kinda scared to hear you wail when you lose. The silence was starting to get to him. His minio, his villain lackeys should recognize the cue. He took advantage of the hero's distraction and quickly spun around. Dipshits. Do you already forget everything? Remember your training. When I own someone, you gotta laugh. One of the banana-eating minions villains was about to say something, and Tamura pre-clenched his jaw. He could smell the stupid on their breath. He never knew that stupid smelled like bananas. Luckily the loser hero said something before the villain could. Her quirk. The boy turned to the screen as the racing villain finally reached the finish line. Are you mocking me? Yes, she won thanks to her quirk, but I already said you rigged it so your team would be min-maxed. The kid shook his head. No, she has a dual quirk. The first part is called Ice Fairy. It's the second half I'm worried about. It's called Dash. May gave Legs a confident thumbs up. Sure, she didn't field test her baby, but the math definitely checked out. Besides, what are the chances that a Turbo Flight Ultra Jetpack booster will explode? Practically zero. Hatsumson, Legs stuttered, clearly impressed by her newest baby. Is it supposed to be smoking? Like that? Wow, for something she put together on the spot from scraps, she definitely didn't think it was stylish. But to each their own. Well, if you like the steampunk vibes, I guess it's smoking. I prefer a more techno-future vibe with a touch of atom punk. Not to knock your personal taste, of course. She would never judge someone for liking her babies. He spluttered denials, the poor guy, and before he could say anything more, May and her competitor were off. She thought, this might be closer than I thought. The other racer had some armadillo or roly-poly mutation quirk, and he was rolling faster and faster. Alright, time to shift it up a gear. May felt the heat. Surely this was the adrenaline of an invention well made. That might be a little too hot. May braced herself for what was coming. She was, of course, already experienced with it. She unlatched the safety straps on her jetpack, jumped forward, and let the explosion send her flying. At least I'm getting flung. Her eyes widened and her overly optimistic train of thought was interrupted. She rapidly flew towards the villain rolling ahead of her. Already in her head she could calculate the trajectory of her flight. Some might call it falling with style, which she would argue against. She knew Shu would hit the villain from behind, giving them a great big heap of momentum, enough to push them over the finish line. However, May was not discouraged. Not even a little. Some might look at the calm expression on her face and believe she had some ace in the sleeve, a way to pull a win out of nowhere. They would be wrong. May, like all great inventors, was simply used to failing 5 times for each success. Win some, lose some, I suppose. She thought with a shrug as she tumbled after her rival over the finish line. Everyone in the plaza stared at the screen. Izuku had already given up. Wow. He heard the leader of the League of Villains mutter, I almost feel bad taking that win. Tenya looked on in horror as Hatsum's invention exploded on her back. The Pinkette seemed remarkably unbothered as she was soaring at what must be unhealthy speeds for an unaccustomed body. The horror soon turned to despair as she pushed the competition ahead, almost forcing the villain to come in first place. That was it. 2 wins, thanks to Cerno and Inesa, and 2 loses, Hatsum and Ishido. Tenya froze, trembling. To us. All up to him, wasn't it? He needed to prioritize his friends over his values. What would Tensei do? Tenya thought of his older brother even though he immediately knew the answer. His older brother. The hero, Ingenium. Famous for having many sidekicks, for impeccable teamwork. Slowly, Tenya walked towards the starting line, crossing his gaze with the final villain on the opposite side. Even though I don't agree with this, I won't let my friends down. The starting line pulsed green, and Tenya didn't spare his competition a single glance. They didn't matter. He only felt the rising gears on his engines, the acceleration, the absolute high of pushing his quirk to the limit, mixed with a sense of camaraderie, and perhaps some expectations of praise, and a little dash of adrenaline from breaking the rules. The feeling was so intoxicating that Tenya barely noticed when he crossed the finish line and flashed away. It cannot be said, though, that Ida Tenya was an unobservant person. When he looked around and saw everyone around him, he knew something was wrong. Cerno and Inesa were crouching on the ground, twirling their fingers in the sand, a heaviness in the air looming over them. Ashido was unrepentant, taking selfies with the villain she raced from across the barrier. He looked at Midoriya, and the erstwhile teen shook his head with averted eyes. Tenya saw the glowing scoreboard, and felt something in his heart shatter. A little while before, Izuku saw how Yurashi Inesa flew at high speed, and his heart sank. The challenge wasn't only a race. It was an obstacle course. His quirk definitely rigged the teams in the hero's favor, but they still needed to play by the rules. When the passionate boy appeared in the plaza, Izuku's fears came to pass. He and Inesa made eye contact, and Izuku pointed to the hovering scoreboard. Inesa looked at the bleak words. Race 1-5, League of Villains, 2nd place. Hero team, disqualified. Immediately after that came Ishido's race. With a grimace, Izuku jotted down a note to give Ishido some reading materials about the various properties of acid. At least it looks like she made a friend. Izuku was very much intentionally ignoring the fact that said friend was a villain. Race 1-5, League of Villains, 2nd place. Hero team, disqualified. Race 2-5, League of Villains, 1st place. Hero team, 2nd place. Cerno's turn was looking much, much better. There was still a chance to turn it around. She showed impressive control of her quirk. Izuku froze, remembering the amount of pain analyzing that quirk brought him. Shigaraki was ranting about team optimization or something, and Izuku felt no need to let his misconception drag on. He slowly explained her quirk. The first part is called Ice Fairy. It's the second half I'm worried about. It's called 9th. A dramatic silence hung over the plaza, broken only when Aoyama gulped and asked what most of them were thinking. Monsieur Midoriya, qu'est-ce say 9th? Izuku shrugged and tried to explain. It's a break in the pattern. One of the most extreme I've ever seen. He started massaging his eyebrows. That godforsaken quirk still gave him headaches. Todoroki has a dual quirk, but there are similarities between both halves. For Cerno, well, Ice Fairy allows her to create and manipulate ice and icicle wings. Well, it means that she's always 9th place. The lizard villain, Ashido's new friend, piped up, "What do you mean? There are only 2 racers though?" I know. He took a deep, relaxing breath. It just doesn't matter. If it wasn't so. Stupid. The extent of the reality manipulation her quirk has would be frightening. Yeah, right, he scoffed. What does it even mean that she's always 9th place? He had an example, one that still haunted the faculty. In her written entrance exam, she doodled herself beating up a bunch of bank robbers. Doodled. Stick figures. Striped shirts. Bags with dollar signs. That was her entire exam. In the practical exam, she got some notification on her phone then distracted her, and she started playing some gotcha game. The entire test. Izuku took another deep breath. Some of his classmates probably didn't know what he was talking about, and it felt good to get it off his chest. Out of all of the hundreds of applicants, the best of the best from all over Japan. She placed 9th with a doodle and a few uncommon pulls. She didn't even get an SSR. Before anyone could respond, if anyone could actually muster up a relevant comment, the girl in question flashed into the plaza with a huge grin and a hand raised high with a victory sign. Race 1-5, League of Villains, 2nd place. Hero team, disqualified. Race 2-5, League of Villains, 1st place. Hero team, 2nd place. Race 3-5, League of Villains, 2nd place. Hero team, 9th place. Hatsum was always a wild card, Izuku knew. She had a 70% chance of winning, but a malfunction would stop her in her tracks. Unfortunately, It didn't even matter. They took 3 losses already. He could feel the smugness radiating off of Shigaraki through the energy barrier. Of course, when it rains it pours. The malfunction was so bad that Shigaraki felt sorry for the heroes. Or maybe he was trying to mock them. It was honestly hard to tell with the way the villain spoke. At least Ida could stay true to his values. Even if he eked out a win, it wouldn't change anything. Race 1-5, League of Villains, 2nd place. Hero Team, disqualified. Race 2-5, League of Villains, 1st place. Hero Team, 2nd place. Race 3-5, League of Villains, 2nd place. Hero Team, 9th place. Race 4-5, League of Villains, 1st place. Hero Team, 2nd place. And yet, Ida stood up, looking more determined than ever. Izuku's eyes widened in comprehension. Ida didn't know. An almost palpable aura surrounded him. Determination, Izuku thought, until he saw the gleam in Ida's eyes and understood, it was the power of friendship. He performed better than ever before, showing masterful control of his quirk. He crossed the finish line, and when he appeared in the plaza, Izuku felt his own heart clench. At first Ida looked around in confusion, but then he raised his head up to the scoreboard. The sound of his heart shattering was almost physical. Race 1-5, League of Villains, 2nd place. Hero Team, disqualified. Race 2-5, League of Villains, 1st place. Hero Team, 2nd place. Race 3-5, League of Villains, 2nd place. Hero Team, 9th place. Race 4-5, League of Villains, 1st place. Hero Team, 2nd place. Race 5-5, League of Villains, 2nd place. Hero Team, 1st place. Villains win. Hair buddy bonding. Mina was super grateful for all the haircare tips Shuichi gave her, but even with how many there were, the walk down took enough time for their conversation to veer away towards other topics. There were a few things that she really wanted to know. So, why Spinner? I mean, it's a cool name, but you're an awesome lizard guy who fights with knives. You could have gone for Bladazilla, or Komodo Swordsman, or even Tyrannosaurus. He stared at her for a long minute. Well, maybe not the last one. But still, you have some cool stuff, why not lean into it? Shuichi exhaled deeply. Most of my life I was kind of an outcast, right? People don't like heteromorphic quirks, definitely kids especially. I had nothing. Nothing I wanted to do, no people I wanted to see. Every time I tried something, I was kicked down until I failed. So, I want to be able to turn it around. My life, so I chose Spinner. Oh man. Mina hoped that he didn't hear her sniffle. That's really cool, in a deep kinda way. Like your story, I mean. But why Spinner? Why not Turner? Never mind the moment I said it out loud I got it. Spinner is great. So is that why you decided to become a villain? Well, that's why nothing was stopping me from becoming a villain. I chose to become a villain because of the hero killer, Stain. He knows how the world really works, and he's trying to fix it. The same kids who always talk about becoming heroes see no problem with bullying someone different. And then they go on to become heroes. No wonder there are so many stinkin' fakes. Mina chewed her lips for a moment. Look dude, we're friends so I'ma lay it straight for you. Stain is kinda cringe. Shuichi stuttered and sputtered, but Mina forged onwards. No look, hear me out, right? Like, people don't stay the same, especially kids. I'm not saying that what happened to you was all fine and stuff, and there are definitely crappy heroes out there, but like, not letting them have a chance to change or grow as people. That's a pretty D move. Shuichi grunted at that, and Mina took her chance to continue, like, I'm pretty sure that right now I'd make a pretty bad heroine. I have so much to learn, and I just made friends with a villain, so I'll definitely change as I grow up. Suddenly Mina felt enlightened, and knew she had a home run argument, and if you had just killed me like Stain would, instead of talking to me, then I never would have had the chance. And, right, this talk taught me a lot, and probably will make me a better and more aware heroine. I guess you have a point, but Stain isn't cringe. Come on Mina, he's so cool. Well, if that's what you think. Just so you know, you kinda sound like a fan of Shadow the Hedgehog right now. That stopped him in his tracks. Low blow Mina. I'll have to think long and hard about what you said. Mina saw that they were almost at the finish line, but there was still one thing she had to know. So, before we cross, we should exchange contact info. You don't have to answer, but what's up with the fit? Goggles, gloves and denim overalls? Is that standard issue villain uniform? The villain huffed. No, Tamura said that he wanted us all to be like minions. So there you have it. Wait, seriously? And you just do it? Shuichi cracked a grin. Well, some of the members take it really seriously. As for me, I do it just to mess with him a bit.